Good morning, all. We are ready to start. Please make sure that your phones are off. Thank you.
I was not given names, so I will not do a proper good morning. Good morning, Ms. Powe. Please place yourselves on record.
Chair, my name is Mosotho Petlane,
Petlane.
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 Petlane. I'm with Ms. Kosi Phamasihuno, both councils. Our instructing attorney is seated, some or there she is.
Yes.
That's Ms. Palesa Nhlapo from Nhlapo Palesa Attorneys.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
morning to both of you. I am happy that I will not have to say that surname.
Yes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Powe, will the witness be swearing or affirming?
Chair, I have not
Let
asked.
me ask directly then. Good morning, Mr. Nkwashu.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Please remind me what your rank is.
Commissioner, my rank is Brigadier.
Brigadier. Good morning, Brigadier. Will you be swearing or affirming?
I'll be swearing, Commissioner.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Brigadier.
Brigadier, can you just do me one favor so that we don't get it wrong? Can you say your name the way you want it to be said? Does it have an H or is it just a Nkwashu?
Commissioner, my name or my surname?
Surname.
My surname has got an H. It's not Nkwashu, it's a Nkwashu. I hope Commissioner Baloyi will be knowing that. Nkwashu.
I suspected that. That's why I wanted you to clarify it.
Yes, thanks, Commissioner.
I think it gets more confusing, especially when you say Commissioner Baloyi will know. So the reference to Ingota and all those things confused me because I had not expected the surname to be one that would have anything to do with Ingota. Anyway.
No, Commissioner, Chair, I'm just referring it to Commissioner Baloyi because I'm Shangan.
That's exactly where I am. Anyway, thanks, Brigadier.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. But please state your full name for the record.
My full name, Commissioner Chair, I'm Mbangwa Abraham Nkwashu.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Bowen.
Brigadier Commissioners, just to take you through some housekeeping, there should be one file before you, so I'm sure you are happy. So it's divided into 4 sections. The first section is the main affidavit or statement of Brigadier Nkwashu. The second is a supplementary statement. The third tab, it's reference material. So this is all evidence and statements that are already before the commission. We've just extracted parts that we want to use for purposes of the brigadier's evidence. The last tab is exhibits, and those consist of material that are not before the commission yet, but we do intend to use it. These are materials sourced from inquiries and the commission's own investigative processes. So you'll see there that we seek to introduce CJC 184 to 192. Brigadier, do you have one file in front of you?
Yes, I see.
If we can then move to confirming your statement, in tab 1, please confirm that this is the statement that you've prepared for purposes of giving testimony before the commission.
I do confirm, I see.
And if you can proceed to page 17, can you confirm that that is your signature?
Quite correct, SC is my signature.
Thank you, Brigadier. And under tab 2, can you confirm that that's your supplementary statement? It starts at page 18 and runs to page 33.
Confirm, SC.
And can you confirm that that is your signature at page 32?
Quite
That
correct,
statement.
SC.
And can you confirm that both statements, the contents of both statements are true and correct?
I confirm that, SC.
Thank you, Brigadier. Brigadier, just to make sure, what did you call me? Sorry, my apologies.
Senior counsel, SC.
Oh, not far from it.
Better things to come, Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Brigadier. If we can then go to your statement, Brigadier, just for the purposes of this first section, I will take you through your statement relatively uninterrupted, except if I have any clarity-seeking questions. Similarly, the commissioners may have clarity-seeking questions. But otherwise, this is an opportunity for you to put your evidence on record and your version of events as you see them. And in the morning, I had inquired from you whether you have a preference for me to just take you through the sections, or if you prefer to read, and you'd indicated that you would prefer to read your statement. Is that still the case?
Correct, Advocate.
And then, Brigadier, when you read through the statement, we'll take it section by section so that if there are clarity questions, we can then deal with them in each section.
Thank you, Advocate.
Okay. Then, Brigadier, let's proceed with your first statement. You needn't go through the first paragraph because that's just information related to who you are. But can we start at paragraph 2? And I noted in neither of your statements do you explain your trajectory in the SAPS. So it may also be an opportune time when you deal with paragraph 2 to also talk about your rise within the ranks and the positions you have held. If you can please do that.
Thank you, Advocate. Paragraph 2 reads as thus: I joined the SAPS 39 years ago and have served diligently to date. In June 2022, I was posted to Sidibeng District as Deputy District Commissioner. I have been appointed to act as District Commissioner whenever the substantive District Commissioner is absent, whether on leave, retired, or otherwise unavailable. My trajectory In the South African Police Service, commissioners, I'll try to shorten it because it's long. You can imagine for 39 years. I joined the police in 1986 when I was applying to get into the police. It was the South African police by then. Then in 1987, I was taken in to do what we call recruiting at the police station, which was in Soweto, Moroka. And that was in July 1987. And then in December, I went to college and as a student, police. And then I left the college when we passed out after 6 months. That was now in 1988, June the 30th. I was promoted to a full-fledged constable. Then I was deployed to Soweto Public Order Policing, commonly known as POPs unit. And I worked there in Soweto. That was from 1988 up until 1989, where I moved with rank to the then Vehicle Theft Unit, which is known now as a Vehicle Crime Investigation Unit, specializing in stolen cars and the likes. Then in 1990, I was promoted to be a Lance Sergeant. There was a rank called a Lance Sergeant. And then in 1991, I was promoted to a rank of a full sergeant. And I was still working at the very same Vehicle Crime Investigation Unit. And in 1993, I was transferred to Vehicle Crime Investigation Unit in Brixton, Johannesburg. I worked there up until 1998. No, I worked there up until 1997, if I'm not mistaken. Then I was promoted to be a warrant officer by then. Then I was taken to, I was one of the members that were taken to open the first organized crime unit in Gauteng that was situated in Roodepoort. Then I worked there at organized crime unit until 1998, somewhere there, when I was moved back to Brixton, where I worked up until the year 2000, when I was promoted, 2002, when I was promoted to be a captain. And from 2002, I was promoted to a captain, and I was working in Krugersdorp Vehicle Crime Investigation Unit. Then from 2002 to 2005, I beg your pardon, to 2005, I was then promoted to be, in 2005, to be a superintendent. And then I worked from 2005 to 2007. Then I was again promoted to senior superintendent. And then I was moved to Vereeniging, Vehicle Crime Investigation Unit as a commander. In all those areas where I was promoted to before, I was promoted as a commander of the investigation since the rank of a sergeant. Then in 2007, up until 2000, 2010, I think at the end of 2010, I think it was somewhere around after the World Cup, I was moved to, transferred to the provincial headquarters in Johannesburg, which is in Parktown, where I worked as a detective coordinator. Then the 2012, I was then moved to Western area, where I was working as a detective head and with the rank of a colonel, colonel. Then 2012 to 2014 December, I was moved to, I was transferred to Beggersdal Subs, where I was appointed as a station commander. And from 2012 to 2018, I was then promoted to the rank of the brigadier, and I was a station commander at Atteridgeville Subs. And I worked at the Atteridgeville Subs between 2018 and 2022, where in between I was appointed in the absence of the district commissioner. I was appointed to be district commissioner few occasions. From 2022, I was then transferred to Vereeniging, back to Vereeniging in the Sedibeng district, and appointed as a deputy district commissioner, and which is where I'm currently serving. Thank you, Advocate.
Thank you, Brigadier. You can then move on to dealing with the next section of your affidavit or statement.
Thank you, Advocate. The next paragraph will be talking to the purpose of this affidavit, which is I make this affidavit voluntarily in response to the summons subpoena to appear as a witness issued by the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into Criminality, Political Interference and Corruption in the Criminal Justice System, the Commission, on 9 April 2026, directing me to appear on the 21st of April in relation to my attempts to interfere in the bail proceedings of Michael Puletau. The second one was my demand for the Armand Swart murder docket, and my relationship or connection with Katiso Molefe being the third one. The fourth paragraph talks to the purpose of this affidavit, which is to state my position regarding the allegations that I attempted to interfere in the bail proceedings of Mr. Tau. And the second one, to state my position regarding the allegations that I demanded the Armand Swart murder docket. The third one being stating my position regarding my relationship or connection with Mr. Katiso Molefe. Before addressing the specific allegations contained in the summons, I consider it important to set out the logical order of this affidavit to ensure coherence and a proper understanding of the facts. I will then first explain my first relationship with Fundiswa Nyangule, the customary wife of Katiso Molefe, including the Mpondo custom of Ingota and how I become obliged to treat Fundiswa as my baby sister. This foundation is necessary because all my subsequent interactions with Katiso, including the events that gave rise to the allegation of bail interference, flow directly from that family bond that I had with Fundiswa. Secondly, I will deal with the allegation that I improperly interfered in the bail proceedings of Mr. Tau. And thirdly and finally, I will address the allegation that I demanded the Armanswar docket and show that my actions were pursuant to lawful instruction from the Provincial Commissioner. I respectfully submit that this order makes the affidavit easier to follow and demonstrate that there was no improper conduct on my part. I'm sorry. I record that this statement was prepared under significant time constraints in the context of the Commission's directives. While I have endeavored to deal with the material issues raised in this summon, the circumstances under which the statement was prepared may mean that not every detail has to be exhausted or was exhausted. The statement is, however, true and correct to the best of my knowledge and recollection of the facts at this stage. I accordingly reserve the right to supplement, clarify, or amplify this statement should it become necessary in order to assist the Commission. My family...
Before you continue, you referred to Ms. Nyangule as Mr. Katiso Molefe's customary wife. Some people usually use that term, customary wife or customary husband, to refer to what I would loosely call umashlalisane, or people who are cohabiting with no formal marriage bond, which is different from a customary marriage, and then spouses in a customary marriage, which is not the same thing as people abango masihlalisane, people that are cohabiting. So I know that you do refer to a customary marriage between the two, but I just want to understand your use of customary wife.
Thank you, Commissioner. To my understanding and knowledge of the marriage status of Fundiswa to Katiso Molefe. Katiso Molefe,
At this stage, Brigadier, I don't think I want a lengthy explanation. By saying customary wife, do you mean they are married by customary rights or in accordance with customary law? Or do you mean bango mashlalisane? They are merely cohabiting. Just that difference.
So I apologize, Commissioner, for not understanding your question. However, they were married in accordance to customary law.
Thank you.
Brigadier, when dealing with this next part of your statement, can you take us through your relationship with Fundiswa, the customs, the traditional customs you speak of, as until you reach why this matters? So all the way until you deal with the meeting that you have with Katiso, because that then is the background about your relationship with Fundiswa and Katiso and why that is important.
Thank you, Advocate. I'll take you through my relationship with Fundiswa, starting from paragraph 9, just explaining how Fundiswa became part of my family. My wife had a younger brother named Sazi, who is now late. Before he found employment, Sazi lived with my wife and myself in our home in Kagiso for a considerable period. During that time, he met Fundiswa, and I did not know Fundiswa by then. They developed a romantic relationship. Eventually, Sazi found work at the police also, and he managed to buy his own house. And thereafter, because he's now working, he paid lobola for Fundiso. They lived in a house close to ours and spent much time with our family over the years. Fundiso became like a baby sister to me. I grew to love and care for her as my own sibling. By
Brigadier?
virtue,
My apologies, just before you move on, do you have a time period for this? The first two paragraphs are couched in very general terms. Do you know roundabout when this was?
yes, Advocate, although I may not remember
A rough estimation is fine.
specifically, yeah. Sazi came to Joburg in the early 90s. Yeah, in the early 90s. Early 90s. Yeah, in the early 90s. And in 1999, we paid lobola for Fundiso. So, and that one I remember because I was part of that lobola, and we paid lobola for her. And then I think a year down the line, they bought their own house, then they stayed in their own house.
Thank you, Brigadier. You can proceed.
Just to understand this part fully, besides your family, there is you and your wife, Sazi's sister. Was there any other family involved, or was it just that family unit? In the lobola negotiations.
Oh, yes, Commissioner Chair. In my family of my wife,
Yeah.
there's an uncle who is not staying with us.
Aka, you may cut it then. So there were others.
There were others.
Outside of just this family unit. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I continue?
Yes, you can, Brigadier.
All right. On or about, Commissioner, I would like to apologize. I think that there was a printing error that I did not see earlier on paragraph 11. It reads, on or about 14 May 2002, Sazi passed away. In actual fact, he passed away on 14 May 2000. Tragically, he got shot and 2 days later, after he got shot, Fundiso's mother also died. At the same, I apologize. At the time of this death, Sazi and Fundiso had just finalized their lobola negotiations, and we were preparing for a civil union, because on the very same Saturday that we buried Sazi, we were going to have a party. In the Mpondo or Xhosa tradition, the Ingota ceremony, which means the sending off of the married girl, had already taken place. Ingota is the pivotal ritual where the bride-to-be is officially released from her birth family to join her new family. During the Ingota, the elders inform the bride that there is no longer a place for her in her biological home. Her ancestral protection and daily life now belong to her husband's lineage. A goat is slaughtered to inform the ancestors that the daughter is living. The groom is also warned that he must provide permanent home because the bride has closed the door behind her. Because of Ingotho,
Perhaps I should state that I'm hearing of this for the first time, and yet I also belong to the larger group of Amaxhosa. So perhaps it's Mpondo specific. I'm just mentioning this because of the bracketed Xhosa after Mpondo in paragraph 12.
no, thank you, Commissioner Chair. At least you learned something from me also.
Thank you for the education.
Should I continue, Advocate?
Yes, you may.
Because of Ingotho, the bride's integration into the husband's family is complete and irreversible. As the elder of my family, I become obliged to treat Fundiswa as my baby sister and to continue the relationship even after Sazi's death. Custom demanded that I protect and support her as if she were my own blood sister. Why the Ingotho custom binds me? The Ingotho ceremony is not merely a cultural formality under the Mpondo customary law. It creates irreversible obligations for the husband's family because the ritual had already taken place when Sazi died. Fundiswa had already been sent off from her birth family, her ancestral and social protection transferred to my family. As the surviving elder in my family, Sazi's older brother-in-law through my wife, I become de facto head of that family unit.
Sorry, Brigadier, does it mean that Sazi did not have an older brother? If you became the head?
No, Sazi had an elder brother who was staying in KZN. And me, actually, I would say I was a breadwinner.
Okay.
Yeah, and his biological older brother was a person who was not working, is not having a job. You know, in our tradition, when you are a breadwinner and the sister, Sazi's sister, is elder to Sazi.
Thank you.
I became the de facto head of that family unit. Customary law therefore required me to treat Fundiswa as my own blood sister. I had to protect and support her, including facilitating her remarriage if she chose to. Continue that relationship even after Sazi's death because Ingotho is not dissolved by death. The bride remains part of the husband's lineage. This is not a matter of a personal choice. To disregard Ingotho will be to abandon Fundiswa, which will bring shame upon my family and in terms of Mpondo custom, could even be believed to invite ancestral displeasure. I acted not out of favoritism toward Katiso, but out of a binding customary duty toward my sister. Any assistance I gave to her or her husband must be understood in that light. Further to this, Fundiswa's entire family passed on, leaving us with her as the only survivor in that family. Fundiswa's right to remarry. After about a year of Sazi's passing, the family, we gathered because Fundiswa was still young, and we decided that we inform her that because it was now after mourning, we can release her since she was still young to move on with her own life. She was free then to enter into any other relationship and remarry again if she wished to. And then she chose to do that, and years later, Fundiswa came to tell us that she met a guy whom she whom he wants to marry her. They entered into a customary marriage. I accepted him as my sister's husband, just as I would accept any brother-in-law.
Brigadier, just before you move on, you just say years later, so we are now in 2001. Do you have an approximation of when this years later, how many years later, or at least when they entered into a customary marriage?
Yeah, Fundiswa came to tell us in 2005 that this guy whom she met wanted to marry her, and then in 2021, the guy paid lobola and married her.
My apologies, Brigadier, did you say years later, so 5 years later, about 4 years later, 2025, is when she expressed an interest, and when did they marry?
2021.
2021?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you play any role in that? I recall earlier you said that part of your responsibilities as the de facto head would have been including to facilitate her marriage if she chose.
Yeah, Advocate, I will apologize for not including this in my affidavit. Fundiswa came and told us, but unfortunately, I was not part of that particular marriage, and I will tell you why. When she came and told us, she seated us like the elders, and she told us. Then I asked her, who is this guy, and then what is his status? Like you will ask your children, uyasebenza lo muntu, uzokwazi ukukunakekela, and all those things. And she told us that, yeah, this guy unama business, but what made me not be part of that marriage is because I was angry at her because she told us that this guy is a married guy. So I decided, I was not happy to hear that he's a married guy, and I said to her, you can't marry a married guy. Then I left the meeting at that, and she decided to continue on her own.
So does this mean that, noting that you've just said she can't marry a married guy, does this mean it was a polygamous marriage? Or you have no idea?
No, I had no idea, but all I heard is that the guy who is intending to marry her is a married guy. Then I said, I don't recommend you marrying a married guy, you're still young. So I left it at that.
All right. Thank you, Brigadier.
Should I continue?
Yes, you can.
I think it's necessary to explain why this matters.
I'm very sorry, Brigadier. But you state categorically that they did enter into a marriage, a customary marriage. Are you saying this because there were lobola negotiations, lobola was paid, and the usual rituals that go with a customary marriage were engaged in? Is that why you call it a customary marriage?
Thank you, Commissioner Chair. I called it like that because I learned afterwards that that event took place.
Those events, it's
yes,
more than...
those events took place.
All right. Thank you.
I thought it will be important to explain why this matters. In paragraph 20, my relationship with Fundiswa is not based on any improper association. It is a traditional family bond rooted to Mpondo custom and in the ordinary human ties of care for a woman who become my sister through marriage. I reiterate to state that any assistance I gave to Fundiswa, including lending her a vehicle, helping her deliver clothes to her husband in prison, or meeting with Katiso, must be understood in that context.
Thank you, Brigadier. Just to take you back to paragraph 19, you say there that you accepted him as my sister's husband, just as I would any brother-in-law. Does this mean after the wedding proceeded, you then accepted him?
Yes, Advocate, because I realized that I could not change the situation. I had no option but to accept it.
But based on what you say later, that was not immediate. It was after some time. I'm not sure whether it was a bit of time.
Correct, Chair.
All right.
It was later.
Brigadier, you can then move on to dealing with your meetings with Katiso.
Thank you, Commissioners. My meetings with Katiso started towards the end of June 2024. I think it was somewhere around 27, 28, somewhere there. Fundiswa gave me a call and requested a meeting with me. And we made arrangements to meet, and we finally meet in Alberton in a restaurant. A day later, I met with Fundiswa in the presence of my nephew, who is 17 years old, who was 17 years old by then. She informed me that, amongst others, the reason she needed to see me was because she needed to conclude a family's estate. As I alluded earlier on, that all her family died.
Okay. Oh, now I understand the reference to family.
Yes.
Because I thought this was perhaps a reference to her deceased husband's estate, that is Sazi. But no, now I understand. With the explanation you've just given, I understand the reference to family.
Thanks, Commissioner Chair. I gave her guidance on how to deal with the estate with my little knowledge that she must visit the Master of High Court, and where she are experiencing challenges, she must just get the services of a lawyer who will assist her further. And after that conversation, Fundiswa stated that she is not happy that I had never met her husband Katiso, as she has a relationship with me, and she would like me to meet her husband. And I had my personal reasons, amongst others being my loyalty to Sazi, and the earlier reasons that I stated that I was angry for her to go and marry a married man.
Brigadier, just to clarify, so you hadn't met him at all between 2021 and 2024?
I've never met him before.
Thank you.
Thanks. Indeed, a meeting was arranged between Katiso and myself. We met at the restaurant also in Alberton. When I met Katiso...
When was this?
That was end of June 2024.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. When I met Katiso, we conversed generally about our respective personal circumstances after he was introduced to me by my sister-in-law, who was still in the company of the 17-year-old nephew of mine. He mentioned that He was involved in various business interests, including the security sector. As part of a general discussion about future plans, I indicated that I was approaching retirement from the SABC. The discussion remained informal and exploratory in nature, to an extent that he told me that he's got this big tender in Machabeng, and he will want security forces to come and work there. So should I be interested when I retire, I can just go into work with him in that space with my experience as a police officer. Then I accepted, and then I said, no, I will be interested, but we will talk because there are processes to undergo. Then that was it with regard to our conversations, and amongst others. I'm just specifically talking to this because I know that later we will come to dwell into it. But we spoke at length, and amongst many things, just catching up to know him.
And Brigadier, just for clarity, you say that both your nephew and sister were there. Was that there was just the four of you? Or were there other people at the meeting?
Thank you, Advocate. In that meeting, it was the only four of us. And Fundiswa came with my nephew, and then she introduced us. And then after introducing us, she left us. She left the two of us to talk man to man.
All right, and what about your wife?
Pardon?
What about your wife? I'm assuming because you have Fundiswa, who was married to your wife's younger brother, and she's coming to introduce her husband. It was just you two. It was just to facilitate a meeting between just the two of you, not the entire family.
Yeah, my wife was not there. It was the only two of us. And perhaps I should tell you that I never, or rather we parted ways with my wife.
Oh, at this point?
Yeah, at that point.
Sorry, not to dig any deeper, but just in the timeline, when did you part with your wife?
I think it was in 2014.
In 2014?
Yes.
But then Fundiswa remained a part of your family?
Yes.
Even though you had separated from your wife?
Yes.
And by parting, you mean?
We
Separation or
separated,
divorce?
yeah.
Oh, just separation.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brigadier.
Brigadier, just maybe before you go too far, just to clarify, at paragraph 23, and I just need you to clarify because I understood things differently until this discussion you're having now with Ms. Bowe. At 23, you say you had a meeting with Fundiswa with her son, your nephew. And this is where she said she would like you to meet Mr. Molefe. And then in paragraph 25, you say indeed a meeting was arranged, and then we met at a restaurant in Alberton at the end of June 2024. I had understood that, in fact, the meeting of the 23rd is just you and Fundiswa and the son. And then there's another meeting in paragraph 25, which is you and Mr. Molefe. So two different meetings, but the second meeting with Mr. Molefe, as I understand it, in paragraph 25, Fundiswa was not there. But in your discussion with Ms. Bowe, you're saying there's a meeting where you are all present, with Mr. Molefe, and then Fundiswa leaves you with the son. Can you just explain that? It may be my misunderstanding of your explanation.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Baloyi. Commissioner Baloyi, it's true in paragraph 23, I met with Fundiswa and my nephew. And the following day, if you can look at paragraph 23, I said a day or two later, I met with Fundiswa in the presence of her son, with my nephew. She informed me about this and this. Then we dealt with that one. Then in paragraph 25, indeed, a meeting was arranged between Katiso and myself. It was arranged by Fundiswa, because she's the one who requested me to meet the husband, and telling me that the husband wanted to meet me also. Fundiswa was there to introduce the husband, because I never knew him, I never saw him physically before. And she brought him along, and she was still going with the 17-year-old nephew. Then after introducing us, because she introduced the husband to me, she introduced me to the husband, she left. She left the two of us, and then she...
Thank you, Brigadier. So it was on a different date?
Yeah, it was the following day.
Okay, thank you.
Should I continue, Advocate?
Yes, Brigadier, you are now dealing with, you had touched on most of what happens in the meeting. You're yet to deal with paragraph 27.
Thank you, Advocate. As we were concluding the meeting, Katiso, whom I'm now knowing as my brother-in-law, now calling him Butke, he told me that a friend of his had been arrested, and he needed to know if the state will oppose bail, as he wanted to pay the bail money for his friend. And I told him right away. In actual fact, I just stop him and say, Swara, me, I don't talk work-related cases with anyone, not even my wife, that I'll be talking to her. And if he wanted us to have a sound relationship, my work is off limits. We don't talk about it, my cases. After that...
my apologies. And when this happens, the only thing he was able to get out was that he had a friend and he just wanted to know if bail would be opposed and that he'd be willing to pay the bail. That's all he said. That's as far as he could get before you stopped him.
Yes, Advocate. Remember, he earlier on expatiated on how he grew up with friends. You know how he grew up at school and what. When I do recollection now, I think when he was telling me his upbringing, he told me that he had friends and what. So when he come to this, it crossed my mind that, oh, maybe the friend stories was about to tell me this. Then I said, no, sir, I don't talk cases that I'm involved with any other person except, not even my wife, except at my workplace. We don't talk about my work. So he did not come to mention the name of the friend yet, but back in my mind, it was that when he's about to talk about cases that I'm involved in, then it will not be right for me to talk about it with him and I don't know him. It's the first time I meet him.
I guess, Brigadier, what I'm trying to get a sense of is, was it as vague as you recall, the discussion about the arrested friend?
It was not. It was not that vague because I was not thinking of anything big, but I was just thinking that if you're coming to talk about the case that I'm involved, where your friend was arrested and was arrested by me, and you need some bail, I don't talk about that.
And just on your answer, so you understood him to be raising it because this is a case you are involved in?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Brigadier.
Thanks, Advocate. Should I continue on paragraph 28?
Yes.
After that meeting, Fundiswa contacted me to inquire how the meeting had gone. I informed her in general terms that the meeting was cordial and that we had discussed various personal matters, including my approaching to the retirement. A few days later, I attended a social gathering, which is, we call it a stockfell, with my colleagues in the subs. The gathering was attended mainly by the police officers that we normally come together, including Sergeant Lebogang Tsukudu. Tsukudi and I have been friends since around 2017. I beg your pardon. We often discuss both professional and personal matters, and we attend social gatherings together. During the stockfell, Sergeant Tsukudu and the colleagues mentioned that they were around my area of work, which is in the Sidibeng district, escorting suspects to and from court. And they quoted the suspect, amongst the suspect that they were escorting, there was a police officer suspect. That police officer suspect, whom we got to know, that is Michael Puletao. As the conversation went on, it triggered my mind that they are talking about the case that my brother-in-law Katiso was intending to lure me to assist him in the bail of this particular person.
Sorry. Can you please explain how you made the connection?
Commissioner Chair, these colleagues of mine, they are saying, Brigadier, we were around your vicinity. Now, we were escorting suspects of that case of Michael Puletao, that police officer, whom we normally discuss about those things when we are together. Then they said this Puletao was going for bail application. Now, the word bail application, it triggered my mind to say, Katiso spoke about bail application of a case that I've arrested his friend. So I put the puzzle together to say, oh, this is where Katiso was coming to.
I'm not beginning to probe at this stage. That will come at a much, much later stage. But I must say this, that I don't quite see any dots to connect there. I mean, as a police officer, I would imagine that there are lots and lots of cases that involved bail that you would have been involved in. So that's why I say I just don't see the dots that you would have been able to connect.
I acknowledge, Commissioner. However,
So if you acknowledge that, how then did you come to relate this to what Mr. Molefe had raised with you?
Commissioner, obviously, when now I'm alone, after parting ways with Katiso, I asked myself, which case was this guy wanting to talk about? And I could only imagine of a case that happened recently is of that Michael Puletau.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Should I continue, Advocate?
Yes. So you just recalled your earlier conversation with Katiso when he asked you about a bail and an unnamed friend. So line 4 of paragraph 30.
Oh, okay.
I then said to Tsukudu.
I then said to Tsukudu and them, because we were all with those other friends, without instruction or request. Kune autis barasam, ne? There's a brother-in-law of mine who recently spoke about requested me to assist him with a bail. He did not mention who is this friend of him that I've arrested that is looking to get assistance with bail. And then I stopped him. And then I told him that I don't discuss work. I said this in just a general comment while we were sitting and drinking there. And just to align this case, because I said, oh man, this case actually is the one that Usbarwambe Kulmangayomus. Yoguchi Upule, I mean, this guy is looking for a bail. So I dismissed him and said, hey, I don't talk work with this. And then they said, this guy you say is your brother-in-law, Usbarwa. Yes, Usbarwa. So during the discussion, there were those things that Chukudu will say or some others will say, but why did you dismiss him before he told you? I said, no, that is not what I do with the people that I don't know. The person that I've just met now then is talking about cases, and that is unethical for me. Then I dismissed him. He said, but he's your relative, Mos. I said, yeah, but still I cannot. And they said, but we think if you were able to, you should help him. I said, you can help him, Mina. I don't go that route. I can't help him. I cannot, even if he's a family, I cannot help him.
Sorry, Brigadier, just to clarify a few things there. So at the top of the paragraph, when you say my office, you want us to consider that your work vicinity?
Yes.
Not necessarily office?
Yes.
And then if you look at where you say, I then said to Tsukudu, you want us to then say, I said to the broader group, not just to Sergeant Tsukudu?
Yeah, because we were a team of
together.
people. Yes.
And then where you say you said to them, someone asked me recently, you want us to change that someone to my brother-in-law?
Yes.
And so you clarified to this group that the person who asked you was your brother-in-law.
Exactly, Advocate.
And then you just said in passing that if they want to help them, you can, but you won't. Can you just clarify what you meant there?
No, Advocate, there were, when we were discussing, in social gathering where you have casual talk. Now, the other one will be saying, Mara, you are not fair, bro. Askiru keep brother, kiswara sa haum wow, some tools. You know, just a general comment. Like we will be in a social gathering, if I may make an example, advocate. We will be gathering and as boys will always be boys. And then we'll be sitting there and then this one will be saying, hey man, Braibi, lo taken low, I want to pay man, niggas a chance. To me, it's not my liking. If when I is your liking, you can go for her. You understand? So it's in that text. Yeah.
Okay, understood. You can
So
then...
or rather colloquially, you would be shooting crap, colloquially.
Much as I'm not sure
What this means.
But I think it sounds like it is like that.
Thank you, Brigadier. You can then move on to paragraph 31.
In paragraph 31, Advocate, I was later surprised to learn that Tsukudu had approached witness B about Tau's case. I never asked him to do so. I never asked him to convey any message to witness B, whether about opposing bail or about thanking her, as I've alluded in the above paragraph, how it happened. If Tsukudu told witness B or anyone else that I sent him, he did so with his own accord. It was not with my knowledge nor my permission that he is going to consult with witness B. I deny that I attempted to interfere improperly in the bail proceedings of Tau. I specifically deny that I instructed or requested or authorized Sergeant Tsukudu to contact witness B or any other person regarding Tau's bail. I did not ask Tsukudu to find out whether the state will oppose bail. I did not ask him to plead for bail. I did not ask him to pass any thank you message to witness B after Tau was granted bail. I acknowledge that I mentioned my conversation with Katiso to Tsukudu in a social gathering. And I must say, commissioners, that like I've presented my trajectory in the police, I've had 26 years as a detective investigating officer and a commander, not to know how bail is granted. I wouldn't have sent a sergeant to go and talk to a sergeant to request for bail or ask anything about a case or a bail. In my 26 years as a detective, I can tell that I'm very much experienced and I know what is the process and the procedure of granting bail. And this I can say vividly in terms of section 60, I think subsection 11, that talks to the prerogative that falls within the ambit of the presiding officer to issue bail. It is not the decision of the investigating officer nor any other person or no, the prosecutor, but the presiding officer on the day. Even if the state does not oppose bail, it's still the prerogative of the presiding officer to grant bail. And I've known this for years. So I find it very sinister that I will send at my level, sergeant, to go and talk to another sergeant looking for a bail. I know of, prosecutors, and I know of magistrates in my work environment. I know of the commanders of this organized crime. I worked with them, they're my colleagues. If I wanted to do something like that, perhaps I could have just gone to those relevant people to try and discuss this with them. I never did that. My mistake perhaps is to talk to my Stokvel members about this case.
Brigadier Nkwashu, because you've started mentioning Officer Tau, did you know him before the issue of the bail? Did you know Officer Tau?
Commissioner Kumalo, thanks. I never knew Officer Tau, and I don't know Officer Tau. I've never seen him until this media flagged his photos during these proceedings.
And then Sergeant Tukudu, did he know Mr. Katiso Molefe before this discussion you had with him?
Commissioner Kumal, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. But I really don't know.
Did he give you that impression in the Stokvel as you were discussing that your brother-in-law had mentioned a case to you? Did you get the impression from Sergeant Tukudu that he knew who you were talking about?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Let me take you back to paragraph 30 on a very minor matter. The very last sentence there.
I beg your pardon?
Paragraph 30.
30.
Page,
Thank you, Commissioner.
yeah. The last sentence there. I find your use of any in the sentence confusing. You say, I was surprised later to learn he, I understand to be Tsukudu, took any action. Did you want to say he took some action?
Correct, Chair. I wanted to say...
And of course, you then go on to state what the action was immediately thereafter. So he took some action, yeah. The any is confusing, as I say.
I agree, Commissioner Chair, perhaps even to add that some action on my behalf.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Brigadier, before you move from that paragraph 30, in your interaction with Commissioner Kumalo, he asked you whether Sergeant Sugudu knew Mr. Molefe. You'll see there, I think it's towards the end of the third line from the bottom. You say there, I did not mention Katiso's name.
Correct, Advocate.
So when you were having this conversation with the other police officers, you never mentioned Mr. Molefe's name?
I never mentioned it. I just said the auto Suarasak. I never mentioned the name. He wanted to talk about this thing and then I stopped him. So I never mentioned the name of Swarasak when they intercepted.
All right, thank you. We can then go back to you have dealt in some part with paragraph 36, where you were relaying to the commissioners that based on your experience, you wouldn't have taken that action. If I can just ask you to read from line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, line 6 of paragraph 36.
Okay, Commissioner, I'm with you. It starts with, as an experienced investigating officer of 26 years, I know that interfering in such a bail application or even attempting to obtain confidential information about whether the state will oppose is a serious offense. Should I continue?
Yes, please.
I would never put my 39-year career and my freedom at risk for a man I just met, just yesterday, who was married to my sister-in-law. Can I expatiate?
Yes, you can finish
Yeah,
that section.
thanks, Advocate. Furthermore, the fact that the state opposed bail and the court nevertheless granted bail shows that the court made an independent decision. I had no role in that decision. I did not speak to the prosecutor, nor the magistrate, or the investigating officer. I don't even know the investigating officer until this date. I did not write any letter or make any call in support of this bail. So I was just emphasizing that I can't do that, risking my hard-worked service.
And then just to clarify, Brigadier, you say that it's not in your statement, but you just said it in amplification. You didn't know the investigating officer. You said you didn't know until when?
Up to date,
To date, you don't know the
I
investigating
don't know
officer.
the investigating officer. I've never met her. I've never seen her.
So even then, you wouldn't have known who that investigating officer was?
I wouldn't.
Thank you. And do you want to read paragraph 38 into the record?
Thank you, Advocate. I have at all times acted lawfully in accordance with the SABC policies and the Criminal Procedure Act. Should I continue?
Thank you. You can then deal with the next section that deals with your response to the allegation that you demanded the Armand Swart murder docket.
Thank you, Commissioners. On paragraph 39, I mentioned that I never demanded the Armand Swart murder docket for any personal interest or improper purpose. At the relevant time, I was acting on instruction from the Provincial Commissioner to collect all case dockets that had J50 warrants of arrest and to submit them to the Deputy Provincial Commissioner of Detective Services, Major General Mbuso Kumado.
Brigadier, just before you move off of that, who is the provincial commissioner you're talking about there?
The Provincial Commissioner of Gauteng is none other than Lieutenant General Mtombeni.
Thank you.
Major General Kumalo was to oversee those investigations as directed by the Premier of Gauteng, Mr. Panyazal Sufi. The instructions was not limited to the Katiso case. It applied to many dockets from all 5 districts within the Gauteng province. After receiving the instructions, I sent out to the detective commanders concerned, calling for the dockets as per instructions. I received all the dockets but 2. I thereafter inquired about the dockets. I immediately thereafter, I received a call from witness B inquiring that she is advised by Colonel Grendling that I was looking for 2 dockets. I confirmed that indeed I was looking for the dockets and that the dockets are being requested by the Provincial Commissioner and I needed to deliver all of them to him. She responded by stating that unfortunately she was not able to provide me with one of the dockets as she did not have the docket with her, as that docket was taken by the DPP. The DPP meaning the Director of Public Prosecution. I responded by stating that that was not a problem. If the docket was with the DPP, I then requested that she send me a report via email stating what she is telling me so that I can attach it to the a report that we'll be sending to the provincial office. As soon as I,
Sorry, Brigadier, how would you have known that there were 2 dockets missing?
Commissioner, I was having a list of these dockets. The entire list of Sidibeing was having 23 dockets. And then 11 dockets were submitted at some stage. Then the outstanding 12 dockets, that's when the provincial commissioner instructed the district commissioners to get the outstanding dockets to be submitted as per instruction. And that instruction was given that it must be obtained within 7 days. Then I've given this instruction to my detective branch commanders, who are the commanders of all the stations where the dockets are assigned to or being investigated from. So those detective commanders, they were keeping me posted as to which docket is outstanding. And it came to my attention that this particular docket, which witness B was talking about or was investigating, was not submitted because she was not having it. And another docket, which was investigated by someone else in another station, because they were from different stations within the district.
So you had a list, and
I had a list.
From that list you could see that you didn't receive all the dockets?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Should I continue, Advocate?
Yes, please.
I responded by stating that that was not a problem if the docket was with the DPP. I then requested that she send me a report via email to that effect so that I can attach it and send it to the provincial office. As soon as I put the call down, I became curious as to who the docket belonged to. I looked at the case number and remembered that it was for the arrest that happened in April. I immediately called witness B, informed her I actually do not want that docket as Ngi suspect into that particular matter. It is important at this juncture, commissioners, to pause and explain to the honorable commissioners why I stated that Ngi suspect. I said Ngi suspect not because I believed I had done anything wrong, but because I was informed previously that my name was being mentioned in connection with the Tau matter and I was under investigation. I wanted to avoid any appearance or any conflict of interest. I therefore stepped away from handling that specific docket, and I informed witness B accordingly that even when that docket come back from the DPP, she must just take it direct to the provincial commissioner's office and not me. I simply recused myself from handling that docket because I knew I was under investigation. Furthermore, after the arrest of the 3 suspects in the Armand Swart murder, the docket, the very same docket we were talking about, was transferred to the organized crime unit at the provincial headquarters where witness B is working. If I had any personal interest in the docket, I would have kept it in my district where I had command and control of this particular docket. I did not do so because I never had any interest on that particular docket. So for me, that fact alone shows that I had no improper motive to call that particular docket, and the instruction was not coming from me. I had nothing to do with the case in question.
This instruction, was it in writing? The instruction to you by your superior? You said it's Colonel Gunding, I think.
Yes, Commissioner Kumalo, what happened here is that the instruction, I will say yes, it was in writing, but it originally was given at the top management meeting of the province, where the district commissioners are attending every Monday. And during that meeting, the district commissioners were given this instruction. And while the district commissioners are given that instruction, we usually distribute this instruction to the to our subordinate commanders to activate or to implement. And it was followed by an email to all the districts. Those emails, when it arrives at the district commissioner, it becomes an instruction in writing. That's why I'm saying it was in writing, because we managed to forward it to the relevant commanders to implement.
Just to correct myself, I said Colonel Grundling. The instruction I'm referring to is in paragraph 40 of your statement. So because you are saying there at the relevant time, I was acting on the instructions from the provincial commissioner to collect all case dockets. Do you see that one?
Yes, Commissioner.
Was that instruction given to you in writing?
No, Commissioner, it was not given to me in writing. It was given to all the district commissioners via email and also verbally from the top management meeting.
Commissioner Kumalo, just to be of assistance on this point, Brigadier had indicated in the course of preparations that he was unable to obtain his emails, and so we did write to the Provincial Commissioner's office at CJC 192 is the response, and you'll see there that the email that the Brigadier is talking about to the various districts is page 29. It's under tab A. It's one of the annexes to the letter that the Provincial Commissioner provided us. Yes, page 39. And then just to make sure, Brigadier Nkwashu, if you can go to page 39, so under tab 4.
Under tab 4.
Yes.
I'm there.
Yeah, you'll see that on page 39, it's all the emails that that email was sent to, and Sidibeng District Commissioner is one of the recipients. And on the following page is the actual email.
Yes, Commissioner.
And the attachment is page 41. And the list of dockets is tab B from page 43. You'll see there's various
Correct,
lists.
Advocate.
Is this now the instruction you're talking about? Is this the correspondence you're referring to?
Exactly, Advocate. You will see it's also talking to that 7 days I was alluding to.
All right, thank you.
And I'm assuming the number 23 for District Citibank is that 2.4 on page 41.
Correct.
So when you were saying there were 23 Citibank
In
dockets.
total, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Molefe.
The decision to have this docket transferred to organized crime, who made that decision and why is that decision made?
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. During that period when this incident happened, I was the acting district commissioner, and the decision to transfer this docket was solely on my shoulders. So I authorized the transfer of this particular docket to the Provincial Aid Office.
Thank you for that. Can you just explain how it works? Brigadier, this incident happened in your jurisdiction, your geographic jurisdiction, the killing of Mr. Amanswat, as I understand it. And then
Correct.
people get arrested at different places. There's someone, I think, is arrested not too far from where the incident happened, and then other people outside of jurisdiction. That the docket belongs to your jurisdiction, what informs that?
Thank you, Commissioner. What informed the custody of case docket is the area where the incident took place. The original or the initial incident that led to that crime took place. And in this instance, it took place within my jurisdiction, which is Vereeniging.
And the investigator would necessarily come from your jurisdiction?
100%, Commissioner. All the cases that were generated within my jurisdiction, it will be investigated within my jurisdiction, not unless there is a mandate that is given to external units. External units, I'm talking to units such as the independent, the IP, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, and also this organized crime and other units, similar units. Depending on their mandate, some, for an example, the serious and violent unit that at the Provincial Aid Office will be having a mandate to investigate cases where more than one murder has taken place. Or perhaps I should make a very common example, like the PKTT. They will be having that mandate to take this docket from my district, and they go investigate it by virtue of the mandate that they have. But still, having made an example of the PKTT, you will recall that Lieutenant General Mkwanazi said the dockets that were taken from his province, he did not know about it, if I'm correct. So in this instance, I knew about the transfer of this particular docket. I authorized it. Thank you, Commissioner.
Maybe just lastly, again, it's just to try and understand how it works. If the docket would have originally been yours, within your jurisdiction, from what you're explaining, because the incident occurred in your jurisdiction. In your explanation, you've said that you never knew who the investigator was the investigating officer was. Now, if the docket is within your jurisdiction, can you just explain how it works that explains that you wouldn't have known who the investigator is?
Thank you, Commissioner. The docket flow from the time it is reported at the police station is that it will obviously get a serial number, which will get to know it as a case number. Then, when it has got the case number, then it will be registered in the system and be assigned to the detective component. Remember, it is registered at the CSC. The CSC stands for Community Service Center. After that, registering those dockets, the custody of, or rather the mandate of investigating any case registered it falls with the detectives. Then the CSC is at the uniform or the visible policing environment. Then it will be transferred from the visible policing environment to the detective environment. And the commander of that particular detective unit will sign for that particular docket. And that commander will be mostly the most senior position who are commanders at that level. They are colonels. That is one rank below me. And or even lieutenant colonels in the absence of colonels. Then the colonel will then assign that particular docket for investigation to an investigating officer, who mostly are non-commissioned officers. Non-commissioned officers, Commissioner, I'm referring to the lower ranks, which is a warrant officer and below. Now, when the investigating officer receives that particular docket, he signed for that particular docket, and after signing for that particular docket in the system, which we call it a case control system, the investigating officer is now responsible for that particular docket. He or she is the sole responsible person for that particular investigation. And the accountability on that particular docket, it will now be with the commander of the investigating officer. Now, this is how the docket are moved from the inception to the latter.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Brigadier, just to follow up on that, you spoke about an authorization for the transfer. Is this done in writing, or is this just a verbal authorization for the transfer of the docket to Gauteng organized crime?
The docket, the transfer could not necessarily be done in writing, but when the docket is registered in the system, say it is registered in my name in Sedibeng district, and it has to be transferred to Joburg organized crime. Remember, it is in the system of Sedibeng. Now, when we transfer it in the system. Then it must be received in the system that will indicate overall on the national system that this docket has now been moved to Sedibeng, even if it's not done in writing. Because some are done in writing, some are not done in writing. After the inception, this, if it is their mandate, these units that I'm talking about, you will see them arrive in the community service center, and they say, we are from organized crime, we are coming to collect this docket, or from serious and violent crime unit, we are coming to collect this docket by virtue of us having the mandate to investigate it, not you at the local station.
And so for this docket in particular, what happened is that you authorized a transfer. It is not that organized crime came in and took the docket because it fell within their mandate. It was a specific transfer.
They requested it.
So they requested it
Yeah, they requested it.
from the community service station.
Yes.
And when does the authorization then happen? When are you notified of that transfer?
On the very same day that they requested it, I think it was the Commissioner Chair who asked me the question of, if my memory says me well, of when the jurisdiction is of, is not your jurisdiction. By virtue of them having arrested this
I will not take credit. It was Commissioner Baloyi.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Baloyi. Thank you, Commissioner Chair. Pardon,
I'm sorry, I'm very sorry for distracting you.
okay, Commissioner, it's fine.
Please take your time and think.
Yeah, I was saying when the suspects were arrested, they were arrested outside my jurisdiction.
Yes.
And they were arrested somewhere in Joburg jurisdiction in Bramley, to be specific. And the investigating officer who were dealing with the crime scene there, they phoned in and they say they want to request that they sign for the docket because they have established from the crime scene that this falls within their mandate. By virtue of them getting the weapons that were used to kill the deceased, and they are linking the weapons with other crimes that are falling outside my jurisdiction. So having explained this to the colonel who was in charge of the crime scene at Vereeniging, where Armand Swart was killed, because this thing happens on the very same day.
Yes.
Yeah, and the colonel phoned me because in any way they couldn't have authorized to move the docket without my authority. Then they phoned me and they explained me the story. Then I said to the colonel, let them take the docket, it's fine, as long as they're going to do the normal procedure, which is to register it in the system at Vereeniging so that it can reflect that it is initially Vereeniging case. Then, thereafter, they sign for it in the system so that we can know where the docket is.
All right. And thereafter, they then become the custodian of that docket?
Yeah, they become the custodian of that particular docket, yes.
Thank you, Brigadier. Chair.
Before you, maybe let me ask a question for clarification. You say in that paragraph 46 that if you had a personal interest in the docket, you would have kept it. In this discussion with Ms. Bowe, you say that the docket was requested. Again, it's a question about me trying to understand how it works. Could you, in the way that things work within the SABS, do you have the capacity or the standing to refuse to hand over a docket? Could you have said, no, I'm not giving up this docket? When I say could you have, I'm asking a systemic question rather than your personal interest in it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Excuse. True. As the district commissioner, you've got the prerogative to deny the docket being transferred to any unit, provided you can justify your denial. It happens that we refuse to let the docket go to any other unit, but it must be with justification.
Thank you.
Let us adjourn and resume at 20 to 12. Let's adjourn. Yes, Ms. Bowe.
Thank you, Chair. Brigadier, just before we move to the next topic in your statement, sorry, I wanted to ask you in terms of the issue we're dealing with regarding docket registration at a particular station. So let's take this case, for example. On the date of the murder, there would have been a vereniging team assigned to go to the scene, correct?
Correct, Advocate.
And are those the people that will then come back to the community service station to register the docket or a docket?
Correct, Advocate.
And once it's on that system, are those that go to the scene and register the docket immediately assigned, or there's a follow-up process to then assign an investigating officer?
There is a follow-up process, Advocate.
So in this instance, was there a team assigned to, an IO assigned to the docket?
Not,
I mean, at the point of registration, post-registration, before the Gauteng organized team comes to play and requests the docket.
perhaps I should ask you to repeat that one. I think I missed it a little bit.
No worries. So you have explained to us now that a team would have gone on to the scene. They would have come back and registered a docket at the community service station. Then you say after that, there would be a process of assigning an investigating officer. My question is, was an investigating officer assigned at that point before the Gauteng organized crime team comes to request the docket?
No, thanks, Advocate. Now I'm content with your question. No, it was not yet assigned.
All right, and is that then the reason why you wouldn't have known an investigating officer for that case, because one hadn't been assigned yet?
Exactly.
All right, thank you.
No, please continue, Ms. Bowen.
Yes, I will do so. Then I'm going to move to the next topic if there aren't any questions. This is now section F, where you're dealing with your sister's request and attempt to deliver close to the prison.
Okay, Advocate. On 6 December 2024, I learned from Fundiswa that Katiso had been arrested. I was shocked and asked what the charge was. She said she did not know. On 9 December 2024, Katiso appeared in Vereeniging Magistrate Court. I was at work and did not attend to that court session. Fundiswa attended the court proceedings. After court, I think between 1300 hours and 1400 hours, she came to my office and told me that the case had been postponed for a bail application and that Katiso had been sent to a government prison, which is Groenpend. She said she was unable to give him clothes and food, and she asked me to assist in doing that. I immediately contacted the area commissioner who was known to me at that point as Mr. Mkalipi. His name is Obert Mkalipi, to inquire whether Mr. Molefe had been admitted at that facility so that basic personal clothing could be delivered to him. Mr. Mkalipi initially indicated that Groenpend does not ordinarily house awaiting trial prisoners or detainees, and that there was no inmate recorded under that name in that facility. I informed him that I've just been informed that the court has adjourned and they sent Katiso there. So it could be that you haven't seen it yet because it's not a thing that happened long. Mr. Mkalipi undertook to verify my request and my information that I was giving him. And thereafter, he came back to me within a short while to confirm that Mr. Molefe is indeed in the facility registers. I then explained that Mr. Molefe is my brother-in-law and that his family wished to deliver clean clothing and food for him. Mr. Mkalipi advised that I could come to the facility subject to the applicable admission and security procedures. I was unable to attend immediately as I was on duty. After completing my official duties in my office, I proceeded to Groenpunt Correctional Services, where upon arrival I identified myself to the prison warder at the gate, and I explained to him the purpose of my visit, namely to deliver clothing to Mr. Molefe and the food. I was informed that the area commissioner, Mr. Mkalipi, has just left the facility. I missed him with few minutes. I thereafter contacted Mr. Mkalipi telephonically, and he referred me to an official whom he named Mr. Ntlapo for further assistance after speaking to the correctional service warder that was assisting me at the main gate. The gentleman took me to Mr. Ntlapo at the maximum C section. And when we arrived at Mr. Ntlapo's office, Mr. Ntlapo was not available, and I waited for a short period before he attended to me. And during the waiting, the officials that were escorting me took me to another official, whom I did not get the name, but she was having the rank structures on her shoulder. And then that person took me, asked me what I was there for, and I explained to her. And then she took me to the office of Mr. Ntlapo, and as she was taking me back to Mr. Ntlapo's office, we met Mr. Ntlapo on the passage, and Mr. Ntlapo then asked me what I was there for. Then I explained to him. Then he told me that it is late after hours and that he could not accept my food delivery to Katiso, and he will not allow me to see Katiso, but he will take the clothing and hand it over to Katiso. I complied fully with the instructions and did not seek any deviation from the applicable rules. I thereafter handed over the clothing and I left the facility. I deny that I attempted to interfere in any manner. My conduct was limited to assisting my sister by facilitating the delivery of the clothing to her husband while he was in custody. This was a personal and humanitarian act. I did not discuss the merits of the case with any official, nor did I request or expect any preferential treatment or deviation from established procedures in favor of Mr. Molefe.
Thank you, Brigadier. And then you can deal with the allegations related to the number plate.
Thank you, Advocate. The allegation of removing number plate commissioners, it has been alleged that I removed the number plates of the car I was driving to conceal my identity when I went to Groenpunt prison. I deny these allegations because it did not happen. I could not conceal my identity after having spoken to the area commissioner and identified myself. When I arrived at the gate to the officials there, I also identified myself. I signed the access register using my full names and as they appear in my identity card. And my visit was recorded. It will be upset to remove registration plates after openly identifying myself to both the officials. The truth is that my car was new at the time and had not yet been issued with a formal registration plate. It was fitted with a temporary permit, which is in accordance with the Road Traffic Ordinance Act. And this permit was issued from the dealership where I bought this particular vehicle, which is Omas Motors situated in Meyerton, Vereeniging. I do not personally affix or remove number plates in my cars, but the dealership, they are responsible for that.
Brigadier, just before you move on, do you recall when this new car was purchased?
Yes, Advocate, I purchased this vehicle during October.
Thank you. You can then deal with the,
October of what? The previous year? Which October?
Commissioner Chair, I think it was in October 2024.
so this would have been just 2 months before his arrest. So, because this is now, we're dealing with December when this visit happens.
Correct, Advocate.
All right, 2024. Now you can move to general denial of misconduct and suspension grounds.
Thank you. Commissioners, I've been informed that the interim report of this commission dated the 17th of December, accepted by the President on the 29th January 2026, allegedly lists my name as a member whose conduct justifies immediate investigation. Specifically, I deny that I have aided or abated any criminal activity or failed to act on credible intelligence or internal warnings, or benefited financially or politically from any criminal syndicate. I did not. I have dedicated my career to the South African Police Service, and I've acted with integrity. I'm being prejudiced by allegations that are vague and not yet tested.
You can proceed to deal with your conclusion.
As I conclude on this matter, Advocate, I deny any wrongdoing whatsoever in this regard. I'm willing to cooperate with the Commission's legitimate inquiries to the extent that such cooperations does not infringe upon my rights to a fair process and my right against self-incrimination. I request that the Commission make a finding that there is no basis for the allegation made against me, and that the SABC immediately withdraw my suspension proceedings against me, because I'm not the criminal that the media suggests.
Thank you, Brigadier. Brigadier, we're going to move to your supplementary statement. Commissioners, during the tea adjournment, we agreed that there is quite a bit of repetition in the supplementary. So what we're going to try to do is I'm going to direct Brigadier to the relevant paragraphs that are new for him to deal with those. And to the extent that there may have been a paragraph that I skipped that he wishes to place on record, he can do so. And then just to place it on record that during the process of preparing for his testimony, we did agree that a supplementary affidavit to be filed. So that's the first part of the supplementary statement. So, Brigadier, I propose that we start at section B. And just to say that in sum, you've noted in the statement that you wish to deal with 4 points. That's the second visit to Mr. Molefe that happened in February 2025. You want to deal with the White House. You want to deal with a proper procedure for handling dockets within SABC and the instruction received from the Provincial Commissioner, as well as the Ford Raptor that was driven by your sister, Ms. Nyangule. So 12.3 being handling of dockets will only deal with specific parts of it because you've covered most of it in your main statement. So if you can start with paragraph 14 at page 21 of your supplementary statement.
Thank you, Commissioners. Advocate, you said page 31.
No, page 21,
21.
where you deal with your second visit to Groenpoint.
Thank you, Commissioners. I deal with each of these issues in detail below. My second visit to Groenpoint prison, which took place during February. My main statement recorded my first visit to Groenpoint Correctional Center on 9 December 2024. I failed to mention a second visit that took place in or about February 2025. I acknowledge that this was an omission. I wish to explain why it occurred, although I've explained it in my introductory paragraphs at the beginning. The pressure that I was subjected to. The summons and the evidence presented to the Commission focused exclusively on the visit during
Brigadier.
December.
Paragraph 15, unless you want to read it into the record, just explains why you hadn't mentioned the second visit. The commissioners have read that. Unless you want to place it on record, I would suggest that you start at paragraph 17, where you deal with the actual visit.
Oh, thank you very much, Advocate. I've got no problem. On paragraph 17, I took annual leave during December 2024, and I traveled for a holiday. I returned home in the second week of January 2025. After my return, I was on sick leave for a period due to physical pains and stress that I was enduring. In February 2025, while I was still on leave, my sister Fundiswa Nyangule, who I explained as the wife of Mr. Katiso Molefe in the main statement, contacted me. She informed me that she was coming to Gauteng to visit her husband in prison. She told me that her own vehicle had mechanical problems and it was not available. She asked if I could fetch her from the airport because she was coming from Devon, where she is residing. And I agreed, and I went to the airport and picked her up. We drove together to Groenpoint prison, and on arrival, we followed the normal procedures of identifying ourselves at the gate, and we produced our identity card, which is our ID cards, and then the prison officials, they gave us a register to sign, and we were permitted to get in and see Katiso.
Brigadier, just before you move too far from this, at paragraph 20, you mentioned that Ms. Nyangule was coming to Gauteng. Do you have a sense of when did she move to Durban? Because in your first statement, you talked about how she was first residing with you and your wife, and then she moved in with your wife's brother at the time. But there isn't an indication then when she moved.
I don't have that information as to when did she move to Durban with the husband.
Thank you. You can continue.
Okay, thank you very much.
You were at
Advocate.
paragraph 23.
Three. Thank you very much, Advocate. I was not given any preferential treatment. I waited my turn. I complied with the security checks. I wish to state clearly and unequivocally that I followed the procedures like any other person. I did not visit Katiso to interfere with any investigation. I did not use my rank to gain improper access. I was there primarily to drive my sister, who was the lawful visitor. Once I was told that I could see Katiso, I did so as a family member, not as a police officer. Should I continue?
Yes, you can.
The next paragraph will be talking to the White House, its nature and complete denial of a corrupt association. I have become aware through the media reports and through the evidence presented to this commission that a place called the White House, located in North Cliff, which has been described as a hub for corrupt activities involving senior SABC officials, politicians, and organized crime figures. I wish to inform the Commission that I've been to the White House on several occasions. I'm not denying that. The White House is a private property that was used from time to time for social gatherings by colleagues from the SABC. Beg your pardon, Commissioners.
Brigadier, just before you moved, just for the record, the White House, is that the North Cliff Hotel?
Correct, Advocate.
All right, thank you.
The gatherings at the White House were ordinarily arranged by colleagues or our colleague, Major General Richard Shibiru, who appeared before this commission. Commissioners, to the best of my knowledge, the purpose of these social gatherings was very innocent and was very lawful, according to me. It was ordinarily to bring camaraderie, which is a friendship and a close relationship, to foster those working relationships and to distress after work with officers from different units and who are within the organization. Of course, we will from time to time be having some of the civilians in the likes of the owner of the boutique hotel after being introduced to us as the owner. That is to the best of my knowledge, and the gatherings were not secret at all.
Sorry, Brigadier. So are you saying that generally the only civilian would have been the owner in your knowledge?
Yeah, it will be advocated the owner and the partner to the owner who was preparing us drinks and food, and perhaps the other guys that are working in that particular institution, but we were not sitting with them where we were sitting.
So for the purpose of the socialization and socializing and the talking, it was mainly police officers?
Correct, Advocate.
And you say they were arranged by General Shibiri. Was it him who was doing the general inviting, or any one of you could invite any police officer you wanted?
Can I ask Advocate to repeat that question?
At paragraph 25.3, you indicated that the gatherings were ordinarily arranged by your colleague, General Shibiri. And then in the next paragraph, you talk about how it was used to build camaraderie and foster closer working relationships. So my question was related to invitees, how police officers would get invited. Was it General Shibiri who would be doing the inviting, or any and all the police officers there could invite anyone as they pleased? Well, any police officer.
Thanks, Advocate. I will not know who are doing the invites to the attendees, but all I know is that General Shibiri was the one who was inviting me and General Mtombeni, because in all times, when I have to go there, I will have to speak to General Shibiri to say we can come, because he was the one who was arranging, and he's the one who introduced us to the owner. So as for the others, I've never known how they got invited and by who.
Thank you, Brigadier. You were dealing with paragraph 25.5.
Thank you, Advocate. The gatherings were not secret, as I've alluded. Many officers attended and we held general discussions. There was no discussion of ongoing criminal investigation in a manner that could compromise the administration of justice, at least not in my presence, if there were any. I'm aware that the White House is suggested to be a place where corruption occurs. I'm also aware that the investigating officer, Witness B, may have attended some of these social gatherings, because I started getting to know it from this commission when General Shibiri was testifying and when the Witness B was also testifying. I have served as an investigating officer, commissioners, like I've alluded earlier on in my testimony, for 26 years.
My apologies, Brigadier, this is my fault. So for this section, paragraphs 27 and 28, you have already dealt with, unless there's something there that you want to emphasize. What's new is at paragraph 28.4, where you deal with system changes because of a complaint.
Thank you, Advocate. In paragraph 28.4, I was explaining that the investigating officers signed for the docket, as I've alluded earlier on in the system, confirming physical receipt of that particular docket. From that moment, the IO becomes the sole custodian and the possessor of that particular docket, meaning he or she is in full control of that particular docket. The docket is under the IO's exclusive control and responsibility, and if it happens that the complainant is unhappy with the progress of the investigation, they may lodge a complaint. The complaint registered with the complaint will then be registered with the commander at the CSC, and then the complaint file will then be booked to a commissioned officer to investigate the complaint against the police. And the commander may call the IO to our account and may escalate the matter to higher levels if necessary. Complaints can escalate to the district commissioner, can be escalated to the district commissioners, the provincial commissioners, even to the minister of the police, and notwithstanding any other person who is in a commanding position, such as the premiers and associates. If a complaint comes from a higher level, such as the premier or the minister, the provincial commissioner may issue a lawful instruction to district commissioners to take certain steps, including requesting those dockets for review or reassignment. The government of Gauteng raised concerns about certain criminal investigations, including the Armand Swart murder case. A complaint was lodged with the South African Police Service Provincial Commissioner General Mtombeni. General Mtombeni decided to instruct district commissioners, including me as acting district commissioner for Sedibeng, to collect all dockets that had J50 warrants of arrest and to deliver them to the Deputy Provincial Commissioner of Detective Service, which is Major General Mbuso Kumalo, for oversight and review.
Brigadier, thank you. In this section, you have already taken the commission through the fact that the instruction was not limited and who you approached in executing the instruction. So unless there's something in paragraphs 28.7 until 28.11 that you want to emphasize, I'd propose for us to move to section E of your statement.
Thank you very much, Advocate.
Brigadier, can I just understand the sequence? So the incident happens, and on the day, as I've understood your discussion with Ms. Bowe, what happens is the officers that had attended, from your jurisdiction, that had attended the scene would have been the one that went to the CSC, that had gone there, and a docket gets created. At which point after that, and when I say point, I mean in terms of dates, so that I understand the sequence, at which point does that docket get transferred to organized crime?
Commissioner, there is no stipulated period. However, when the scene is processed.
No, sorry, maybe let me explain my question. I'm asking specifically in this case. So we know the incident happens on a date in April 17th. And then so CSC would have a docket. Someone goes to CSC and a docket gets opened on that day. But on the facts of this case, we know that at some point, the docket is transferred to organized crime. So I'm asking for a date when that happened.
Thank you, Commissioner. It happened the same day.
It was transferred to organized crime the same day?
Yes. Actually, Commissioner, perhaps I should answer you like this. I authorized it on the very same day, but I cannot confirm whether the capturing on the system was done the same day. It could have done the following day or time after, but the authority that the docket could be transferred to the provincial office organized crime was given the same day.
When the docket is transferred to organized crime, it's the physical docket. It means that physical docket is now with somebody else, and that somebody else is organized crime. Is that what it means?
Definitely, Commissioner.
Okay. So if that is so, when the provincial commissioner gives an instruction that causes you to have to get all the dockets, does it mean you now get the docket back from organized crime for purposes of complying with this instruction?
Perfectly so, Commissioner. Wherever the docket is, you, because of the fact that you remain actually accountable for the movement of the docket. Now, me being allow me to call it the custodian of...
the owner of the docket.
The owner of the docket.
Yes.
The provincial commissioner will not know that this docket is at the organized crime. What he sees is in the system that it is registered under Vereeniging, which is in Sedibeng district. Now, this docket registered in Sidibeng, he will give orders to the Sidibeng District Commissioner to get him the docket.
Okay.
That is why I was saying earlier on, Commissioner, when I was speaking to witness B, that if that the docket is at the DPP, it is not a problem, as long as you can give a report in writing that the docket is at the DPP, and the report, we are going to send it with other dockets to the Provincial Commission,
Okay.
that the docket is not readily available. So we will be accounting as to where the docket is. If it answers your question, Commissioner.
So it remained a Sidibeng docket even though it is with organized crime? Is that?
100%, Commissioner, by virtue of it having the serial number that I spoke about, which is called the CAS number, it won't change that it was registered in Vereeniging. That is why it remained in Sidibeng.
Thank you. Thanks,
The
Brigadier.
language we have heard very often in this commission, Brigadier, is the station of origin. So where the docket was originally opened, that remains throughout the life of the docket. And the station of origin in this case was Vereeniging.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think you are my assistant in that regard. Thanks.
Thanks, Brigadier. If you can then go to paragraph 29.
Thank you, Advocate. Paragraph 29 talks to the Ford Raptor vehicle registered in my name. The evidence before the Commission includes an allegation that a Ford Raptor vehicle registered in my name was driven by Katiso's girlfriend, Fundiso, outside the Vereeniging Magistrate Court on the 5th of March 2025. I confirm that this allegation is true. The Ford Raptor vehicle was indeed my private vehicle that was driven by Fundiso on the day, and I purchased this particular vehicle lawfully for my eldest daughter, who was paying for it through me, since I'm the registered owner of this particular vehicle. I was not driving the vehicle on the 5th of March. I was not present at the court either in Vereeniging on that day. I borrowed this particular vehicle to Fundiswa, who is my sister. As I've explained in detail in my main statement, and that in this supplementary statement, I confirm that I treat Fundisa like my baby sister, so I will always assist her when she needs an assistance. I allowed Fundiswa to use this vehicle. She came to Gauteng to visit her husband in prison. She explained to me that she suspected people following her, and she was afraid to use her car because it's known. And I decided to give her the Ford Raptor vehicle because in any way, it has been sitting in the garage for quite some time without it being utilized. Should I continue, Advocate?
Just to make sure, so in February when she came, you accompanied her because then she had problems with her car. And then in March when she was going for this visit, her reason for approaching you for assistance was because she was being followed.
100% Advocate.
Thank you, Brigadier. Then the last section is the allegations that Mr. Molefe denied knowing you.
Thank you, Advocate. On paragraph 30, I alluded to the fact that the Commission has evidence from the prison head, Mr. Nkoli, that on 10 December 2024, the day after my first visit in Groenpend, he interviewed Mr. Molefe and asked him whether he was related to me or not. According to Mr. Nkoli, Mr. Molefe said he was not my brother-in-law and did not know me as a relative. I beg your pardon. Commissioners, I cannot explain why Mr. Molefe will say he did not know me. I was not there when he was communicating with Mr. Nkoli. And I was not present. I don't know how they spoke. And I wouldn't really testify saying that Mr. Molefe denied knowing me. I disclosed openly to the prison officials on the 9th of December who am I, and I disclosed it in my main statement. And commissioners, I had clothes that has to be given to Katiso and the food. And the prison officials went to give Katiso the clothes, and he accepted it. And if he did not know me, according to my own perspective, why would he accept clothes coming from a person that you don't know? So I wouldn't know why he said he didn't know me.
Thank you, Brigadier. Brigadier, that completes your two statements. Is there anything else that you want to place on record?
Not much, commissioners, except to say that I feel very embarrassed to be associated with criminals, but not as a fault of anyone else but myself. And I'm putting it to the community that I'm accountable for in accordance with the constitution of this country, that I'm not a criminal. I don't associate with cartels and the so-called cartels. I don't. And I'm a police officer who served in the South African Police Service for 39 years almost. And I want to retain and leave the service ceremonially so in the next few months to come. I'm a proud police officer up until this stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brigadier.
Can he just complete that part? Sorry to do this, Brigadier. You say in the next few months. When is your retirement date?
Commissioner, at the end of July, I'll be on pension.
End of July this year?
Yes.
So 2 months, 3 months?
Yes, Commissioner.
You'll be turning 62. Why?
I'll be reaching the retirement age, Commissioner.
You are not a lady, Brigadier. You don't have to worry about those things. Unless this goes back to that boys' discussion, you don't want them to know how old you are. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, okay, Commissioner.
Brigadier, if we can go back to your first statement,
Is this
my
the
apologies.
beginning of the probing?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, all right. Just to alert the brigadier.
Oh,
Thank you, Commissioner.
yes, Chair. I learned from Chief Evidence Leader that we disclose when people must be wary of the questions. Although I don't think the Brigadier need to be wary of me. Brigadier, if we can go to your relationship with Ms. Nyangule, and I have a few questions to better understand how close you were. Now, earlier you testified that she was married to your wife's late brother, and that in the year 2000, you refer to him as Sazi. His surname is?
Kuboni.
Kuboni.
Yes, advocate.
So Mr. Kuboni passes away in 2000, in the year 2000, and you then say that 2 days later, Ms. Nyangule's mother also passes away. Is this at this point where Ms. Nyangule's family had all unfortunately passed away, or were there other family members around this time?
During the passing of Sazi and the mother of Fundiswa, there were still siblings of Fundiswa. To my collection, I think there were 2 who were still alive, 2 or 3, I can't remember very well.
And do you recall when those siblings passed away?
No.
All right. And then on your wife's side, your, should I say, estranged wife's side, because you indicated that it was a separation.
Yes.
Did you you indicated that your wife had an older brother? Were there other siblings?
Yeah, there were other siblings who were the younger brother. Actually, there is a younger sister of my wife and a younger brother of my wife who was younger than Sazi.
And then in terms of the timeline that we've gone through, you say then that in 2001, the mourning period came to an end, and by 2005, Ms. Nyangule had started to see or had met Mr. Molefe.
I apologize, Advocate, to ask you to repeat that statement.
No worries. I'm trying to build a timeline of events. So you indicated that a year after your brother-in-law's passing, after the 1 year, so that would have been in 2001, that's when the mourning period came to an end. Thereafter, you said that in 2005, Ms. Nyangule then meets Mr. Molefe.
Advocate, I wouldn't know when did Fundiswa meet this Katiso. But what I know is that during 2005, Fundiswa came to us to come and tell us that I was still with my wife, I remember, that she met a guy. This guy wanted to marry her. And we sit down and interviewed her. That was in 2005. But as to when did they meet, I don't know.
All right. And when you say you interviewed her trying to understand who she was going to marry, what information did you ascertain from that process?
Commissioners, what I could remember, amongst others, is that we came to a question of her having to tell her the background of this particular guy that he has met. Do you know this particular person enough? He said yes. And it came to a time where she told us that this guy is a married man. Then that's when I get to differ with her on her intentions to marry this guy because of his marriage status.
And so your disapproval was registered much earlier than when the customary marriage happens, which is in 2022?
Correct, Advocate.
Okay. So then in 2022, you noted that the customary marriage happens. Now, how is your relationship between Fundiso and yourself affected by the split with your wife, which you say happens in 2014?
Our relationship with Fundiswa, it was, let me say, in the absence of perhaps a suitable word, it was dented in that we did not finish the meeting with me on that day because I abandoned the meeting on the basis that we were not agreeing in terms, and I abandoned the meeting with the sole intention of convincing my wife, who was trying to say, yeah, but be reasonable, man. And what I said, no, Mina, I don't go with that, not unless I'm convinced otherwise. But yeah, let me leave you with, and then we'll talk.
Are you referring to 2005 now?
Yes,
I
Commissioner.
think, Ms. Bowe, aren't you asking about 2014 onwards?
Yes.
Yes.
I apologize, perhaps I missed the point.
Yes, so what I'm trying to understand, okay, so in 2005 you have this meeting, you leave on a bad note because you are of the view that it's not a good idea to marry somebody who's married. During that, between 2005 and 2021, in 2014, you separate from your wife.
Yes.
So I'm asking, given that the last time, at least that you mentioned, there was this meeting, it ended on a bad note. What happens in the intervening period is that you separate from your wife. What happens of your relationship with Ms. Nyangule at that stage?
Yeah, we're no longer having a solid relationship. However, the relationship was still there because we were talking over the phones, and she will call and check, and the wife will tell me that Fundisa called or Fundisa visited, and sometimes I will come home and find that Fundisa is there visiting, and she's sitting there, and then when I come out, we see one another, and it's like, but it was never like before.
Perhaps I'm not clear. So are you now describing your relationship post-2025 but pre-2014? That she used to come around and you'd find her talking to your wife would also tell you Fundisa was here, so it was strained but there was still a relationship.
Yeah, pre-2014,
Yes.
post-2005.
Yes.
Yes, but post-2014,
Yes.
we were just talking over the phone with Fundiswa. I never actually met her.
And do you recall what the frequency of those calls were?
It was not, I can tell that it was not many, it was maybe not even 4 times, but I cannot recall exactly, but I don't remember me talking to her perhaps more than 3 times over the phone, but we were talking.
3 or 4 times over that entire period.
Over that entire period,
Thank you.
Commission.
So this is until 2021?
Until 2021.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then in 2021, you were told about the customary marriage.
Yes.
And at this time, had you warmed up to the idea of the marriage?
No.
And so were you testified that you were part of the negotiations though?
Yes.
So now how does that come about?
For the negotiations that I think the brigadier said he participated in Ms. Poe was SABC's.
Oh, my apologies.
These, he had washed his hands and was quite mad about what was happening. Am I correct,
apologies.
Brigadier?
Thanks,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes.
All right. So then, let's extend that period. So between 2021 and 2024, when Ms. Nyangule then calls you for that, to ask for a meeting, would the number of calls still be about 3 or 4?
No, obviously it's adding to those costs. Yeah.
So, so you've already told us that in that 7-year period, you had 3 or 4 calls. In the additional 3 years, can you give a guesstimate?
I really can't remember that.
But you wouldn't say it was a lot. It sounds like,
Or there could not have been any at all.
yeah.
Between 2021 to 2024, I don't remember. I don't remember any.
You don't remember any?
Yeah.
So what do you remember is that from 2014 to 2020? No, I want to go beyond, to 2024.
24, yes.
All that you remember is 3 to 4 calls. That's all you remember.
That's
Yes,
what
yes.
I think
Yes.
it could have happened.
Can we be more specific? Since what you say was the customary marriage between Mr. Molefe and Ms. Fundiswa Nyangule. So from the date of the customary marriage until this meeting in Alberton in 2024, had you spoken to her at all? So just cover the date from the customary marriage until when she wanted you to meet in June 2024. During that period, did you speak to her at all?
I'm trying to jog my memory, commissioners.
Maybe I'll tell you why I'm asking this, because I had understood you to be saying you were angry, you were upset that she was marrying somebody who was already married and you wanted nothing to do with that. So I'm assuming because of that, I'll call it disappointment, I won't say anger, that disappointment, there was no communication between you and her after that.
Correct, Commissioner, but as I'm trying to jog back my memory, I think, because I remember knowing that, I remember having been told that Fundiswa is married to that guy that he was talking about, and she's staying in Durban. So that could mean that, although I don't have a good recollection, but that could mean that I might have spoken to her, but I did not hear. What I could remember is that I did not hear from her that she was married to that guy.
And so it would be fair to describe your relationship then as strained. It doesn't sound like you had much of a relationship after 2005, or at least from 2014 till 2024 when she asked for a meeting.
Advocate, I will say it is not. Between 2014 and 2024, much as I don't remember how many calls we had, I remember that there was a moment when she was being chased around when she was in Gauteng. which is what I thought that's what prompted her to move to Durban, because there were people chasing her around for what we did not know, because at some stage she was, there was a house robbery, and I was called, and she moved from Midlands to Rodiport at some time, and then she moved from Rodiport to Four Ways, and during that time I was on the case of trying to assist in protecting her. So, but it was after 2005.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Brigadier, maybe just to,
Oh, just before that, who called you? You said you were called. Who called you?
yeah, there are a family member who is very, very close to Fundiswa. Is also the sister to my wife. So she will call and say, "So, Ufundisa this and this and this," because they know we were very, very close and with Fundis.
All right. No. I just wanted to know who called you.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
it's,
all right,
it's
all
the family member, the sister to my wife.
Brigadier, I accept that between 2025 and 2014, you had a relationship, and this incident you're describing happens in that window, correct?
Ms. Boer, you keep saying 2025. I think you meant 2005. That's why
My
he
apologies.
keeps getting confused.
2005, my apologies, Brigadier, and 2014, I accept that. My interest or in finding a way to describe the relationship is more between 2014 and 2024, because you have testified that you only recall about 3 or 4 calls. How would you then describe that kind of relationship?
Yeah, Advocate, like I was saying, I'm trying to jog back my memory. I'm not sure of the calls that we made, but as I'm saying also, I'm remembering as we were talking that there was also this case, and I remember it was between that 2014 and 2005 that she went to Rodiport police station also, and to report a case. And when she was there, she phoned me to tell me what is happening, and then I went there. So most probably it will be more than those period. I mean those calls numbers that I've mentioned.
Okay, thank you, Brigadier. And then with that, those few calls that happen in between 2014 and 2024, you then get a call saying she's requesting to meet, correct?
Correct.
And for this meeting, she comes from Durban.
Correct, Advocate.
At that stage, she had moved to Durban.
Correct, Advocate.
And her coming to Joburg is specifically to meet you.
Correct, Advocate.
And then during this, she asks you about assistance in relation to her family estate, her deceased family estate. So does this, at this point, does that include now her siblings, or was this in relation to her mother?
Also including the siblings, because she said, I remember when we were talking about not wanting to narrate too much and disclose certain hidden things. Talk about the estate of the brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you say that in this meeting, she then had a conversation with you about meeting Mr. Molefe.
Correct, Advocate.
Now, when this happens, you hadn't met Mr. Molefe at all. And in fact, on your version, you had only heard about him in 2005. What did you think about this request to meet him?
I asked her, why does your husband want to meet me? He says, it is not good that you guys, you don't know one another, yet me, I communicate with you now and there. And now my husband is more than willing to meet you. And I want, me as Funis, I want you to meet my husband.
Brigadier, just to make sure, in your earlier statement you said that, was it her husband that wanted to meet you? Right? And then she, of course, had her own independent desire for you to meet him.
Yes. So both of them, they wanted to meet me according to my understanding, because she said, it is not right for you not knowing my husband. Now, my husband proposed to meet you, and I also want you to meet my husband.
Now, did you find it at all strange that this request was coming in 2024, when they got married in 2021, and you started knowing of him and his intention to marry in 2005?
Of course, Advocate, I find it strange.
And did you convey those feelings of finding it strange?
To her?
Yes.
Yes, of course. As we were discussing, I asked politely that, Siswam Agongjet, why Katiso afuna ukuzohlangana nami, and you know ukuthi ngakutshela ukuthi Katiso angimfuni because he's a married man. Is he no longer married now? What I no, they are he's divorcing with his wife. So he will come and confirm it to you. So he's no longer a married a man. So I said, oh, okay, it's fine.
Okay, so because he was no longer married, is that what made you willing to meet, or you were willing to meet irrespective?
It loosened my feeling about the man.
Okay. Now, at this stage, outside of what you know of him, which is he's a businessman and he was married, did you know anything else about Mr. Molefe?
No.
And had you checked on Mr. Molefe, who
No.
he is, or asked anyone about him?
No.
All right.
Not at that stage.
Okay. And so you then proceed to the meeting with Mr. Molefe, and you've already testified that Ms. Nyangule and your nephew didn't stay long.
On the meeting with Katiso.
Meeting with Katiso.
Yes, Advocate.
All right. So the two of you say, talked on very general terms, you say?
Correct, Advocate.
Including that he told you about his various business interests and the security sector.
Correct, Advocate.
And then you say you told him about your approaching retirement. Was this a frank discussion about you potentially joining him?
Perhaps, can you narrate on the frank discussion?
Was it an offer? You were saying, I'm retiring. He says, I have interest in security. And in fact, you said, this is beyond your statement, that he had a tender. I think you said Machabeng.
Correct, Advocate.
And that tender needed security.
Correct, Advocate.
And so he was offering, or at least requesting, that when you retire, you would come and work with him.
Correct, Advocate. Let me tell you that as we were discussing, after all the discussions, when he come to this point, I finally thought, oh, this is why he wanted to come and see me. Because he told me about this tender there, and that it's a multi-billion tender, and I'm needing 3 security companies to be in this particular area. And as you're saying, you are nearing to retirement. I think it can assist you in your retirement if you choose to. Then I said, no, you're coming up with something good I'm interested in. And we can start working on the issues on my period of nearing retirement.
Okay, so you are saying that then felt like this was the crux of why he wanted to meet you?
Exactly, because
Okay.
all this time I was still so casual.
KG or?
Yeah, KG.
Because when you say casual, but you're...
I'm sorry. You know, so
So you were still apprehensive and cagey. You were not
exactly. I was still
open yet.
cagey as
Yeah.
to exactly why did he want to come and meet me, because he was just telling me, introducing himself, telling me his upbringings, going to school, and he's a businessman and so forth. He grew up playing this and that, and telling me like he's giving me his CV.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
But still, I was not convinced, but little bit convinced to think that maybe he is trying to qualify that he is a good man for my sister. Because he even told me that he is in the process of a divorce without me asking him. Then I thought, oh, okay, Fundisa told him that this is what I said.
Yeah.
So, in a way, I was starting to be convinced that I was starting to give him a benefit of doubt.
Okay. All right. And so he tells you about this opportunity. You agree that, okay, it's something that's good and something to consider. And then I guess you're concluding, you say, he then asks you a question about this bail application. How does it come about? Does it come about as abrupt as you describe it?
Correct, Advocate. We were sitting now, finishing our meal and drinks, and it was now some time that we've been talking. So after concluding this issue of the security business and the likes, and I'm now open now. Now I'm starting to like the man.
Okay.
Yeah, I must be honest. I'm starting to like the man and open up now. I saw, this is a good idea, man. Now, to you have a pants, but you know. I've got an experience where I can run security, and I'll start registering security company, and I think I'll be pensioning towards the right direction, because I had my plans, but this one, I think it supersedes my plans.
Okay.
So
it wasn't
as we finish,
just a casual, you were in it with what he was saying and about the...
about the business.
security, yes.
We talked in depth. We talked in depth.
So this in-depth conversation about the opportunity starts to die down as you're finishing your meals. How does this then come up about the friend who's been arrested?
Yeah, as we were about to finish, and I'm saying, hey, Swar, thanks very much, man, but time is running out here. He even said, no, don't worry, Swar. we'll ask for a bill and then I'll foot the bill and then we'll go. Then as the waiter came and then he told him that, I know, prepare for us the bill. Now, this latter topic now comes.
Yes.
He says, this one, una di tatanyana ulinteng mona kupang unthuse ka bona, ne? Ke eng swa? And then Atoma Utlalusa started explaining as I've
Sorry, Brigadier, you speak English well. Can you please say all of that in English? For the record.
I apologize, Commissioner.
No need to apologize at all. It's our languages, but this is purely for the record.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. So he started telling me that one of the friends that he grew up with, that he was telling me about, has...
Sorry, Brigadier. So just to note what you had said in vernac, you started with, he asked you for help and said, "Eish, brother-in-law, there's a problem that I have."
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Then
Kinalibutata, there's a problem that I have.
Yeah. One of those friends that I was talking about earlier on is arrested, and IEA is arrested by you, and he's seeking bail, and I said, wait, my brother. That's when I stopped him on his tracks to tell me the details. Before he even tell me who this friend is, then I started changing to say, I don't discuss work cases. So, and I not even discuss work with my wife. Yeah.
now, when he says one of the friends,
The latter part is difficult to believe. We always hear about pillow talk, and I would assume that most people do engage in pillow talk, so involving even matters of work. So I'm surprised to hear that you did not discuss your work with your wife in what I refer to as pillow talk. But anyway, that's besides the point, and it's not important.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Brigadier, so when he says one of the friends I was talking about, given that you described the conversation about his upbringing and friends in general terms, did you know what friend he was talking about?
No, I didn't.
Did he say the friend who was a police officer, or were there any identifying adjectives or descriptions that he was giving, or he just said a friend that I spoke about?
He just said a friend,
Okay.
my friend, and then I started saying, oh, as long as the thing that prompted me to stop him is when he says, this particular friend of mine was arrested by you in Vereniging. Then I said, I don't discuss my cases, not even with my wife. So let's if you want me and you to have a sound relationship, so let's not talk about my work, because if we start talking about my work now, I'm doing something that I'll lose my work. I don't talk about my work. Let's respect one another for that.
And
Sir,
when he said,
can
oh, my
If I
apologies.
may, sorry, Ms. Brigadier, you earlier on you said a few sentences back. You said he said that the friend that I was talking about earlier. You remember saying that?
Yeah, Commissioner, maybe if I may clarify, maybe I put it out of context. He earlier on told me that his upbringing with friends. So amongst those friends, there is a friend of him who was arrested in my area by me.
I see. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
And then when he says arrested by you, did you think he meant that physically, literally, or figuratively as in arrested in your area?
I did not analyze that at that moment. I just decided to stop him on his tracks.
Okay. And what was his response to you saying, I don't talk about work issues? Or let's not go there, let's respect each other, you said.
Yeah, he said, Swara, I'm sorry if I'm stepping on a wrong footing, but I didn't mean to risk your job. And I said, no, Swara, there's no problem. There's no breaking of any relationship. I'm just telling you my policy.
All right. Thank you, Brigadier.
Are you leaving this part?
Not quite, but...
Okay.
And now, when he says to you, when you say to him, no work-related cases, why does he say he didn't mean to put your job at risk? Is that something you said in response to him?
Yes.
That, yeah, what exactly did you say? Sorry. Or what do you recall saying?
In response.
Yes, because you say that when he apologized, he says, I didn't mean to put your job at risk.
I said, Swar, there's no breaking of a relationship by saying that. I didn't mean to say when I cannot help you, it's a breaking of a relationship. Like, I'm sorry, Commissioner, I have to interpret this in Vernac because we were speaking in Vernac, if I may. I said, this thing, especially the case tsa mosebetsi wa ka, I see a relationship ya ka le wena. Mara, please, it's off the limits. Let us not go there, so meaning it does not break any relationship for me to tell him that my work is off limits. So, and we can continue with any other thing, but not my work.
And in relation to this topic, did you get a sense that this was also part of the reason why he wanted to talk to you?
Exactly, Advocate. As I moved on after we've parted ways, you know, you'll be doing the recollections. It came to cross my mind that now, I think even this thing of the business, he was just trying to entice me so that when we come to the issue of the friendship, he's offering me, and I will perhaps also do him a favor. That crossed my mind.
So now, when this crossed your mind, this is now after the fact?
Yes.
All right.
Brigadier, it would seem, in the way that you describe how things escalated to this discussion now, you started by saying, in fact, what happened first, there was a general discussion, and you happened to mention in that general discussion about your approaching retirement. So that part, you've just met and you're trying to know each other. It sounds like in that part. And then now you discuss the serious matter of him raising the issue about his friend. It seems from this account that in fact that was the purpose of him meeting with you. Considering also that you haven't had much dealings with Fundiswa since she got married to him or after your divorce. You haven't had any dealings. You are meeting this man for the very first time. On the face of it, it looks like Fundiswa called you out of the blue to say, I would like you to meet my husband. And the main thing, or the most serious discussion out of it, is about his friend. On the face of it, it looks like that was really the purpose of Fundiswa asking you to meet with him. At least that's what it looks like to me.
Should I comment, Commissioner?
You may.
I agree with you.
Thank you.
And at that point, let's adjourn and resume at 2:05.
Please make sure that your cell phones are off. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Bowe.
Thank you, Chair. Brigadier, just to orientate us, we had just concluded dealing with the meeting that you had with Mr. Molefe. And you've also testified earlier that after the meeting, you conveyed to Ms. Nyangule that the meeting went well and you had a general discussion. And did you convey any of the discomfort that you experienced in the meeting?
No, I didn't at that time, advocate, but at a later stage.
All right, and at a later stage, you mean when?
It was after we had the Stockfell meeting, and it transpired that allegedly I sent this Sergeant to go to the investigating office.
All right. Commissioners, I'm going to move to the Stockfell issue. And for purposes of that, if we can pull out CJC 184, Brigadier, so that's in tab 4. It's the very first document, and that's the statement of Sergeant Sugud. Just so that you can be able to look at it alongside your own statement, I'm just going to ask that you take it out of the file. It will make it easier to navigate between the two documents.
Okay. Ready.
Advocate Poe, I hope the names that need to be redacted are redacted so that they are not mentioned.
Yes, in the morning we undertook that exercise with the Brigadier. Brigadier, maybe let me just make sure at annexure or CJC 184 there, please, wherever you see the name of witness B, just mark it if you haven't already crossed that out.
Thank you.
Are you,
I think we already did.
saying there was an exercise to actually write B and so on instead of the actual names?
We did that for the statements at the start of the day. I'm just trying to ascertain that we've also done it for the statement. Alternatively, if you can just use...
Let's just take a 2 or so minute adjournment just to make sure.
No, I was going to suggest, because we
don't-
have given him 2 bundles, one where it is redacted. So I'm just going to ask him to have regard to the redacted bundle. Brigadier, can you confirm that you have the redacted statement?
I confirm, Advocate.
Oh, thank you. So you say a few days after your meeting with Mr. Molefe, you then attend a Stockfell where you had other police officers. Is it a police Stockfell or is it just a social with other civilians?
It is not a police Stockfell, Commissioners. However, the members of that Stockfell is mainly police officers. And of course, there will be 2 or 3 other civilians, but in majority, we will be sitting in places where, or should I say, me myself, I'll be sitting with, surrounded by the police members.
All right. And at paragraph 29, you just deal briefly with your relationship with Sergeant Tugudu. And you say that you've been good friends since 2017. Would you have met around the time that you were stationed in Attridgeville?
Before Attridgeville, Commissioners, because I went in Attridgeville in 2018.
Okay. And at the time, were you his supervisor or anything, or it was just a casual meeting when you meet him?
It was just a casual.
And has he ever worked under you?
No, Commissioners.
So you've only ever known him as an officer in a different unit?
Correct, Commissioners.
But in terms of rank structure, you're more senior?
Correct, Advocate.
And then you say that you discuss both professional and personal matters. In the professional sense, is it just as you would to vent your frustration if you have a friend in the force, or does this mean even investigative work?
Commissioners, we will at times engage on professional work where, remember, I made mention that in 1996 to 97, I worked in the organized crime.
Mm-hmm.
And Sergeant Tsuguru and other colleagues are working in that environment. And from time to time, they will be talking about projects. And project is in the form of tracing wanted suspects. Then when they are looking for suspects within my vicinity, they will always come and consult with me, and then we will assist one another and apprehend those suspects. So
Okay.
we will engage on professional level.
In the example you just gave, it is one where Sergeant Sukudu is working as a suspect in your area. Does it ever happen that you would require some assistance from him?
Yes, of course. I will require assistance from him.
Can you give an example of in what sense?
We will be engaging from time to time to say, look, in my station, like I was in Attridgeville, we were at sometimes looking for these organized crime syndicates. And those were the taxi related. Now, I will check with them to say, don't you have leads towards these people that we are looking for? And we will share information if they have and if they don't have.
And in your relationship, do you ask him for favors?
No.
Okay.
But perhaps, I'm sorry, Advocate, maybe if you can, or perhaps with my understanding, because if I'm asking him to check information on the suspects that we are looking for, or I send them, there is this suspect in this particular place, now you are working in and around those areas, please see if you can't arrest this particular suspect. I should think those are favors.
Oh, so you would term that as a favor?
Yes.
And in that instance, is that a request or is that a command coming from a senior officer?
It all depends at what circumstances are we talking. For an example, if I will be phoning from my work office and request that kind of favor that I've elaborated on. It will be a request because he's not serving under my direct supervision. And they can only take instructions from the direct lineage command. And if I have to give an instruction, which I'm privy to that, I will do it in writing and communicating with his or their commanders. But if I talk to him personally or talk to other colleagues personally, verbally or telephonically, it will be an informal one, which is a request.
Okay, and you have, as you've said, asked for informal requests from him.
Yes.
And then let's get back to the stock file. You mentioned in your statement that it was Sergeant Chukudu and the others. Do you remember who the others are, the other members?
Yes, Advocate.
And do you have a problem giving us the names of those others?
I don't have a problem myself. However, when you start mentioning Madlanga Commission, no one will want his name to be mentioned because people have got the fear of being implicated.
I think, Brigadier, it depends on the context within which you mention them. In this instance, they are just parties to a conversation. But I'm happy for you to provide us with the names offline, if that would assist.
Advocate, although I'm not comfortable mentioning their name, really I had a situation with one of my commanders for just mentioning it, like in this similar situation to say, this colleague of mine told me this, and it was not something bad. It was work related, and then up to this today, Advocate, we are not in talking terms. By virtue of me mentioning just his name to say this particular matter was dealt with by him. But I don't have a problem to mention it, to mention the names in camera.
What we have done, what we have done in the past, Brigadier, is to have witnesses. In fact, it would be the witnesses who offer. We have never asked for it. The witnesses would offer to write the names down, and the names would be viewed by the evidence leaders and their legal representatives, and they would then be brought to us, and we would keep those names. But there's something Commissioner Baloyi wants to raise.
I just wanted clarification from Ms. Bowe. Where you speak about the others, is it the others at the Stockfell or the others who came to Commissioner Nkwashu's jurisdiction to escort suspects?
It is the others that were party to this conversation, because Brigadier Nkwashu mentioned in his testimony earlier that when he was mentioning this suspect that was escorted, this conversation was had in the presence of Sergeant Suguru and others. Unless I misunderstood you, Brigadier.
Yeah.
No, you're quite correct, Advocate.
Well, I was going to suggest that to the extent that the others include people who had come to your jurisdiction to escort suspects, I don't see why that should be problematic to disclose, which is a different others from those that were party to a discussion. I don't know if you understand the distinction that I'm drawing.
Yes, I had assumed, and perhaps the wrong impression, that both the others are the same people. They had been party to the conversation and some of them had been part of the escorting.
Correct, Advocate.
Yeah, Brigadier, I wouldn't understand why you would have a difficulty with saying who came with Tukudu, with Sergeant Tukudu to your jurisdiction escorting suspects. I wouldn't understand why you can't disclose their names.
Okay. Commissioner Walu, to ease everything, I hope they are listening where they are. They will understand that I don't mean bad to mention their names since we are colleagues and friends. Amongst them, I remember there's a warrant officer, Ricoto, and there's Lieutenant Colonel Kalo. Yeah.
My apologies, Khalo,
Yeah.
Khalo.
Yes.
These are the ones that would have come with Tukudu to your jurisdiction, escorting suspects.
No, Commissioner. Those were the people that we often meet in the Stockfell,
I
and they
see.
were there in that Stockfell.
Okay, thank you.
That, go to paragraph 29 and 30 of your statement, the
Of my
main
statement.
statement, on page 9. You'll see in paragraph 29, you say, a few days later, I attended a social gathering, the Stockfell, with colleagues. But I think where you specifically mention people is the second sentence of paragraph 30, because you then amended it. Originally, it reads as follows. I recalled my earlier conversation with Katiso in which he had asked about bail to an unnamed friend. I then said to Tukudu, without instruction, and then it continues. But when Ms. Bowe asked you, was it only to Tukudu, then you said it was to Tukudu and the broader group. So in the context of this question, she wants to know, who is this broader group that overheard this conversation? Do I have that correctly, Ms. Bowe?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
So this specific conversation in paragraph 30, you mentioned it to Tukudu and who else? Because you amended your statement to read Tukudu and the broader group. That's according to my notes.
Thanks, Commissioner. As I've understood you, it was Warrant Officer Velapi that I can recall of heart, but I can check who are the other names.
Lapis
and-
Ricoto.
Pardon, Commissioner?
You say Velapi, but earlier you had
Oh,
said
sorry.
Ricoto and Carlo. So now
As Commissioner, Velapi is his first name. It's Warrant Officer Velapi Ricoto. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, Advocate Paul, I think the second person you said was Colonel Carlo,
Not in this.
not in this conversation.
Yes.
So in this conversation, who was there and who overheard the conversation?
Yeah. I'm saying, Commissioner, this Warrant Officer Velapi that I remember, and then those others, I cannot recall their name out of my head, but I see their pictures. But I can find out quickly and submit them.
And so are we then to understand that Lieutenant Colonel Carlo there is one of the people that was escorting suspects?
No, Advocate
Oh.
Carlo is the one who's we normally meet. He was there during the conversations at the Stockfell.
He was there at the conversations at the Stockfell?
Yes.
Okay. So it was Warrant Officer Ricoto and Lieutenant Colonel Carlo, as well as Sergeant Sukudu.
At the Stokvel, yes.
Those that you can remember?
Yes.
All right. And then it was them that raised this issue of transporting or escorting a suspect in your jurisdiction,
Yes.
right? And then you then say you recalled your earlier conversation with Mr. Molefe, in which he was asking you about bail of an unnamed friend. I just trying to understand what triggered your recollection. And maybe to just explain that I'm asking it in the context when I asked you what about the friend. Remember when you were in the meeting with Mr. Molefe, he said a friend he had mentioned earlier, right? Now, and you then said that he had mentioned his upbringing and friends that he had, but when he broached the subject at the end of your conversation, he had just started with a friend who had been, I have a problem with a friend who had been arrested by you, and I needed to know if the state would oppose bail. Now, it was in those terms. Now you say, when they say, the Officer Tugudu and others, that they had escorted a suspect, you then recall your conversation with Mr. Molefe. What triggers your recollection?
Thanks, Commissioners. What triggered my recollection about that is when they said we were escorting these suspects, where specifically this police officer, Michael Tau, is involved and is one of the suspects. And they were escorting him and the others to the court for bail application.
Okay. Now, earlier, when I asked you about the friend, I even asked specifically if Mr. Molefe had identified the friend as a former police officer. You had indicated not. So, and you said that he said a friend, he didn't give you the name of the friend. So what about them mentioning the transporting of a Michael Tau led you to believe that it was the same person that Mr. Molefe was talking about? And I accept that you say it was in your jurisdiction, but I imagine there are suspects being transported in and out of your jurisdiction.
Thank you very much, Advocate. As I recall, when they started talking about the bail, and Katiso spoke about the bail in your jurisdiction, where you have arrested my friend. Obviously, I'm not arresting many. I'm not involved in many arrest incidents. So I could only think of that one because you will recall, Advocate, that during the arrest of Puletau, I was acting as a district commissioner, and hence I coordinated the arrest of this particular Tau and company. So I don't normally arrest or coordinate the arrest of those what you call on a day-to-day basis.
Maybe, Brigadier, this is something that I didn't capture. I understood your involvement in the process to have been that once there was an arrest and a case was registered, Gauteng Organized Crime came before the case was actually assigned to an investigating officer and requested it, and a colonel called you and you gave the authorization. So are you saying that your involvement extended beyond that authorization? Your involvement started earlier with the coordination of the actual arrest?
Thank you, Advocate. That's 100%. When the shooting of Armand Swart took place, the members, including the colonel that I spoke about, attended the crime scene. And as an acting district commissioner, they had to report to me that incident because it's a serious incident. And then when they report to me, I'm duty bound, meaning I'm compelled to coordinate where I can on the arrest of the possible arrest of the suspects concerned. So I was actively involved in guiding them what to do, meaning to mobilize aids. Mobilizing aids, I just simply mean that the experts that will be called to come and assist with the processing of the crime scene. So I was actively involved. I was guiding them what to do up until the arrest of this Michael Puletao. And therefore, when Katiso said, you arrested this friend of mine, and then these ones, they talk about Michael Puletao, it's me who arrested him in a way. So, and they talk about the bail. Obviously triggered my mind to say, this is the only case that I can, and this is of a serious nature, and it's a police officer. You can't forget that.
Maybe just to take a step back, just so that we can understand it in the broader timeline. Evidence that has been presented before this commission is that the murder happens in Vereniging. Just 1 second. There are 3 other crime scenes that are related to the Vereniging case, which is Bramley, where I think Michael Puletao was arrested there. And those arrests, in part, were done by Gauteng organized crime. So was it a joint coordination, or they take over from you at some point? I'm asking because this is the first time we're hearing of Vereniging police officers' involvement in the arrest process.
Thanks, Advocate. Indeed, it was a joint operation. They joined along the way. They were called in after the incident.
Called in after the incident?
After the incident, yes, Advocate. Okay.
And so your role was to, called in by who? My apologies.
Pardon?
You say they were called in after the incident. Called in by who?
By the members at the crime scene, including the colonel that I was communicating with.
So was it your instruction that they call them in, or the colonel was acting of his own regard?
No, it was my instructions.
It was your instruction?
Yes.
Okay. So you coordinated, after the incident, you coordinated the arrest of the suspect. It was a joint operation, and you issued the instruction for Gauteng organized crime to be called in.
Exactly, Advocate.
Okay. And so at that time, you then knew that it was, one of the suspects was a police officer. From inception, you've always known that.
No, I've known that after his arrest.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, my apologies. When I say from inception, I mean when the matter starts. which would have been the day of the arrest.
Yes, after
Okay.
his arrest, yes.
Now, so the only way you link what Mr. Molefe says with what Sergeant Sukudi and others were describing is because he says arrest by you in your jurisdiction, and they say, oh, and bail. And then they talking about escorting a suspect in your jurisdiction and bail.
100% advocate.
All right. Now, you then say to them, my brother-in-law asked me whether the state is going to oppose bail, right? Is that correct?
I'm sorry, advocate.
Are you okay, Brigadier?
I'm okay,
Okay.
I'm okay.
Remember at paragraph 30, you said we should change the someone to my brother-in-law, that you were specific, that it's your brother-in-law who recently asked you whether the state is going to oppose bail. Remember that?
Yes.
So you tell them that, and you told them that you won't discuss these issues. Now, in the conversation you were having before the break, you confirmed to Commissioner Baloyi that ultimately you thought this was the nub of Mr. Molefe's meeting with you. This is what he really wanted to discuss, and the discussion related to the job opportunities was really to entice. This was the core. Then you also explained that having thought about it, you were also uncomfortable with this. And then you get to the Stockfell, they're talking about this. You then say to them that your brother-in-law was asking about this. Why did you feel it necessary to raise this, given your discomfort that you expressed about Mr. Molefe even broaching this subject with you?
Why do I feel comfortable to raise it? You mean here in the commission?
No. Why in that conversation, you raised the issue that, oh, my brother-in-law was asking about bail and I didn't want to discuss it. But recall that before we took the lunch adjournment, you had already said to us that you felt uncomfortable. You thought this is why Mr. Molefe wanted to see you, because he wanted assistance in this matter. You shut that conversation down quickly. Now you're at the Stockfell, where you're dealing with officers who are transporting the same suspects, and then you raise to them this discussion. Why?
It was it just came to my mind during that time, and on a passive note, we usually talk about such things and say, oh, when you're talking about this, my brother-in-law came in and was talking about this. So I thought it just quickly triggered my mind at that particular moment in time. I didn't think twice about it as to whether I should talk about it or not, but I just quickly touched on it.
Can I ask, Brigadier, it seems from your account that something is missing, that your discussion with Mr. Molefe, it has, for this later part of your account at paragraph 30 to be complete and to make sense, it has to be that when Mr. Molefe met with you, he did mention who the person was, what the case was about. Because he wasn't asking you in general terms. If all he was doing was saying, your people have arrested a friend of mine, your people are arresting friends of his or arresting people all the time, not you, but in your jurisdiction. People are getting arrested. So if all Mr. Molefe said to you was, you have arrested, meaning your people have arrested somebody, it could be any case, right? So he has to have been very specific with you what case it is or who that person is for you to be able to make that link at paragraph 30, that when Tsukudu says we were here escorting suspects and then telling you who that suspect is, Michael Dow. You don't get triggered in a vacuum of that conversation with Molefe. You get triggered if that's how it happened, because Mr. Molefe did mention who it was that he was talking about. Otherwise, this account has got holes in it between your meeting with Molefe, who just asked about, will the state oppose bail, without saying what the case is about, without saying who is involved, only saying, in a case that your people arrested my friend, will the state be opposing bail? That conversation doesn't make sense in itself. You know, it has no context whatsoever, and you could never give him an intelligent answer. But it gets worse, because in paragraph 30, somebody else starts a conversation. This time they mention a name, and they probably mention even what the incident is about, but just from the name, you say you know what that case was about from what they say. And it triggers the Dow conversation. It doesn't add up. There's something that's missing in your account, especially of the discussion with Mr. Molefe.
Thank you, Commissioner Malui. Commissioner, let me put it this way. Commissioner, if I was sitting where you are sitting right now, I will be obviously and really thinking like you are thinking. I would be suspecting that there is a missing puzzle here. But I thought about it also. How did this matter happen to be the Tao, who is a friend of Molefe? At the end of the day, was it by coincidence? How did it? But it exactly happened the way I put it. That I stopped Katiso on his tracks after he told me his friend that he grew up with, but he did not. Perhaps he was going to mention the name Commissioner. Should I not have stopped him before? Because he was still narrating, but I stopped him. But when the Tsukudi and Rikotso Hele start talking about this, about the bail, the word bail, Commissioner, and that this person who was arrested by me, it put the name into me. But these friends of mine, I haven't mentioned the name yet. But it happened to be Michael Puleta. And later, it happened to be the very same Puletau who is arrested with Katiso. So I really agree with you the way you perceive it, but really, that is what happened. I wouldn't know how did it happen that it's the same person that Katiso wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I think what I'm struggling with is that all that Tsukudu says to you is that I was in your jurisdiction escorting suspects, at least according to your statement. He says we were in your jurisdiction to escort suspects. And then he mentions that Michael Dow is involved or involving a police officer. If he doesn't mention a connection to Molefe, who is your brother-in-law, if he doesn't say that suspect is connected to Molefe, if he doesn't say that, one. Two, if he doesn't say that it has to do with the Amanswat case, but Molefe needs to have said to you, it relates to the Amanswat case for you to say, well, actually my brother-in-law was asking me about bail. There's just missing information that makes it your account incomplete. It may well be that in the realm of possibilities, it happened the way you say it happened, that Mr. Molefe, all he said was, a friend of mine that I remember I mentioned, a childhood friend, he's been arrested. Rather, I want to know about whether the state will oppose bail, and you shut it down. And then paragraph 30 happened. In the realm of possibilities, maybe it happened that way, but to me, something is missing in that account, how you get to connect the two. The Tsukudu conversation, how you get to connect it with the Molefe conversation. If Molefe didn't say to you, it relates to the Amanswat case, or that friend happens to be a police officer, it's someone that I grew up with. I'm struggling with that account.
Perhaps, Brigadier, if we then look at Sergeant Sugudu's statement, it will shed some light on why it's difficult to accept that more wasn't said on either occasion, whether it was the meeting with Mr. Molefe or the Stockfell interaction. So if we start at paragraph 3 of Sergeant Sugudu's statement.
Please remind him where he is, because he had gone back to the original statement.
It's the one that we removed from.
I took it back.
Oh, you took it back. It is the first document under tab 4.
Under?
Tab 4.
Tab.
Was the unredacted file taken away? A mistake just might happen, and we don't want that.
Is it A7?
And please make sure that the one you remove is the unredacted version.
Thank you, Advocate. I'm on Tsugudi's statement.
All right. Now let's look at paragraph 3 of his statement. Yeah?
Okay.
He says there, in 2024, though I cannot recall an exact date and time, Brigadier Nkwashu and I were sitting, and I could not remember where, but I was on leave. Brigadier Nkwashu mentioned of a murder case that happened in Vereniging, and the case is with our unit. I told him that I know of the case because in one of our SABC WhatsApp groups, there was an article in regard to the case and that a police officer was arrested in that case. He, meaning you, further told him that the investigating officer of the case is witness B. And he asked me, you asked him if I knew her. I informed Brigadier Nkwashu that I know witness B and I work with her. I'm just going to continue to paragraph 4 as well. Brigadier Nkwashu then informed me that his brother-in-law, though he did not mention his name, says he knows the arrested person, and the brother-in-law wanted to know if the state would oppose bail. I then told Brigadier Nkwashu that when I see witness B, I will ask her if the state will oppose bail. On my return to work, I met witness B, and I told her that I saw an article in a Vereniging murder case and that she is the investigating officer. Witness B answered me that indeed she is the investigating officer and that the case very sensitive and would not discuss the merits thereof. I then informed witness B that I was with Brigadier Nkwashu over the weekend, who indicated that his brother-in-law wanted to know if the state is opposing bail, or if the bail is to be fixed, how much will be the bail? Be? Furthermore, I informed her that Brigadier Nkwashu's brother-in-law was willing to pay the bail for the accused person, Buletao. Witness B informed me that she was opposing bail. I then returned informed Brigadier Nkwashu that the state is opposing bail. Now, Brigadier, if you have regard to those two paragraphs where he discusses what you told him, there's a number of marked differences between the version that you've put down in your statement and his description of what happens. Correct?
Correct, Advocate.
And you will see there on his account, there's also information that came out of the meeting between you and Mr. Molefe that you don't say you've ever mentioned to anyone. One such example is that Mr. Molefe was willing to pay the bail of the accused. That's something that you mentioned happened in the meeting, but in your recollection of what you said your brother-in-law asked you whether the state was going to oppose bail, and you told him that you don't discuss work. So it's a fact that he knew only because you would have told him. Do you accept that?
I will partially not accept that, Advocate. I will tell you why.
Why? Yes.
From the paragraphs that you read,
Yes.
you will realize that my version is saying that I haven't mentioned the name of my brother-in-law. And he went on in his day. I told him that I know of the case in one of our SABC WhatsApp groups. There was an article regarding that case. Now, and that a police officer was arrested.
Yes.
Now, he further told the investigating officer of the case, which is witness B, and he asked me if I knew her, meaning I asked him
Yes.
if he knew witness B.
Yes.
I never asked him. And he already knew about this case from their WhatsApp group. And he went on to say, I told him that the investigating officer is Sergeant Bell. And earlier on, I testified before the commissioners that the docket, when it was taken to the organized crime, it was not having an investigating officer yet. The investigating officer was assigned from the organized crime commander as I related the processes.
Could you indulge us and give us a 5-minute break, please? There's something we would like
Let's
to
adjourn.
discuss with the evidence leader.
Yes, Ms. Boy.
Yes, Brigadier, perhaps let's do this. Let's take it one step at a time and go through the key differences between your version and that of Sergeant Sukudu. So the first significant difference is that Sergeant Sukudu says you are the one that raised the issue related to the Vereniging murder investigation. Can you see that?
Yes, Advocate.
Right? And that you deny that you were the first one.
I deny.
All right. He then says that the case is, you said to him that the case was in their unit, i.e., provincial organized crime.
Correct, Advocate.
And do you deny this as well?
That the case is in
That
there.
you said that?
No, I didn't say that.
But at this time, you did know that the case is indeed in
Yes.
their unit.
I knew.
And you knew this because?
I knew this because when the scene was finalized, they requested, his office, which is organized crime holding, requested the docket. And I remember I said, Advocate, that I authorized the transfer of the docket to the same unit.
So on the day of the murder and the arrests, you knew that it was in his unit.
Correct, Advocate.
Now he says that he then says to you in response, he knows about this case because it was reported in one of the SABC WhatsApp groups. Do you recall him saying this to you?
No, I don't recall him saying that.
Do you deny that he said this to you?
Yeah, I deny it flatly.
Brigadier, I would expect that if Sergeant Sukudu was involved in escorting suspects to your jurisdiction, in the statement he would say so. In this statement, he doesn't say anything about knowing about this case because he had escorted people to your jurisdiction, or in fact, in addition to seeing it in a WhatsApp group that he has escorted the suspects to the jurisdiction. He doesn't say anything like that. And I would expect him, in his statement, to mention that. Because it is an important fact and that connects him to this case, that tells us how he knows, or that he knows something about this case. But curiously, he doesn't say that, and yet you say that's in fact how your conversation with him started. It is him saying, we came to your jurisdiction escorting suspects.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Baloyi. Commissioner Baloyi, you'll recall that this conversation was not of a formal nature, and we were sitting at the drinking place, and we were not really discussing it on an official base where we'll have to apply our minds and so forth and so on. I've learned also that Sergeant Sukudu was not part of the escorting team, but Warrant Officer Koto and them, they were part, but they were utilizing the vehicle of Warrant Officer Sergeant Sukudu. Now, when this conversation was started, we were in the mingle of things, and I'm not disputing that Sergeant Sukudu might not have been part of the escorting team, but his team or his colleagues were definitely part, and they are the one who started this conversation, if I recall very well. And I will be accepting the blame if I mistakenly mentioned something that was not said by him, by virtue of us being in a place where it's easy for us to forget such things because of our status of the day.
Being in a stock fair.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, can I, in the light of your explanation now, can we then discount Sergeant Tsukudu as one of the people that said to you or to the group with which you were that they had come to your jurisdiction? Can we discount him?
Thank you, I agree, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Deal with this. To me, a major difference, and this is a material difference between Sergeant Tsukudu's statement and your statement, is that in paragraph 3 of Sergeant Tsukudu's statement, this conversation happened before Tau was escorted to his bail hearing. Because you will see that when the conversation continues, it talks about whether the state will be opposing bail and how much that bail will be. So what Sergeant Tsukudu is talking about in paragraph 3 is a period before Tau is even escorted this issue of the bail. Now that's a major difference because your statement suggests that you had this conversation after Tau had been escorted by Sergeant Tsukudu's team. That to me is a major and material difference that you need to explain.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. Commissioner Kumalo, to explain on that one, I'm also...
Before you explain, do you accept that paragraph 3 deals with a period before Tau is escorted to his bail hearing?
Reading this paragraph
Yes.
3, I agree,
Yes.
Commissioner.
All right.
I agree.
If you agree that there's that material difference, then you can explain what you wanted to explain.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. I wanted to, having highlighted the difference between my version and Sergeant Tsukudu's version in paragraph 3, having alluded to him saying he further told the investigating officer of the case and he asked me if I knew her, meaning I asked him if he knows her. Commissioner, for me it does not make sense that the docket left my district without an investigating officer. How had I known that this docket is assigned to this investigating officer? And why would I ask him? Why will I tell him that the investigating officer is so and so? And in paragraph 4, he went on to say he learned about this case. Perhaps let me go to that paragraph, Commissioner. He says,
You're looking for paragraph 3 where he says he learned about it on their WhatsApp group.
oh,
Is
yes,
that what you're looking for?
Commissioner, but when we move on to paragraph 4, it starts with Brigadier Nkwashu then informed me that his brother-in-law, though he did not mention his name, which is corroborating what I said in this one, says he knows the arrested person and the brother-in-law wanted to know if the state will oppose bail. I then told Brigadier Nkwashu that when I see witness B, I will ask her if the state will oppose bail. Let's pause a little bit there, commissioners. I then told Brigadier Nkwashu that when I see, I will ask her if the state will oppose bail. He doesn't say I sent him and because I did not send him. So on my return to work, I met witness B, and I told her that I saw an article in Vereniging Meda case. Meaning, I confirm what the Commissioner Kumalo was saying, that he already knew about this case because on his return to work and during their conversation on the WhatsApp. So it simply means that when he get back to work, he already knew about this case.
I think you are misunderstanding me because you've moved ahead of us and you are dealing with issues that Advocate Power is going to be dealing with, and I don't want to deal with those issues. The focus of my question is this conversation between you and Brigadier Chukudu, sorry, not Brigadier, Sergeant Chukudu. According to him, it's taking place before Tau is escorted for his bail. So the trigger for this conversation could not have been you hearing that somebody was escorted for bail and then you are linking it with the conversation with Katiso Molefe. Because at this stage, according to Sergeant Chukudu, nobody has been escorted for bail. That is still to happen in the future. At this stage, you are initiating a conversation before anybody has mentioned that somebody was escorted for bail. That's really my focus. And this is a major difference to me between the two statements. Because on your version, the only reason you mention Katiso Molefe is because somebody tells you that Tau was escorted for bail. And then that triggers your memory as far as the discussion you had with Katiso Molefe is concerned. Now, this sergeant here says, before Tau was escorted, because the escorting you'll see comes much later in paragraph 4, and Advocate Poe is going to be dealing with that. So to me, this is a major difference, and one of you is not telling the truth. Either Sergeant Chukudu is not telling the truth or you are not telling the truth.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. I'm telling the truth. For a fact, I'm telling the truth, Commissioner Kumalo. And to support my statement, I got to know, Commissioner Kumalo, that this escort, which was made, that we were talking to, was not for the first time. I get to know that the bail application or the court hearing for the bail application was not done on one day. So meaning the escort started from the time when they were arrested and they were escorted to my area. And then they were also escorted to court. And they did not go on one day for the bail application. So there could be some contradiction in there because really, Commissioner Kumalo, we were talking in the drinking area. But all I remember, I might not remember the facts 100%, but all I remember, Commissioner Kumalo, is that the escort was not held once. And the day we met, definitely I want to say that this conversation was not started by me. And they talked about having come to visit to check me in my office, only to find that I was unavailable. And I wouldn't have, and during the conversation, he acknowledged, Sergeant Chukudu, that yes, they were using my state vehicle But me, during that time, when they came there, I was on leave.
Yes, I think you, now for the first time you are mentioning the 2 escorts, but even your statement, the focus was on 1 escort. Now let me ask you one question and then hand over to my co-commissioners. Between the date of your first meeting with Katiso Molefe in June 2024 and this discussion with Sergeant Tukudu, how many escorts of Officer Tau had taken place? Because if it's an escort that happened before you met Katiso Molefe, it's irrelevant to this discussion. So between June 2024 and this Stockfell, or this meeting that you had with Sergeant Tukudu, how many times had Tau been escorted to Vereeniging and back?
I really don't have the number of times recorded somewhere, Commissioner Kumalo. However, I can safely say that it was more than 2 escorts, because I was the one who was arranging the TRT, the Technical Response Team, to accompany them to escort those Tau and them suspects to prison, to court, and it happened more than 2 times, that I can confirm.
Can I ask you to do this? It's going to be very important as we continue. When you are asked a question, only answer that question that is being asked.
Okay.
Otherwise, you'll end up talking about paragraph 5 and paragraph 6, and we are not there yet. So try to limit your answer to the question that is asked. If you need to clarify or explain, you can ask the chair for permission to clarify.
Thank you.
But for the purposes of our discussion, try to limit your answer to the question.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Kumalo, just to say that this was Tau's second bite at the bail. So there was an initial bail that was denied, and then he sought to bring a second based on new circumstances. And in Sergeant Belle's, in one of the witnesses' testimonies, it was explained that the interaction or the attempts to intervene happened as it related to the second bail application, for what it's worth.
It still doesn't help me, because if the first bail application was before June 2024, then that's before the Katiso Molefe discussion, and it can be what is being referred to in this statement. That was really my point.
I accept. All I can do is point out, if you go to page 36 of tab 3,
This is tab 4.
at paragraph 75, you'll see there the explanation that it's not even explained properly, but that there were several appearances before it was eventually heard. So just to say that they may have been they were appearances before it was eventually heard.
It's because it looks like the new facts one was brought on the 1st of August 2024.
No, it was eventually heard on that day,
Eventually
but
heard,
it was,
okay.
there was a couple of appearances before that.
All right.
Brigadier, we're going through the differences, and in the course of your engagement with Commissioner Kumalo, I think you tried to deal with this one where the second last sentence, where Sergeant Sugudu says that you told him that witness B was investigating the case and asked if he knew her. So that, right? And you say that is not possible correct? Because you didn't know who the investigating officer was.
Correct, Advocate.
And then can I ask, remember when you explained the registration of the docket and movement? That system where you can check the movement of the docket is accessible to you.
Yes, it is accessible to me.
So if you open it, you would be able to see who the investigating officer is.
Yes, Advocate.
So are you saying that since the docket was placed with Gauteng organized crime, you've never checked the system?
No, I never checked this, the system, Advocate.
So you didn't know?
I didn't know, and I had no reason. And Advocate, if what I'm submitting to the commission is perceived to be wrong, you can be able to get to the system and check. Once you log into the system, the record will be there that in 2024 June you logged into the system.
So you are saying that every time anyone logs into the system to check, there's a recorder of that?
Yes.
And so we would be able to check?
Pardon, Advocate?
And so we would be able to see if you've logged on between a
Yes.
particular period? All right. But you don't deny that if you were to look, you would have known who the
No,
investigating
I don't
officers were?
deny it.
All right.
So are you continuing on this
On this,
theme? Carry on and then.
and so you're also denying that you asked him?
I deny, Advocate.
All right. And then he then says he informed you that he knows witness B and works with her. So this part of the conversation also didn't occur, where he says, I know her, I work with her.
No.
And then if you move on to paragraph 4,
Maybe before you do that, let me ask the question. Brigadier, remember the earlier conversation about the docket, even though it's been transferred to organized crime, it remains your docket. What in fact does it mean that it remains your docket? And specifically what I'm trying to find out is to keep track of that docket as your docket. What in fact does it mean practically? What can you do? What can you not do? What can you phone and ask? What is the status? What is the latest update? Because it's your docket. Can you not ask for information relating to that docket?
Thank you, Commissioner Balu. Indeed, the docket, as I alluded earlier on, remain the station of origin. Like you remember, Commissioner Kumalo assisted us that the previous witnesses said that when the docket has been registered at Station A, this one was in Station Vereeniging, for an example, it remained the accountability of the commanders in Vereeniging. So, however, when it is assigned in the system to investigating officer A or B, when I want to transact to log into the system and update the system of what is happening in the investigation, I will not be able to do that because the system recognizes the person who is responsible for that particular docket as the investigating officer, who has got an access to the contents of the docket, and you will not be able to access anything in the docket, but you can be able to get into the system to check who is this docket assigned to, and you can only end up there.
That's one part of it. It answers, it's part of the answer that I'm looking for. But more specifically, can you, now that the docket has transferred to this organized crime unit, provincial, can you phone up somebody and ask, what is the status? What is happening in that matter? What I'm asking, or where I'm coming from, is the SWAT family, they want to know, let's say, from you, because it's your docket. The matter is reported at your station. They have no dealings with organized crime. They come to you and they want to know, there's no movement in this matter, right? We want to know what's going on. What are you able to do to get information about what's happening in this docket? As the owner of the docket and the only person that they can approach to get answers from.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. I'll answer that in two approach. First one, systematically, as the owner of that particular docket initially, you are able to log into the system, and when you log into the system, you put the case number. You will be able to see the status update. The status update talks to what is the latest investigation done in the case. You'll be able to see that. For an example, a case has appeared in court yesterday, and the matter has been postponed to December next year. You will be able to see that. But the real contents of the investigation, you will never be able to access. You will not be able to see what the statements attached to the docket are saying. And then on the second approach, Commissioner Paloi, yes, when you receive a complaint as the owner of the docket, and you need to update the complainant or the victim, and meanwhile the docket is investigated outside of your station, you open a file. When you open a file, we call it a complaint against the police, and then you assign an investigating officer, and then you say to the investigating officer of the complaint now. That's why it's a file, it's not a docket. Then the investigating officer of that particular file, which we are assigned to commissioned officers, will go to the investigating officer concerned and ask that particular investigating officer concerned as to why are you not giving progress to the complainant.
Right. I guess maybe it's my fault. I didn't quite explain properly what I wanted to find out. There's the way of getting into the system. You say you could log in and it will tell us who logged in when. And through that system, you'll be able to find out who is the investigating officer if you went onto the system. And I accept when you say, but you can't get any more than certain basic information. The question that I was asking was, the fact that the docket has moved to organized crime, does it prevent you, Brigadier Nkwashu, does it prevent you calling somebody, whether at organized crime or somebody else, and asking who is the investigating officer in this matter, for whatever reason? Maybe because you want to know why is the matter not progressing, for whatever reason. But the focus of my question is, the fact that the docket is no longer with you, does it mean you are precluded in the way things work? Are you precluded from asking who is the investigating officer in this matter and asking whoever is the right person to ask?
No.
Okay.
Not precluded.
So it's information you could get if
yes.
you wanted to get?
Yes, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
And then, Brigadier, let's move to paragraph 4. And in there, paragraph 4, this is where your two statements match. And that is, you informed Sergeant Sukudu that your brother-in-law, and didn't mention a name, knows the arrested person and wants to know if the state would oppose bail. So that you confirm.
Correct, Advocate.
Now, Sergeant Suguru goes on to say that he informed you that when he sees witness B, he will ask her if the state will oppose bail.
He never informed me, Advocate.
Never informed you.
No.
And he then goes on to explain that on his return to work, he did have a conversation with witness B, and told her about an article that he has seen. He then says that witness B declined to talk about the matter and said it was very sensitive. He then informed witness B that you, over the weekend, had indicated that your brother-in-law wanted to know if the state is opposing bail or if the bail is to be fixed and how much would it be, and further that your brother-in-law was willing to pay the bail of the accused. So you deny all of that?
I deny, Advocate, and just to remind you that what I earlier said in my initial evidence, that I know what is the processes of granting bail. So I wouldn't have gone to the sergeant to ask, will the state oppose bail or how much will be the bail, because it's not the sergeant or the investigating officer that is allocating bail.
But Brigadier, surely you know that the presiding officer would not have much to work on if they do not have information from the investigating officer or whoever else may assist. And you know that what's usually placed before the investigating officer are either affidavits or testimony in the witness stand. And then that assists the presiding officer to decide whether to grant or refuse bail. Now, if, for example, an investigating officer, whether on their own or as a result of influence by others, decide not to oppose bail, that may go a long way towards influencing the decision to be one that actually grants bail when it ought not to have been. I'm not saying that that will happen automatically, but I'm saying it may well have that effect. So I don't think it assists for you to say, it's the presiding officer that grants bail. That doesn't say much.
Thank you, Commissioner, Chair. I agree with what you are saying. However, Commissioner, it is, it will be very much, I don't know how can I put it, I'll be out of my mind in the absence of the relevant term that I can use, to suggest that the investigating officer will know, even if she could have an influence, Commissioner, towards the granting of the bail. But to an extent that I go and say, go and ask how much will be the bail, is really unforeseen of a person of at my level, Commissioner. I really can't say that. It does not suit my profile.
I think what the chairperson is engaging on is your answer suggests that the police and specifically the investigating officer is completely irrelevant to the question of bail. And the chair is saying, but that's not, in reality, that's not how it works. The investigating officer gets to express a view on bail. They don't make the decision, but they do get to express a view. And the way you've been dealing with this question since you started testifying is you're creating the impression that the police and investigating officers in particular are irrelevant to the question. That's a matter for the court to deal with, for the presiding officer, and nobody else matters. And that's an incorrect, description of what happens when bail applications are brought. And I wanted to suggest much earlier that when Mr. Molefe speaks to you, he's speaking to you as a police officer to ask about the police attitude towards bail. There will be the prosecutor's attitude towards bail, and eventually the magistrate will make a decision, but it's not an accurate reflection of what happens when you say, we have nothing to do with it, it's the magistrate and that's it, or the court and that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Commissioner, I hear what you're saying, and my response towards that is back to what I said earlier on, really, because I know, I'm accepting that, yes, the investigating officer can have an influence, can have a word, will be assisting in the granting of the bail and so forth. However, Commissioner, I would have known if I intended to assist my brother-in-law with this bail. I would have told him from the onset that, Swara, even if bail is not going to be opposed, we will not be in a position to know when the bail is granted, how much will it be. Secondly, this is a Schedule 6 offense, Commissioner. You can't start having to ask an investigating officer not to oppose bail because it's a Schedule 6 offense. It's a very serious offense. This incident, it happened in aggravating circumstances.
But a corrupt police official could do that. I'm not saying that you are. I'm not saying that you are. But you appear to be proceeding from the premise that there are no corrupt police officers out there who could do something like that. I know, of course, you are testifying with regard to yourself. But the reality is that there are corrupt officers, and corrupt officers could act in that manner. That is, in a manner where they would not oppose bail when they ought to. So basically your answer is, I'm not one of those and I would never ever do that. Is that your answer? You've already accepted what Commissioner Baloyi and I posited to you. You've accepted that. So basically what you are doing now is to say, I'm not a corrupt police officer and I would never do that. Am I summarizing what you are saying correctly?
100%, Commissioner Chair. I am not a corrupt officer and I will never do that. And Commissioner, in real, if I wanted to do that, I would have rather approached the magistrate handling that case I'm in a position where I'm working with the magistrate in that area, and perhaps I will have even gone to a prosecutor.
Approach a magistrate in open court or
No,
Oh.
if I was corrupt,
or with a
if
brown
I was
envelope?
corrupt, yes, yes, I'll do it anyhow, but not straightforward.
All right then.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Brigadier, but you do accept that there are various points of entry when you are trying to influence the process. In your statement, you did list that it is the prosecutor, the magistrate, and the investigating officer.
Yes, Advocate, I do accept there are corrupt police officers who will use any means and ways to get it their way, but not an experienced cop like me. Doing it that way, that was too low for me.
All right, Brigadier, and then Sergeant Tsukuru then also said something about your brother-in-law being willing to pay for the bail of the accused. So you denied all of that, but how would he know this part?
I also want to know, how did he know that my brother-in-law is willing to pay that bail equally to how much is going to be affixed? I also want to know, Commissioners.
But you accept that it is odd that he would know this particular detail, given that that's something that only Mr. Molefe told you?
Yes, it is odd, Commissioner.
And then,
I think the right word is it's a coincidence, not odd. It would be a strange coincidence that Mr. Molefe said to you he's prepared to pay bail, and Sergeant Tsukuru repeats that. If he didn't hear it from you, and I'm not. It's not clear to me why, considering that Mr. Molefe said it to you, that he's prepared to pay bail, why you would deny, when you're admitting that you did say your brother-in-law asked about whether the state would oppose bail. I don't see the harm in you admitting that I did complete that conversation with Molefe to Tsukuru by saying my brother-in-law said he's prepared to pay bail. I mean, it would make sense to me that you would have conveyed all of that line of communication. And you're denying that you mentioned that, then the coincidence in the versions that you say, I never told him that Molefe is prepared to pay bail, or my brother-in-law is prepared to pay bail, and yet Mr. Molefe told you that. It's a strange coincidence that he would know that.
Thanks, Commissioner Baloyi. Let me take the commissioners back to my earlier submission that commissioners, I'm not perfect. I'm not a saint either. And we were discussing this passively in a drinking place, and I don't. I'm accepting that I may not remember vividly everything that we discussed there, but I don't remember me saying all those things to the sergeant. I did not send him. I did not remember me sending him and talking about those. Perhaps if I touch base,
What the Brigadier has said is if he did touch base, he didn't hear himself saying it. I'm actually making a different point. I'm not talking about you sending him. We are not there yet. I was just addressing that Mr. Molefe says to you he asks whether the state would oppose bail. You say that happened, and Sergeant Tsukudu said you mentioned that, so there's no dispute there. But we also know from you that Mr. Molefe said to you that he's prepared to pay bail, to the bail money for his friend. And then Sergeant Tsukudu says in the statement that you mentioned that your brother-in-law is prepared to pay bail. And what I'm saying is, I don't see harm, and it's, in fact, I think it's probable that's how it happened. You did explain the context. You're in a Stockfell. You're having this casual conversation, you say to us. And in that casual conversation that you are having, it's more likely than not that when you mentioned that your brother-in-law asked whether the state would oppose bail, it's likely that you would have said, and he said he would be prepared to pay bail, even if that's all you say, and that would explain why Sergeant Tsukudu knows that part, that your brother-in-law said he's prepared to pay bail. It would explain it, that it came from you, and it came in the context that you are explaining to us.
Thanks, Commissioner Baloyi. I accept that.
Brigadier, then Sergeant Tsukudu comes back and says, witness B informed him that she was opposing bail, and then he returns this information to you. He relays this information to you. Do you deny that happened?
Yes, I deny it.
Before dealing with the second time that Sergeant Tsukudu goes back to witness B, my question is, it is quite an elaborate scheme, if it is one, that Sergeant Tsukudu has put here. It's a detailed conversation that has elements that match with yours. But if this never happened, i.e. you never sent him, why would he concoct this sort of story?
That is what I also want to find out. Why did he concoct this story? But as I was dipping and waking up with this matter, many things come to my mind. Say, hey, Tsukudu is my longtime friend, and with others, and go to Stockholm together and do many things together. And obviously, I'm his senior by far. And earlier on, I accepted that he's doing me favors, I'm doing him favors, be it official or otherwise. Perhaps, I'm not saying this is how it happened, but I'm just thinking on my own. Perhaps he thought he's doing a friend a favor. I don't know, he wanted to do me a favor, because all what I recall is when he said, but Brigadier, you say, this is your brother-in-law. Then I said, yes, he's my brother-in-law, but I stopped him in his tracks. So I'm just deducting, thumbing as to why would he go thus far, perhaps, and I come up amongst other thinkings that perhaps he was just trying to do a friend a favor.
Brigadier, why would he want to do you that favor when you made it clear to them that you do not discuss work with other people? And in fact, you said to them you would not act on it. He's, like you said, he's your longtime friend. And you've made it clear to them that you told him you don't discuss work and you don't do this. And you even said in that conversation, in that exchange, someone said, but Brigadier, why don't you? And you, at that moment, even shut it down and you said, me? No, I don't do that. So why would that be a favor for a friend who has expressed that they do not want to engage in that?
Yes, Commissioners, all I'm saying is not a fact. I'm not saying that is what was in his mind. I'm just, scrambling around to think, this could be the possibility that crossed my mind, but I'm not saying that was the fact.
Is there a possibility that you were not as assertive about your reluctance to intervene? And this is why he felt that he could help you in this manner?
There were many possibilities. I would say yes. There
Or,
could be a
or,
possibility.
or worse is the possibility not that you actually did ask for the favor.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Chair.
I'm saying, or worse still, is the other possibility that you actually did ask for the favor from Sergeant Tsukudu, which is why you are not able to explain what happened or what he did or what he says he did.
Commissioner, I'm sorry. I'm not really understanding that statement.
Yes, yes.
I really.
You disagree? No, you are free. Feel free. Don't be, don't be hesitant in your response. Tell me to my face that you disagree.
No, it's not a matter of disagreeing. I just really.
Oh, you don't follow what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Powe suggested a possibility to you as to what may have happened, and if I remember well, I think Ms. Powe said you may not have been assertive enough in indicating that you would not be willing to engage in what is being alleged. And in fact, that you had said to Mr. Molefe, I do not talk about work. And you repeat that when you are talking to the people you are with at the stock fair. So Ms. Powe, if I understood her correctly, says, when you said that perhaps you were not, the possibility is that you were not assertive enough, which is why, despite you having repeated this to those you are with at the stock fair, Sergeant Tsukudu would still have gone ahead and made this inquiry from witness B. And once he got a response, have then come back to you and given you that response. So that's the possibility that Ms. Powe is suggesting to you. I'm saying, worse still, another possibility is that you may actually have made the request to Sergeant Tsukudu. Sergeant Tsukudu, please go to witness B and make these inquiries on my behalf with regard to the question of bail. So that's the other possibility I'm suggesting to you, which is harsher than what Ms. Powe suggested. Do you follow me now?
Now I follow you, Commissioner. Thanks very much.
Yes.
Yeah, Commissioner, I could have not been assertive enough, and in simple English, I would say.
We are past that. That's the possibility that was suggested by Ms. Powe, and I think you responded. Now I'm putting to you, or I'm suggesting to you, another possibility. So please respond to the second possibility that I'm suggesting to you.
I don't think, Commissioner, it could have gone to that an extent after having told them that I told my brother-in-law that I don't discuss my cases with civilian. And my work is off limits. I would have gone to tell, even if I'm so cut, I don't remember me having done a mistake of that nature to say I instruct you to go and do this and this and this, Commissioner. And another thing, Commissioner, I believe that you will know that we're talking about the sergeant here. And the sergeant is not an entry-level rank in the police. I believe that he's more than 20 years of service. And as a sergeant, he should have known.
It's a friend doing a friend a favor.
Yeah, that one I take, Commissioner.
Yes,
That
yes.
one I take, but I couldn't have given him that instruction like that, General Commissioner, I'm sorry. And even if it's slumbered during the conversation, which was, during the enjoying ourselves, I don't think I could have gone to that far, Commissioner. And I can take only that one that he could have done that by thinking that he's doing me a favor. And of course, he knows I will always look after him if he is looking after me.
I must say at this stage, there are lots of probabilities that point in the opposite direction, but I hope Ms. Powe will take us through those, and we too will probably come in. There are lots of probabilities that point in the opposite direction.
Okay, Commissioner.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Powe.
Brigadier, on this very point, this time I don't want to suggest it to you, but I want to put it to you, that it's more probable that the conversation, if you look at the scheme of your version and Sergeant Sukudu's version, it's more probable that you discussed far more with Mr. Molefe about this matter than you care to tell us. And whether it was an instruction or simply a suggestion between friends, that it's more likely that you told or asked or hinted to Sergeant Sukudu to get information about the bail proceedings from witness B, and that it would make sense for him to be the one who does it because the two of them are in the same unit. You would have always had access to who the investigating officer is by virtue of your system. That system, you can even ask a subordinate to check for you. So it's not always true that we would only attain that information by checking your record. And that is after this that Sergeant Sukudu approaches witness B. What would be your comment to that?
I don't have a comment, Advocate, since you said you're putting it to me.
It's your opportunity to deny.
Like I said earlier on to the commission, that we were in a drinking space and enjoying ourselves. I don't deny 100% that I could have said more to what is captured, but I really don't remember, and I don't think of me having to lose it to that an extent. Tell this sergeant to go and do that, I really don't think I can go as far, Advocate.
In his statement, and maybe in fairness to you, Sergeant Sukudu doesn't say you instructed him. He doesn't say that. What he says is you informed him that your brother-in-law says he knows the arrested person, and the brother-in-law wanted to know if the state will oppose bail, right? That's what he says. You mentioned that. And all of that which I have read now is exactly your conversation what you say was your conversation with Mr. Molefe. So he says then that, and then he says, and this is where you seem to be disputing. He says, I then told Brigadier Nkwashu that when I see witness B, I will ask if the state will oppose bail. That's as far as he goes. Now, it seems to me that if you did say to him, your brother-in-law asked if the state will oppose bail, or that, or in addition to that, whether or not in addition to that you said you'll be prepared to pay bail, and that's all you said, it's not improbable that Sergeant Tsugudu would then say, I'll ask witness B what the attitude is. And then he went, without you saying, go ask witness B, if you did not say that, but just how you conversed, he may well have read it to mean, well, you're not sending him, but he would like to come back to you with an answer. But you said it for a reason, you were expressing what your brother-in-law has said, and it may not be that you were signaling to him who is in the same unit as witness B to check what is the position, what is the attitude of the state. It's not improbable that it happened that way.
I agree, Commissioner.
Then, Brigadier, let's then move on to what he says in paragraph 5.
There's something in the last sentence of paragraph 4 which I think we are missing. Can we please deal with that?
Yes. Brigadier, you'll see in the last sentence, Sergeant Tsugudu then says, I informed Brigadier Nkwashu that the state is opposing bail. Do you recall Sergeant Tsugudu ever coming to you to tell you this?
No.
And maybe just for completeness, do you deny that it happened? Because there's a difference between whether you remember or whether you say it didn't happen at all.
I don't remember, Advocate.
So you don't remember, not that it didn't happen?
No, I don't remember.
And then, given the significance of this issue and what you had gone through, I mean, you had a meeting with your brother-in-law. If he did come back, you wouldn't remember. If he did come back to you, you wouldn't remember.
If he came back to give me that answer,
Yes.
I think I was going to remember. Not unless, again, we meet in a Stockford and they talk about it. But if he came back to me to give me an answer, I think I will remember, Commissioners.
Okay. And then, I can't recall if I read paragraph 5. But at paragraph 5, he deals with what happens later on. He says, after some few days, Brigadier Nkwashu informed me that his brother-in-law told him Warrant Officer Tau was granted bail, and that the family says I should say thank you to witness B for granting him bail. Following that, when I met witness B, I told her that Brigadier asked me to pass the message to say the brother-in-law and the family say thank you for granting Warrant Officer Tau bail, and her response was that it was not her who granted Warrant Officer Tau bail, but the court. Furthermore, witness B had informed me that this case is very sensitive and that I should not talk to anyone about it. I do not recall that the last time I interacted with witness B was the time she asked me to assist her for another matter which she was handling in Witboiki. though I do not know the merits of that case. You see that?
Yes, Advocate.
Now, let's take it step by step. Did you inform Sergeant Sukudu that Warrant Officer Tau had been granted bail?
No.
Do you dispute it, not that you don't recall if you did?
Pardon?
Do you dispute it or do you not recall?
I dispute it.
So even in a social context, you have never mentioned this to him?
No.
He then says that you conveyed to him that he should thank witness B for granting him bail. Did that occur?
Commissioners, let's for 1 second take it a little bit back. Sergeant Tugudi says he informed me that witness B said she was opposing bail.
Yes.
And she is not the one who assisted Warrant Officer Tau to get the bail. Now, why would I then send Sergeant Tsugudu to go say thank you after him giving me a feedback that she is not able to assist us, or she is opposing bail and therefore she's not assisting us or budging to, if I send him to go and look for the possibility of her influencing the presiding officer. Why would then I send Sergeant Tsugudu to say thank you? Thank you for what?
Brigadier, but you're talking about 3 different conversations, and that's what I wanted to put to you. If you look at where paragraph 4 starts, and
Yes,
it's related to 3. So this is the first conversation before the bail hearing, because this is where, according to Sergeant Tsugudu, you are having the discussion about what your brother-in-law says. He then says he went to speak to witness B. And the feedback he received from witness B is that the state will be opposing bail. So that's the feedback. But then the matter goes to court and Tau is granted bail. After Tau is granted bail, this is now the 3rd occasion you're having the conversation with Tsukudu. That's when you then say, Tsukudu, the family is grateful. So this is not a single incident or 2 incidents. It's 3 different incidents. So you cannot relate 2 to 3 because they are completely different. They're not the same event on the same day. Before the bail hearing, witness B told Tsukudu that the state is opposing bail. Bail is then granted the following week, at which point you then convey to Tsukudu that the family is grateful. So the message must be sent to witness B. That's why the dates were important to me, because you had the meeting with Katiso Molefe at the end of June 2024. This meeting you have with Tsukudu is on Saturday, 27 July 2024. Tsukudu then approaches witness B on Tuesday, the 30th of July 2024. And as I understand, the bail hearing happens in the first week of August. So there is that sequence which you must take into account. You cannot say these things all happened at the same time. So your logic that you could not have thanked or you could not have conveyed the family's gratitude, it doesn't add up when you consider that these were separate incidents. It's not as if witness B had said, I will be opposing bail, I do not grant bail. That's the feedback she gives to Kudu after Tukudu had conveyed to her that the family is grateful. So do you understand?
Commissioner, not really. What I'm understanding is that there is a sequence of events. However, during those sequence of events, Tukudu is alleging that he came and updated me. And now, the first update was that, according to Tukudu, witness B said she is not able to assist me or my brother-in-law in not opposing bail.
No, this is exactly what I'm saying you are getting wrong. The first update is the last sentence of paragraph 4, where Tukudu comes back and says, the state is opposing bail. So that's what you are told, that the state is opposing bail. That's not the feedback where witness B says, I can't help you, that's the magistrate. They are not before the magistrate yet, so witness B can't say that during that update. Witness B reacts to the gratitude being extended to her, that thank you for ensuring that Tau got bail. Witness B then says, I had nothing to do with it. That was the decision of the magistrate. And that's where I think you are getting confused, because you are assuming that she said that before the hearing. Because if she had said that before the hearing, it would make sense that you would have nothing to thank her for, or the family would have nothing to thank her for. So I think that's the part you are missing, and I wanted to clarify.
Okay, Commissioner, I hear what you say, although I'm not sure if I am with you. I'm understanding wholly what you say, but if I'm understanding you well, on the first response, which talks to the last sentence of paragraph 4, which reads that I then returned informed Brigadier Nkwashu that the state is opposing bail. Yes. I find it sinister that I knew that the state is opposing bail.
But you don't know that on the date of the hearing it was opposed. That's my point. The feedback is that the state will be opposing. Yes. It may be that when it goes to the hearing, the position is different, because when you see bail being granted, you are thankful that, oh, maybe it was granted because they did not resist the application, and that's what you are grateful for. So there's no contradiction there. And that's the point I think you are missing, because you are assuming here that the opposition has already happened when you get the first feedback, and that's not the case.
Commissioner Kumalo, if I'm understanding you well, my understanding was that this was not the first court appearance. So, in the first appearance, obviously it's a Schedule 6 offense. The bail was opposed. The bail should be opposed, and it was opposed. And definitely I know that. Now, the conversation between me and Tukudu, it is an allegation that I sent him to go test waters if she's not going to be difficult or oppose bail. But I already know that the bail has been opposed in the first appearance. Now, why would I send Tshukudu to go and try and soften this investigating officer by saying that, please, you must not oppose bail? Already the bail has been opposed, and
No.
I know.
Brigadier, you could make the same argument for Katiso Molefe to say, when they went for bail in April, he knew that the state was opposing. So why would he, at the end of June, be asking if the state would be opposing? It is the same point. This was a new bail application on new facts, and if I remember correctly, it had to do with Mr. Dow's diabetic condition. And those were the new facts that were going to be placed before the court to say, these are now new exceptional circumstances. And those would have required new opposition if necessary. So that's the context of the discussion. It has nothing to do with whether in April, when he was first arrested, there was opposition to his bail application. That's why I said the dates are important. And you must focus on, after the discussion with Dow, what really happened between those 4 weeks, because it's really a 4-week period between end of June and end of July.
Thanks, Commissioner. I did not know that information. I was not aware, but having explained to me now is clear.
Yes.
What you are saying. Thanks, Commissioner. I didn't know. I didn't know that there were new facts.
Let us adjourn and resume at past. And may we just quickly see counsel outside, please.
I was going to suggest we do some stretching exercises, but let's get on with it. Please switch off your cell phones. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Bowe.
Brigadier, I want to put to you a different possibility to what Commissioner Kumalo put to you. So your response to Sergeant Sukudu having gone to convey a message of gratitude to witness B, that it would be said somewhat nonsensical for that to happen because she had previously indicated that the bail would be opposed. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Now, we specifically, during witness B's testimony, asked the question, why would a message of gratitude come to you when it was clear that bail would be opposed? And her answer was that she perceived it as a thinly veiled threat and just a message of saying, we are watching. Bearing in mind that the gratitude is coming from you, a senior officer at the rank of a brigadier, to a junior officer at the rank of a sergeant. What is your comment to that?
I wouldn't do that. I did not send Tsugudu to send a message of thank you.
And even though you say you didn't, you understand why, if such a message were to be delivered, it would come across as a threat.
Yes.
And then, Brigadier, just to go back to something that you said, it's not in your statement, but when you were dealing with paragraph 30 of your statement, and you were talking about the general response when you told the group that included Sergeant Sukudu that you told your brother-in-law that you don't discuss work issues. You mentioned specifically in your explanation that you even went to a point of saying, as they were questioning why ungasizus bar? Oof. Sorry, I was making a remark about my poor Zulu. You indicated that you even, in fact, said to them in broad terms, no, you don't want to get involved in that, but if they wanted to, they can do so. You recall that?
Yes, Advocate.
So if you recall saying that and given your friendship with Sergeant Sukudu, would you fault him then for taking that plight forward, given that you did say if they wanted to, they could?
Yes, Advocate, I will fault him on the basis of, I'll go back to the two faults, on the basis of him having to carry out a request or an instruction from a social gathering. And on the other fault, I will not blame him for thinking that he's helping a friend.
So you do accept that you wouldn't fault him because he would be helping a friend?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, I want to move.
In fact, I would go on to say, I would put it higher than not faulting a friend. I would say that you put to him certain information, which is your brother-in-law wants to know whether the state will oppose bail, and your brother-in-law is prepared to make payment. You put that information to him, and then you then also say, I'm not going to help because I don't do business with family, work with family. But if any one of you wants to help, you can do so. I think with that, it's consistent. In fact, what he says in his statement that he then said to you, I will ask witness B, is very much consistent with that last statement from you that says if any one of you wants to help, you can do so. And it's more probable than not that he responded to you to say, I will ask her. Because it makes sense in the sequence of what you say and him saying, I responded and said, I will ask her. Do you accept that's a fair way of summarizing what probably happened here?
On balance of probability, I accept.
Okay, thank you.
I want to put another probability to you, Brigadier. Another probability is that the reason why you even told Captain Tukudu about your conversation with your brother-in-law was because you wanted him to convey that message to witness B. Otherwise, it would have been a pointless conversation to have with Captain Tukudu, is it Sergeant Tukudu? The only reason you had that conversation with him was you wanted to convey to him so that he can convey to witness B what your brother had conveyed to you. Do you want to comment?
Yes, Commissioner Kumalo, I deny, I never had that intention.
Because I can't think of any reason why what your brother discussed with you would be of any interest to Sergeant Tukudu. It is a family discussion. You are getting acquainted with your brother-in-law who you didn't know for years or had not seen for years. And you were upset about how the conversation went and you wanted it to end there. But the fact that you went and you repeated it to Captain Tukudu suggests to me that you wanted him to convey that to witness B.
I can't blame you for thinking that way, Commissioner.
I'm not suggesting that that is in fact the position, so that you understand.
I agree.
Yeah, it is a probability.
Yes.
I put it no higher than that.
Thank you.
Amongst many probabilities.
Yes, I agree, Commissioner.
Lastly, Brigadier, on this topic, the statement from Sergeant Tukudu is in January 2025. You will see that at page 3. It's the 14th of January 2025. You've described him as a good friend of yours, and he also does explain that you have a close relationship or a good relationship. Do you have a reason why he would make up this elaborate story about how the conversation about your brother-in-law came about? What was said in that conversation by you to him? And lastly, what you find in paragraph 5, which is that you later called him and told him that the family thanks, your brother-in-law's family thank him for Mr. Tau's bail. Do you have a suggestion why he would make up this elaborate story if it is not true, considering that he's a good friend of yours?
I am struggling to make anything out of that, Commissioner. I wouldn't really think of the reason why you will be doing that, except what I said earlier on, that the probability could be that he was doing a friend a favor.
Thank you, Brigadier. Thank you, Ms.
Thanks, Commissioner.
And then just to complete this topic, I want to bring to your attention, Brigadier, The statement of the provincial component head of organized crime, if we go to page 61 of tab 3, that would be annexure B7. Have you found it?
That is in page 61.
Yes, the red 61.
I got it, Commissioners.
You will see there that it is a statement from, I'm trying to look if but she says she's the provincial head of organized crime. Or she's at least in that unit. And we know her to be the supervisor of the investigators in the case, as well as Sergeant Sugudu. Are you familiar with Ms. Hopani?
Yes, Commissioners, on top of that statement is written that Cynthia Pulan Hopan. So
Yes.
I'm familiar with her, I know her,
Do you know her rank?
yes.
It is
It's a brigadier.
brigadier. Okay. Right. Thank you. That assists me. And you will see there that in the second paragraph, she recounts, similar to what witness B had testified and what Sergeant Sugudu has said, that the detectives were approached by Sergeant Sugudu on your instruction to inquire about Mr. Tao's bail, and that they were surprised because they do not know you. And she informed the members that this was a sensitive case, and they were not to talk about it to anyone except for herself and the Deputy Provincial Commissioner, Major General Kumalo. You see that?
Yes.
And
Advocate.
then says that during that period, the members were busy with a formal bail application on the same mentioned suspect. The said suspect was granted bail. They further reported that the very same member, being Sergeant Sugudu, called them to say, Brigadier Nkwashu says, thank you so much. The same suspect was rearrested on the 20th of September. Brigadier Hopani says she called Sergeant Sugudu and the member to reprimand him. The member agreed and said he didn't know and was just sent by the brigadier. He didn't know how serious the case is. He further apologized and he said he would stop this behavior. So here I was just trying to show you that this version that he has of you, he then reports this when reprimanded to his supervisor. Can you see?
I see, Advocate.
Yeah, and I think it's similar to the question that Commissioner Baloyi asked, it is improbable for him to construct such a scheme and to go as far as even reporting this to his superiors if it was untrue. Do you accept that?
I don't accept it, Advocate, in the context that you put it, because it is not Sergeant Sugudu who reported it to the brigadier.
No.
Instead, it is...
My apologies, Brigadier. Maybe I'm not suggesting that he reported it. I'm saying when reprimanded, he still insisted that it was you who sent him.
Oh, yes, I see
Yes.
that, yeah. Yes.
All right. Commissioners, I'm going to move off of this topic to head to the next one. And that relates, if we go sequentially through your statement, Brigadier, we're going to section E, and that's the demand for the Arman Swart murder docket.
Section E.
Page 11, Brigadier.
Page 11. Thanks, Commissioner.
For purposes of this section, I guess I will direct when we get there. So, Brigadier, you mentioned there that you never made a demand for the docket. Instead, at the time, you were acting on instruction from the Provincial Commissioner to collect all dockets that had J50 warrants of arrest and submit them to the Deputy Provincial Commissioner, Crime Detection, Major General Mbuso Khumalo. Is that correct?
Correct, Advocate.
And that was because there was a direction from the Premier of Gauteng for Major General Khumalo to oversee those dockets.
Correct, Advocate.
Now, let's start here. Commissioners, if we can go...
Sorry. This may be a matter of detail, but I'm interested to just get an idea on, or rather, what authority, if any, did the Premier have to give such a direction? Do you know?
I don't know, Commissioner.
You may proceed, Ms. Bowen.
All right. So now to begin with, in order to understand this instruction, I'm going to ask Brigadier that we go to CJC 187. It would be the red page 27.
Um, 187, you said. Is it in page 22?
27.
27, I'm sorry.
So CJC 187 and then page 27.
Oh, I've got it. Thanks, Advocate.
Yes. Just to contextualize this, when we received your statement, we then, of course, wrote to various officers asking for correspondence in relation to the request for dockets and what the project was about.
Yes, Advocate.
So one of the things that was provided to us is this email that went out to all of the districts explaining what was necessary. So if you have regard to the bottom of page 27, you will see there all of the district people that were contacted. Can you see that? It goes on to the following page.
Yes,
And you will see on page 28 that you are one of the recipients. Can you see that?
correct, Advocate.
And then, if you have regard to the body of the email, it says request for copies of J50 warrants of arrest, Premier's Wanted Persons Project. Do you have
Suspect, Advocate.
Premier's Wanted Persons Project?
I'm just correcting you, sorry, Advocate, that's Premier's Wanted Suspect that I'm seeing here in my bundle.
Are we at the same page?
Yeah, page 28.
Advocate Boyd, the subject of the email.
Yes, my apologies. So if we look at the body of the email, see, good morning, attention, district commissioners, district coordination, and then coordinators, and then it says request for copies of J50 warrants of arrest, Premier's Wanted Persons Project.
Correct, Advocate, I'm sorry.
No, we are both correct in this regard. And you'll see there, it says by directives of DPC, crime detection, all provincial commanders and section commanders must submit copies of the J50 warrants of arrest to room that room, and it gives then the total and the breakdown per district. Can you see that?
Correct, Advocate?
Right. Do you recall receiving this email?
Correct, Advocate?
And then, just for completeness, if you look at the following page, you will see there that it's the same project, and there was an attachment of the list of copies of the J50 warrants of arrest needed. Can you see that?
At page 30.
Sorry, at page 29, that email.
There is no attachment.
The attachment is at page 30.
Oh, yes.
And
Yes,
what
I
we
see.
did, just for transparency, is we only inserted the annexure that related to the Sidibeng district. So we didn't attach all of the others related to other districts. So this was then the email that was sent to you in the list of dockets that, or warrants that were sought.
Correct, Advocate?
And you will see on page, the following page after, with what should be page 30, yeah, page 30. The last, can you confirm that the last case at the bottom is the docket in question?
Correct, Advocate?
Now, if you look at the instruction that was sent to you and what was sought, what was sought was copies of the warrants of arrest from these dockets. So my question is, why were you requesting the docket in its entirety?
Thank you, Advocate. When an instruction of this nature is issued, we all know that the warrant of arrest, which is a J50, is attached to a docket. So, meaning it's a document that is within the docket. And if you are to deal with the J50, meaning you have to account as to why is the suspect not being arrested. Now, in the docket, there will be a page that contains the contents of the activities done by the investigating officers, such as suspect trace was not found, or suspect was never traced for a particular period. So if you request the warrant of arrest only, you will not be privy to that information.
I suppose my question is, if you look at page 28, the instruction there seems quite clear. I can understand and appreciate your explanation that you would want more than the J50 to understand what is happening. But it seems there that the directive is for submission of copies of the J50, and they say in brackets, warrants of arrest.
Thank you, Advocate. In my experience, when a J50 warrant of arrest is requested, you can't remove it from the main docket. You keep it in the docket, and then you submit the docket so that it can give you more details, as I've alluded earlier on.
But you'll see here that they requested copies, not the actual warrants.
Advocate, I'm not disputing the fact that they requested copies, but we normally do it that way, as I've explained, that even when the warrant is needed. For an example, Advocate, when the suspect is arrested, say in KwaZulu-Natal, and then they will send a similar kind of a request to say, we have arrested a wanted suspect in this environment. So the system shows that there is a warrant of arrest issued to him, to this particular person. So when you go look for the copy of the J50, you'll get it in the docket. And that particular suspect, if you take only the copy, you send it to the particular station requesting the J50 warrant, the court will not prosecute this arrested suspect without the docket.
You mean the NPA, the court does not prosecute?
The NPA, thanks, Commissioner.
Maybe let me understand this. What did you understand the Premier's Wanted Persons Project to be?
The previous wanted project.
This project, what did you understand it to be?
Oh, yes,
Or
thanks,
about-
Advocate.
Yeah.
This project, I understood it to be for all those cases where warrant of arrest were issued for particular suspects who are wanted and are not arrested as yet. Now, when you send the docket to the Deputy Provincial Commissioner, they will need to peruse the docket and acquaint themselves with what is happening in the investigation of the case. Why, for an example, why is this suspect not being arrested? And hence, I'm saying you send the copy of the warrant of arrest within that particular docket for perusal by the requester.
All right. Now, if you then look at CJC 188, it starts at page 31.
Perhaps just some questions on the annexure we are dealing with and the paragraph this relates to. So the oversight function by Major General Kumalo that you referred to in paragraph 40 was to follow up on the investigation as you explained.
Commissioner, let me apologize.
You say the docket was the dockets were to be looked at and questions like why has this and that not happened? Why has this person not been arrested? So that's the oversight function, and which you say was to be conducted by Major General Kumalo. Look at paragraph 40 if you don't follow what I'm asking.
Paragraph 40
40 of your statement.
of my statement.
Yes.
I'm on paragraph 40, Commissioner.
Yes. Do you see that towards the end of the paragraph you referred to some oversight function that was going to be performed by Major General Kumalo in relation to or with regard to these dockets?
I think I'm at the wrong page.
What's I was just about to ask what's so difficult.
My apology, Commissioner, I'm at the relevant
Yes.
page now. I see what you are referring me to,
Yes.
Commissioner Chair.
Yes. Now, do you have any idea how long this oversight would have taken?
No, Commissioner.
But surely if General Kumalo was to go through all these dockets, look at them, they are listed at page 28, and if I'm reading this correctly, there were 421 of them, is that correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
So I would imagine this would have taken quite some time, not so? If the general was to go through all 421 of them, correct?
Correct, Commissioner, although I know for a fact that if it's a project, the general will have a team that will be assisting him to go through the dockets.
But you've already said correct, it would take quite some time, even if it was a team, correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
Yes. Now, during that time, if all dockets have physically been taken to the general, that means the investigators involved, or rather investigating those dockets, would have no access to them and would not be able to conduct investigations on them.
Commissioner, I will base my answer on experience of projects
Yes.
of this nature.
Yes.
Usually, when a task team is formed to give attention to these cases, they have a number of investigating officers whom they are going to assign these dockets to for that time period. On the other fold, they will peruse the docket, and if they are satisfied that the current investigating officer is doing well in the investigation, they may return the docket with instructions to that particular original investigator. So, hence I'm saying it could take time if the general was gonna sit with these dockets with a few investigating officers. However, if it is done in the way that I'm saying, Commissioner Chair, it does not take time on other matters.
All right. Perhaps let me leave that there. Look at the subject line of the email at page 28. This is something that Ms. Bowe has touched on. And also the subject of the email itself now. I'm no longer referring to the subject line at the top, but in the email, the body of the email itself, both refer to open quote, copies of J58, or the one says J58 warrant of arrests, should have said warrants of arrest. Then that's the subject line of the email. And then the body of the email, the subject at the top before the content of the email also says request for copies of J50 brackets warrants of arrest close brackets. And then again the body of the email says by directives of the DPC crime detection, all provincial commanders and section commanders must submit open quote, copies of the J50 bracket warrant of arrest, close bracket. The language could not have been clearer. All that this is asking for are warrants of arrest. I do not understand your explanation that no, this is actually not asking for warrants of arrest, it's asking for full dockets. Doesn't say so, not once. I've referred you to 3 parts. All 3 parts refer to warrants of arrest. It doesn't matter, in my view, what your experience is. This says nothing about the full dockets. What's your comment to that?
Commissioner, my comment will be that the manner in which this email was crafted, I'm agreeing with you on perceiving it to be needing only copies
I'm not
of-
perceiving, I'm reading what's on the Brigadier.
I'm
It's not
sorry.
a matter of perception. That's what's in black and white in front of you and me. It's asking for J50 warrants of arrest in so many words at 3 places, as I emphasized. So it's not a perception. Please go ahead with your explanation. Or rather, with your comment.
I apologize,
No,
Commissioner,
no.
for that.
No need, no, I'm just correcting you. No need for an apology.
Thanks,
Brigadier.
Commissioner.
Yes.
And like I was saying, Commissioner, we always send dockets, even though the subject matter will be saying copies of the J50 warrant of arrest. And to support my submission, Commissioner, at no stage did we send these dockets when the copies were requested and the dockets were returned, and they say they only needed the copies.
Now, when you take the whole docket to General Khumalo, it would be having inside it the original warrant of arrest, correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
Yes. That exactly makes my point. In so many words, this docket, this document, the email, 3 times refers to copies. So it's copies, 3 times. Let's leave aside the reference to warrants now and focus on copies. Surely that could not have been calling for a full docket. If it's asking for copies and it's specified what those copies are, copies of what? That's specified. Copies in so many words, Brigadier. So how can you say what was required was a full docket with original, underlying original warrants of arrest inside it?
Commissioner, Chair, I understand what you're saying, and let me agree with you that the email was talking to the copies of the warrant of arrest. However, my initial submission still stands that we normally send the docket with the warrant of arrest, Commissioner. And remember, Commissioner Chair, I said in some instances, when a task team is established, when they read the investigation on the docket, on the wanted copies, they reassign the docket to the task team members and to continue with the investigation while they're having the initial case docket, not only the copy of the warrant of arrest.
I will stop there for now.
Can I
Thanks,
come to your rescue, Brigadier?
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Page 29, the following email. Can I come to your rescue? Paragraph
Thanks,
3 of the email, which relates to the same instruction, says facilitate the collection of dockets from districts and stations. So clearly there was some confusion, and one can see how, even if the original instruction was warrants only, the other email clearly refers to dockets. So I'm coming to your rescue there, but I've got a question for you. By this time, you know that Dow has been arrested in relation to one of these cases because you know it's a murder case. Remember, we are in 2025 now. You also know that Katiso Molefe has been arrested in relation to a Vereeniging murder case. And you know that other suspects are at large in relation to that case. You have visited Katiso Molefe twice already by this time. You had been to Groenpoint twice by this time. Why do you still involve yourself in the process, knowing very well that the suspect in this case is your brother-in-law and his friends? Because this is now March 2025. Remember when you were in Groenpoint in December, it was 2024, and you went again in February 2025. You are now in March 2025. Why are you still involving yourself in the request for this docket when you know that it relates to a case against your brother-in-law and his friend, and as we see here, your brother-in-law's son or nephew?
Thank you very much, Commissioner Kumalo, and for also rescuing me.
For the lifeline.
For the lifeline, Commissioner. Thanks. Commissioner, the warrant or the docket, which you're saying, why would I still involve myself knowing that my brother-in-law is a suspect into it? At that stage, Commissioner, my brother-in-law was not a suspect into that case. And the J50 warrant of arrest was for, I think when we looked at it, it was for his nephew.
No, I'm not talking about the warrant, I'm talking about the docket itself. The docket is the Ahmad Swart murder docket. And you've already, I rescued you and said your understanding was that this refers to dockets, not the individual warrant. Because there would be multiple warrants in the docket because there are multiple suspects.
Correct.
Now, you already know that Katiso Molefe is arrested in relation to this. And you already know that his friend that he spoke to you about in June of 2024 is arrested in relation to this case. Why do you involve yourself in the request for the very same docket, where your brother-in-law is involved, where his friend is involved, and as we see in the warrant itself, his nephew is involved? That's really my question. So don't focus on the warrant because you're saying you are asking for the docket.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo, once more. At the time of me complying with this instruction from the province, I was not aware, Commissioner, that this docket is the docket pertaining to Katiso Molefe.
No, but you know that the Citibank murder dockets, one of them relates to Katiso. You've already seen him in prison. He's already appeared in court. You know he spoke to you about Dow. And you know that Dow was arrested in your district or the case is in your district for murder. You already know that. So how can you say you did not know that one of the murder dockets would be this docket?
Commissioner, I did not know the case number by heart. When this list of dockets were sent, I just saw a list of dockets and I started distributing instructions to the immediate commanders of the section on those cases. I did not, at that stage, I was not aware at that stage that these dockets of Vereeniging, because it was not the only one in Vereeniging, Commissioner, that was needed. Commissioner, you will remember, after the conversation between me and witness B, after when the docket was not delivered. After the first conversation, I realized thereafter that no. This case is talking to the Molefe. Then that's when I started to realize, then I recused myself. So had I realized earlier on that this docket is amongst the other dockets that were requested, Commissioner, I would have done the same at that time.
No, Brigadier, I find that difficult to believe because you knew in 2024 already that a murder docket from Citibank had been transferred to organized crime and that some of the suspects had not been arrested. So when there's a request for a collection of dockets relating to murders and wanted suspects, I mean, surely you should know that amongst them would be this one. And you would have known that before you even called one of the investigating officers. Because even when you made the call, you must have known what docket you are looking for. Because you already have some of the dockets, 2 are missing. But then you know who to call, so you're not looking around. The moment you made the first phone call, you must have known which docket you were looking for.
Commissioner, honestly,
Now, I just find it difficult to believe. I'm sorry.
I was not aware.
I find it difficult to believe, but I will leave it there.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Brigadier, we want to come back here, but before we stray too far ahead, just on the point of copies, I just want to draw your attention to CJC 188, right? You will see there, it's page 31.
I'm there, Advocate.
Thank you. I was just checking with the commissioners. You'll see there that it's page 31 and 32 are 2 screenshots. And it's a conversation between Warrant Officer Mills and Witness B. So I'll say the black with a slight shading. That is the text from Warrant Officer Mills, who we've been told is in Major General Mbuso Khumalo's office. And he then reached out to Witness B to obtain a copy or a picture of the J50. And this was done on the 8th of April. If you look at the following page, there is a clear picture that was sent of the warrant in question. And the shading is terrible, but you will see after that is sent, Warrant Officer Mills responds with a bowing picture. Can you see that?
Advocate, you respond with
A picture of a person tipping their hat and bowing.
in page 32.
Yes, after the picture is sent.
On the
You see, right,
It's not very clear. It's right at the bottom.
or at the bottom. Oh yes, it's not very clear.
it's black on black.
Yes, Commissioner.
Black on black. So there you see is Witness B complying with the request for a copy. And this was done by the 8th of April 2025.
Okay, Commissioner.
Now, this will then take us to the calls that then happen between yourself and Witness B.
Just a small question.
Yes.
That document at page 29, Brigadier, the one that you were referred to by Commissioner Khumalo, the writer, or at the foot of that document, it says, it has a name there, with a cell phone number. You see where I'm looking? And it's addressed to, at the bottom it says, attention, Lieutenant Colonel Prowse. And then at the bottom it's a Colonel Bezuidenhout. You see where I'm reading?
Yes, I see it, Commissioner.
Now, this is on a blank page. It doesn't indicate, and when you look at the email addresses, they seem to be private emails except the copy to Bezuidenhout, which is the SABC. Who is Colonel Bezuidenhout? Because this is the only document of the documents that are in front of us which specifies dockets to be collected. Who is Bezuidenhout?
I don't know him, Commissioner. I can only presume that he's working at the provincial head office.
Yes. And Prowse is in the office of Major General Mbuso.
Exactly, Commissioner. Perhaps what I can say, Colonel Bezuidenhout, senior to Lieutenant Colonel Prowse. So it could be that they're working together, but Prowse reporting to Colonel Bezuidenhout.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Forward? Thank you.
Brigadier, just to point out that, so witness B complied with the request for a copy, albeit a picture of the J50 on the 8th, right? And you then you reach out to, is it Colonel Grundling? Colonel Grundling on the 16th of April, so that's after the submission. Maybe just to help you with the dates, if you go to page 4 of that last tab, so CJC 185.
185.
Yes. So page 4. You'll see there it's the statement of Colonel Grundling.
Correct, Advocate.
And he notes there that he received a request from you on the 16th of April 2025. That's at paragraph 2.
Correct, Advocate.
I just want to point out that at the time that you are making this request, the copy of the J50 as instructed was already sent.
Okay, I see that, Advocate.
All right, and just to add further complications, in your interaction with Chair, you noted that the instruction was to submit to Major General Mbuso Khumalo, who would do a review and oversee the investigations. You recall that?
Yes, Advocate.
Now I want to take you to page, so this is now tab 3, page 41. You'll see there it's witness B statement.
Page 41.
41.
Page 41 of tab 3. It's not a statement of witness B.
I'll show you the statement itself starts at page 10 and goes, for purpose of this, we included her entire statement.
Okay, all right, I see
Yes.
it, yeah.
So that's a continuation. So if you have regard to 2 paragraphs in particular, if you look at paragraph 83, she detailed there that, maybe to contextualize, after Mr. Tau was granted bail, the detective sought assistance from Major General Mbuso Khumalo. And at paragraph 83, she details how she then had a call with General Khumalo and summarized the issues. And then Major General Khumalo indicated a need for them to meet. Then if you turn over to the next page at paragraph 88, you'll see there she details how they then met with Major General Khumalo, who provided them with they provided him with a detailed account of the investigation. He started to give them guidance, emphasizing their safety and help them, the safety of the team and the docket, and arranging for ongoing oversight. So from around at least around the 20th of August, Major General Khumalo was already providing oversight over this docket.
I see it, Advocate.
Yes, so if you take into account the request for copies, and perhaps there's a confusion because the prior email talked about dockets, the fact that witness B had already provided the copy, moreover, the docket was already being overseen at the provincial office. It still begs the question, why were you still trying to get the docket on the 16th of April in 2025?
Understand the proposition that you are making and that you are seeking comment on. Are you proposing that there was no instruction from the provincial commissioner to comply with?
No, certainly not.
And so he need not have asked for the docket. Yeah, I'm trying to follow the proposition you are making to the witness so I can understand his answer.
My proposition to the witness is that what was requested from the various districts was submission of warrants, copies of warrants of arrest, and that was complied with on the 8th. Now, over and above that, the brigadier in his statement says the reason for submitting the entire docket is for oversight by Major General Mbuso Khumalo. And it's just to point out that this docket in particular was already overseen by Major General Mbuso Khumalo. So at the point at which he writes a WhatsApp to Lieutenant Colonel Grundling, not only was the copy submitted, but the docket itself was under supervision of Major General Khumalo. And so it begs the question, why was he still seeking the docket at that stage?
Isn't maybe an earlier question that should be asked is whether you became aware that witness B had provided the J50 on the 8th of April as per that WhatsApp messages?
Should I respond to that?
Yes, you may.
Certainly.
Thanks, Commissioner Baloyi. Yes, I was not aware at that stage that the IO has already submitted this warrant of arrest, which is why I was saying to Commissioner Khumalo that I only started becoming aware by the time I was speaking to the IO. And it was after the warrant of arrest was submitted by them. Little did I know that it has been submitted. And on the 14th of April 2025, the provincial commissioner made a follow-up on those dockets, and the list that I received on the 14th, it's got that docket in that list. So I think it will also assist in Commissioner Chair in saying that had, because they've sent, not that, they've sent the warrant of arrest to the province, not the docket. But still, they send an email requesting the docket from CDB. So it answers, I think, all the commissioners in that surely they were looking for the docket. Number two, I did not know that the copy of the warrant of arrest has been already submitted on the 8th. And I had no interest in the docket per se. Hence, when I identified that this docket is of Molefe, Commissioner Kumalo, I recused myself.
Let me ask a related question. The email that requires the one from Bezaden Hold, it's the body of the email itself that, just hold on, let me get my facts right. Yes, the email at page 28 from Lieutenant Colonel Prowse, it gives a deadline for submitting these copies of warrants of arrest. It says the 28th of March, 2025. And yet, your request or your WhatsApp to Grundling is on the 16th of April, so it is past the deadline. Can you just explain, does it mean you never complied with that deadline? If you did comply, why do you still ask for these specific dockets, including the 275 docket on the 16th of April?
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. It's just that we had a long day. I can't remember the pages which I should refer you to, but we dealt with earlier on. But I think it is on the section where there are the annexures from the commission. We received, or let me say, initially, the docket that were requested, it was 23 of CDB. I hope the commissioner remembers that. It was 23 in total. And the instruction that we received on the 14th of April was requesting or was having an attachment of only 12 dockets, suggesting that already 11 has been submitted to the province. Now, I believe in those...
Look at 37 as you answer. I think that's what you're looking for, page 37.
Page 37.
The same one where the email is. It's CJC 192. See, although it's a 2026 letter, paragraph 2, that's where I saw the reference to the 14th of April. There was a spreadsheet of outstanding dockets.
Correct once more, Commissioner Kumalo, and thanks for assisting once more. The instruction that we received was dated the 14th of April. Now, the annexure attached to the email of the 14th of April of Sidibeng was now having 12 dockets, no longer 23, suggesting that 11 has already been submitted. Now, the provincial commissioner was saying in this email, in paragraph 1, kindly note that Deputy Provincial Commissioner of Crime Detection, Major General Kumalo, issued an internal correspondence to the 5 district commissioners within the Gauteng province, namely all of them were named, requesting for the list of wanted suspects to be purified. Whether they are still on the run, arrested, or other cases or disease, see attached correspondence marked Annexure A dated the 19th of April for ease of reference. Okay, it just goes on to mention that the district commissioners were handed over spreadsheet, and this is the spreadsheet that I'm talking, that we were having 12 outstanding dockets, where in that spreadsheet, the case in question was amongst them, although they've already submitted the J50 warrant of arrest to the province.
Thank you.
And can you explain why they had submitted only a J50 or a warrant of arrest? Of course, I know you did not submit it. Do you have an idea?
I don't
Because
have an idea.
it seems they too read this or understood this exactly the way I understood it.
Exactly, Commissioner Chair, I agree with you.
Yes, Ms. Bowen.
Thank you, Commissioners. Now, you, in response to a conversation, engagement with Commissioner Kumalo, you indicated that, sorry, I want to move on to the 2 calls that then happened between yourself and witness B.
Okay.
Yes. It's on record that Colonel Grundling informed witness B that you were looking for the dockets, and witness B undertook to call you, so she initiates the first call to you. Do you recall that?
I'm sorry, Advocate. You say I recall that Colonel Grundling.
I'm saying that it's on record that Colonel Grundling informed witness B that you are looking for the docket.
Correct.
And it is witness B that then calls you to explain where the docket is.
Correct.
You recall that?
Yes.
Now, if we go to your paragraph 42 and on page 12 of your statement.
Sorry, I'm not there yet. Advocate is in Bundley. I mean, it's in
the first
section.
in the first section
First section,
at page 12.
page 85.
No, page 12.
12. I'm there, Advocate.
You recall earlier you confirmed that she called and explained where the docket was, and you responded by asking that she send an email. That's correct?
Correct, Advocate.
And then you said in your engagement with Commissioner Kumalo that after that call, it dawned on you that that docket related to Mr. Molefe.
Correct, Advocate.
And prompting you to then call witness B back and say, don't send it to me. You recall that?
Yes.
What exactly dawned on you? What is it that triggered your memory that this docket related to Mr. Molefe?
I was already told that there is an investigation, right, that is ongoing on the case of Katiso Molefe that is investigated by the organized crime. Now, by now, I remember the incident happened in April. And when it happened in April, where Michael Pulita was arrested, that is the docket that we have moved to the, I've moved to the province, and now at organized crime. Now, witness B phones me and says, I heard that Colonel Friendling says you are looking for the docket. I said, who am I speaking to? She said, she mentioned, and then witness B further explained to me, and that jogged back my mind to say, oh, okay, this is the docket.
I'm sorry, just to understand, what is it about her explanation? Is it just her, where she's stationed, that jogged your memory?
Yes, organized crime, and it is in April.
When you say it's in April, what do you mean? What's in April? Because remember, Mr. Tau is arrested in April of 2024. We are now in April of 2025. This interaction happens.
Yes, Advocate, I mean the case is of April 2024.
So that, because is it that she informs you that the case is of April 2024?
Yes, not necessarily that she informed me is of April. As I'm speaking to him, she's saying that the docket is at the DPP, and this case, when I look at the list now, having been reminded that the investigating officer is from organized crime after the identification at the beginning of the call, obviously my mind ran to that particular case.
Brigadier, my difficulty is, if you look at the transcript of your call with witness B, which is in tab 3 at page 64.
I'm there, Advocate.
You'll see there that the only thing she mentioned is that she was in organized crime. Apart from that, there are no other details about the case. There's nothing about April in your conversation.
Yes, you're quite right, Advocate. As I'm speaking to her, she's telling me who she is, from organized crime, and I went back to the list of the dockets. And when I look at the case, it happened in April. And already the case of April, where Pulita was arrested, it was, and I mean, of course, Katiso Molefe. It was all over. It was now the talk of the town. And by now, I know that the witness B is the investigating officer of this case.
When you say by now, you mean from that call?
Yes.
Now, that the docket was sitting with organized crime, you have known all along, right?
Yes.
Correct. And when you are then told by, perhaps I should start here, did Colonel Grundling tell you where the docket was? The dockets that you were looking for?
No, he never told me where the docket was.
And at that stage, you were looking for 3 dockets. Did it dawn on you to look at the system where those dockets were? The 3 dockets?
Yes. There were 3 dockets from Vereniging.
Yes, and did it dawn on you to look at where those dockets were?
No. Remember, advocate, me, I'm just giving instruction, overseeing that the instruction is complied with.
Yes.
Yes, I'm not doing the investigation myself.
Yes, I suppose, Brigadier, I just find
Sorry,
it...
Ms. Boy. Let's just take a 5-minute adjournment and may counsel come outside again, please. 5 only.
All right, it seems we are ready to resume. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Bowe.
Yes, Brigadier, let's then move on to the second call. In particular, I'm interested in when you call back to witness B and you say to her, "Ngi suspect." Your explanation earlier was that you had learned that, or you say an informer had previously told you that your name had been mentioned in connection with Tau matter and that you were under investigation. Were you told by somebody within the SAPS?
No,
And when you're told this, they say who is it that mentioned your name in relation to the Tau matter?
can you repeat that, Advocate?
Who is it that was mentioning your name around the Tau matter?
Who was informing me?
No, I trust that you won't tell me your informer. I'm more interested in who your informer was saying mentioned your name in connection with the Tau matter.
I'm struggling to understand that question, Advocate.
Okay,
Please,
perhaps let's then take it
rephrase
step by step. You say that you were informed that your name was being mentioned in connection with the Tau matter.
Yes.
Were you informed who was mentioning your name?
By my informer?
Yes.
Yes.
They told you, so who was mentioning your name?
I can't reveal that, Advocate.
I think there may be a misunderstanding. You're not being asked to reveal the name of the informer.
Yes.
That's not the question.
Yes.
The question is, when the informer told you that your name is being mentioned, did the informer tell you who has mentioned your name relating to the Tau matter? Who has said anything about you relating to the Tau matter?
No, my informer happened to be an informer of crime intelligence that I know for a fact. Now, when he told me, he said the people, I overheard those people at the crime intelligence saying that you are under investigation on the Katiso matter.
Did he give you any names of the people at crime intelligence that he overheard?
No, he didn't give me the names,
Thank
Commissioner.
you. Thank you.
And this investigation that he was referring to, did you do any follow-up to check if there's an investigation of this nature going on?
No, I didn't.
So did you just take him on face value that this may be true?
Yes, Advocate.
And why did you believe that it could be true?
My informer has never lied to me.
Oh, so it's on the back of your informer being reliable.
Yes.
And then what did you do with this information?
No, I waited for this day to come because I knew that when investigation is taking place, there will be time that I will be informed that I'm being investigated.
And then when does your informer tell you this? When exactly or whereabouts?
It was, I think it was after my visit to the prison.
So in sometime in December?
No, I think it.
Or you mean the second visit?
Second visit.
So sometime after February, you were told?
Yes.
And now having been told, and I guess you had a realization that you wanted to stay away from this matter to avoid any appearance of conflict of interest, you didn't then, I don't know, like learn the case number so that in case it comes up, you know to avoid it?
No, I did not investigate the matter myself. I didn't. I said, let me just wait, it will come.
No, not necessarily investigate. I'm asking that you say you wanted to avoid any appearance of a conflict of interest.
Yes.
So I'm asking you, did you learn at the very least the case number to know that when this docket comes up, you need to stay away from it?
Yes, I knew the case number by then.
So that you would have known the case number in, you say February then?
Yes, by February. After that, going to March and April, the case number, I knew.
Okay, then when in March these instructions come for the dockets which list the case number, why didn't you accuse yourself earlier? It's to Commissioner Kumalo's point. Why didn't you recuse yourself earlier?
Commissioners, when I saw that list in the spreadsheet, I did not go case by case to check the case numbers. What was of essence to me was the stations listed. And then I then forwarded those lists to the detective commanders as I've alluded earlier on. So I did not go deeper to read one by one because I never thought this case could be in the J50 project.
All right, thank you, Brigadier. Commissioners, I'm going to move from this topic.
Or just before that, Brigadier, are you an unforgiving person by nature? To family in particular?
No, Commissioner, I forgive.
You forgive?
Yeah, I forgive, Commissioner.
Even for what you may consider to be what? The worst conduct, you consider yourself to be a forgiving person?
Commissioner, there are quite a few instances where we had differences with my immediate family members. And in the meeting, I'll chip out or I'll tell them where to, I'm sorry for my words, where to get off. And it'd be a question of we are no longer talking to one another. And after some time, I sit down and think back, and I said, but
And reconcile.
Commissioner.
And this
thanks.
would happen, what I would imagine, within a relatively short time.
No.
You?
It's not.
How long? How long would it take, perhaps?
Commissioner, it take me some time. I can tell you that it's a pity. Even my wife can tell you that.
Just an indication of how long it would sometimes, or the longest it has taken you.
Yeah, I wouldn't really be having a period because each and every incident differs on its nature. But on this one that I'm thinking of, we spent, I think, in that year, almost a year not talking to another.
So that was the longest.
Yeah.
That was the longest. All right. Let me take you to paragraph 10 of your affidavit at page 4, the original statement. in the the last two sentences, you say, over the years, Fundiswa became like a baby sister to me. I grew to love and care for her as my own sibling, and in brackets you say, my sister, close brackets. And that's not the only place where you refer to her as family. I think somewhere you even say after she had lost her own biological family, you became the only family she had. Now, I want to understand, if you are a forgiving person and that the longest you have not forgiven a family member was a year. Now, someone that you considered to be family, you had a misunderstanding with her in 2005, and that was basically the end of the relationship. Yes, you do say that there are 3 to 4 calls that you remember to have had with her between 2005 until what? I think even beyond 2021 when she actually got married. So even beyond that. So, but you do add that you think there may have been 2 or so more calls. So over that period, it must have been what? Something like 6 calls at the most. It seems to me you never forgave her. Would you agree?
I will partly agree, Commissioner, that, like I've alluded earlier on, I
Yes.
took time to forgive. And as for...
But with her it was worse because you said the longest with your family members was just a year. Now we're talking years and years and years here.
Yes, Commissioner, I remember as we grow, we mature. And in the case of Fundiswa, Commissioner, you will know that I've explained earlier on that I'm the elder in my family. And as I grow and mature, I realize that keeping grudges for that long is not really assisting me, even myself. And however, Commissioner, you will know that there is no dustbin for people. And you don't choose to be in the family or in a family relationship. And
Yes.
I can't dispose, even if I might not have forgiven, but I cannot wish her away. I cannot dispose of a person. Persons are not disposable.
Yes. Okay. My take home is that you've said in so many words that you partly agree with me when I say you never forgave her. Okay, I'll move on. What I want to suggest to you is that it's quite some coincidence that you revive physical contact, that is sharing the same space with her, around the time Mr. Molefe is going to make the request that you referred to. So, to 2005, silent between you, no physical contact, and the first time physical contact happens is a day before Mr. Molefe makes the request for you to assist with regard to Mr. Dau's bail. Quite a coincidence. And the day before, she makes a request that you should meet Mr. Molefe. Quite a coincidence. Your comment?
Thanks, Commissioner Chair. Yes, since 2005, I've submitted that I haven't spoken to Fundiswa many a times. However, Commissioner, I have also submitted that I just don't have the dates with me.
Oh, no, yeah, I think I remember when you say it was not even her that called you when she had some problems or difficulties, but it was it one of her sisters?
Yes.
Yes, yes. But I think we can discount that because it just related to someone wanting you to assist her. That did not necessarily revive the relationship. So with that sort of exception, my point stands. So throughout, the relationship is basically non-existent. And coincidentally, she suddenly asks to meet you. And after the discussion that the two of you had, she also then, quite coincidentally, says, please meet my husband and please meet him tomorrow. And you then meet and he makes this request. So I'm saying quite a coincidence. Your comment?
Commissioner, yes, I agree with you. It's quite coincidental. However, I still stick to my submission, Commissioner, that by then it has been some years. And when she calls, I think maturely that what I'm actually doing is inhuman. And considering that Fundiswa is no longer having a family, actually, I thought I made a U-turn after I thought about it. And the actual U-turn was made during the time I was made aware that she's having incidents of crime. So, Commissioner, I will say, yes, it has taken a long time, but yes, I forgive.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Brigadier, let's move to, I'll call it the last topic, but there's a smaller nyana topic afterwards. The second last topic, or the last major topic. You testified that you had never met Mr. Molefe prior to your meeting in June 2024. Is that correct?
Correct, Advocate.
And then you meet Mr. Molefe in June of 2024. And after that meeting, you were uncomfortable. Is that correct?
Correct, Advocate.
And in fact, you say you had the sense that the meeting was orchestrated specifically for him to talk about that request that he made at the end.
Correct, Advocate.
And in particular, that he was using the work opportunities, potential work opportunities, as a way of enticing you, you said.
Correct, Advocate.
And then you testified that when asked, did you convey this to Ms. Nyangule, you said that you did express it, but you expressed it after the stock fell.
Correct, Advocate.
And the stock fell would have been in July 2024.
Correct, Advocate.
All right. Now, at this stage, in December, you testified that you then learned from Ms. Nyangule that Mr. Molefe has been arrested.
Correct, Advocate.
And she then approaches you for assistance with delivering the clothes.
Correct, Advocate.
Now, if you take into account your interaction with Chair regarding the nature of your relationship or the strained nature of your relationship and the sparse communication, and you consider it alongside the fact that you had only ever met Mr. Molefe once, why did you feel it necessary to assist Ms. Nyangule in getting clothes to Mr. Molefe and food, and in fact the entire visit?
Commissioners, let me correct one version of the advocate's remarks. I haven't met Katiso once, I must admit.
All right.
After that meeting where we parted ways, after I said I don't discuss work cases, I believe we have met with Katiso before his arrest. And that could not be correct that I met him once.
So you met him, do you recall when before his arrest and under what circumstances?
Yeah, I recall that we met at their house in Fourways, which is Fundiswa's house, and also in that weekend, Fundiswa visited with the nephew, and then we met, we sit and dine, and then that's where I asked Fundiswa separately. But Siswa Mungati, when we young. Oh, by the way, Commissioner.
No, I agree that you are free to do that, and as long as you translate. Because sometimes you are able to convey what you want to convey in one of our languages.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I will, for the sake of time, try to shorten it and convey it in English. And I asked Fundisa that I felt like in that meeting which you arranged for me and Bouquet, when you were selling me out, and then she asked me why, then I told her, and she said, no. That cannot be the case. I wouldn't have wanted you to meet my husband and at the same time set you under the bus, me and you having been missed each other for so long. You are the uncle of my children, and or I don't know whether I told you that the elder son of my sister Fundis was born while she was in Katiso at my place. So we reunited with the nephews, and it was okay. And in my mind, there was still this thing of because as she was frequently coming to Gauteng, she was busy working on the issue of the estate, and she will now and then call me and tell me the progress. And then we met with Katiso there, and then she told me that no ways, that I can put you under the bus. Believe you me, and I don't believe. I didn't know what you say you discussed with Katiso, and you did not tell me. But I will try and find out. But she came back to say, no. I don't believe Katiso can do that to you, and me now, I've missed you for quite so long. To an extent, to an extent that of late, I'm still taking care of her needs when she needs me, and even when there are turn of event after this incident of Katiso being arrested. So we're still together.
Brigadier, until now, we were under the impression, or I was under the impression from your statement and your evidence up to now, that you met Mr. Molefe once, and the next time you had anything to do with him, is when he is now in custody. How many times after that first meeting in June 2024, and how many times have you had interactions with Mr. Molefe before he was arrested? Whether meeting, maybe actually include meetings and telephone conversations, if you've had telephone conversations with him.
What I can recall, Commissioner, is that I met him, I think, perhaps I can recall of 3 times that I've met him.
It is before he was arrested.
Before he was arrested.
And did you, in that period, that interim period, did you have any telephone communications with him?
No.
Okay, thank you.
And just for my own clarity, the 3 times, does it include or exclude your June meeting?
No, after it excludes.
So you met him 3 more times?
Yes.
And what was the nature of your engagements then?
Yeah, you remember we spoke about the issue of the security.
Okay.
He made sure that he keep his promise, because he was the one who is saying, Abu Dhabi, are you still on that matter of the security? Then I said, yes, why not? And I said, I'm still on. Then he was keeping me abreast, and he even went further in our meeting to give me the name of the person who was dealing with the security issues in his Machabeng tender, which was a white lady. I've forgotten the name, but I can give you that white name lady. We even communicated telephonically with that lady. So it was a question of moving on with the notion of taking the job at the end of my career. So, yeah, that is it.
But Brigadier, it doesn't make sense, or at least maybe explain how it is that at this point you know that his friend, he's tried to talk to you about a friend who is a police officer who is accused of, who is now charged, in fact, of a very serious crime. And so now you know that. And you testified earlier that after the meeting in June with him, when you drove away, you actually thought Fundisa actually set up that meeting to talk about this issue, about the bail, the Michael Dow bail. You didn't know it was Dowie at the time, but you actually thought this is what it was about. So you know he's that close to Mr. Dowie, at least that is prepared to pay bail for him. How is it that you, with the position that you hold, are still discussing? In fact, another fact that you said, you concede that when he mentioned the security job for you, you thought maybe it's actually his way of reeling you in so that you can also intend do something for him. How is it with all of that, you're still discussing with him this security job? Fine, you don't choose who your sister gets into a relationship with, that you don't choose, but you choose your associates and your friends. And here's a man who is linked, even if it's just by friendship, is linked to someone who is accused of serious crime, and you have your suspicions about his discussion with you about a security job, but you're still discussing the security job with him. Can you explain, and Yeah, make me understand how to read that conduct of yours.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Baloyi. Yeah, indeed, I went on to communicate with Katiso about this security issues. And after I asked my sister in her house on the day that we met, my sister made sure that she even told me that I don't think that could be the case, and as you say, he promised you a job. I'll make sure that that happened. I'll make sure that that happened. And Katiso, he himself, when he asked me, Buteiba, we're still going on with this thing, I think now after his arrest, I thought, no man, by him wanting to carry on, wanting to pursue me to carry on with the deal of the security, he was trying to be a good man and trying to close, but I never suspected that this is luring. Although it crossed my mind, and when I asked Fundiso, she guaranteed me that no, that can't be like that. And remember, I'm also overclouded. Maybe it could be an oversight. I'm also overclouded with the fact that when I retire, I'm at least going to be able to make bread on the table. So I could have made actually, not I could have. When I thought about it, commissioners, now, especially after February, I realized that indeed what I was suspecting is the truth. But by then, I gave it a benefit of that because I was suspecting, I was not sure, and I was assured by Fundis that, nah, there's no such. And he himself kept on promising me that, no, the deal will be on, and then he even gave me to this lady, asked this lady to go on with the planning of the retirement or the post-work work.
Thank you, Brigadier.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Brigadier, now, okay, let's depart from the point that you've had several meetings with Mr. Molefe, but you still had suspicions, although some of them were allayed by Ms. Nyangul. You then learn of his arrest, and you confirm that you were shocked, correct?
Correct.
And in that instance, though, you did not know what he was charged with, or at least she didn't tell you what he was charged with.
When she was telling me that Katiso is arrested.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't know what he was charged. I even asked her.
Yes.
What is he arrested for?
Yes, and she conveyed to you that she didn't know.
Yeah, she said, I don't know.
Now, on the 9th, which is the day of your visit, Mr. Molefe had his first appearance at the Vereniging Magistrate Court. That's correct?
Correct, Advocate.
And Ms. Nyangule attended the proceedings and then came to see you thereafter.
Correct, Advocate.
And in that sitting, she didn't inform you of the charges against him?
She informed me. Actually, she informed me on the, I think it was on, he was arrested on the 6th, which was on a Friday. And the following day, she left Durban. She came here, and then she went to visit him. And when she visited him, I told her actually to find out what is he arrested for. And she went there, and then she phoned me
Yes.
while she was in Pretoria Central, where he was detained. And then she told me that your brother-in-law was arrested. He's being charged for conspiracy to murder. Then I said, which murder? Then she said, this one of Puletao.
Yes. Now, on the 9th, she then comes to you to request assistance with this visitation to Mr. Molefe, correct?
Correct, Advocate.
Now, at this point, you know, you have had suspicions of Mr. Molefe's intention. You have now been told that he is charged in the same matter he wanted you to intervene in.
Correct.
Why did you still see it prudent to involve yourself in this visitation?
Correct, Advocate. Remember I told you that really I did not understand. I could not believe that after I've asked Katiso, you know, when he was in Pretoria Central, and he said, Buteip, I'm not involved in this matter. It's just false allegations. Don't worry, I'll overcome this. I really did not do what they're charging me for. Because I asked him, what are you charged for? What are you arrested for?
Perhaps I don't understand. You asked him when?
On the phone.
Oh, you spoke to him on the phone?
Yes.
Before the 9th?
Yes.
And he
No. Yes, before the 9th.
Then he tells you that he's not involved in this and you believed him?
No, I never believed him. I won't be believing him anymore this time.
Remember, Brigadier, I'm trying to understand. This makes it worse. You don't believe him. You know he's charged with conspiracy to commit murder. In a murder investigation, he tried to get your involvement in. So why did you still get involved in going to see him?
Good. Advocate, I wanted Katiso himself to tell me in my eyes what is he arrested for. And I even went on the second visit to meet him. And I said, are you aware that you're putting my job on the line? For me, I've been meeting you without any doubt, only to find that when you did this, he still denied. He still denied. Then from the night, February, after now I was satisfied now that I went to look I wanted to go look at him in the eyes, and he tell me, because what Fundis was telling me, what he's telling me over the phone, I could not believe, and I was now hearing from the investigation side and from the media that he's being charged for this murder, accused of this murder, I said, really? And I realized that now my job is online. Then I went to him to tell me on the face that you really put me in the and they still deny it. Since then, Advocate, I've never involved myself in any of Katiso because I'm still angry with him.
But Brigadier, didn't you aggravate those assumptions about you by going on the 2 visits? Particularly taking into account that he has told you himself what he was being charged with.
Advocate, I might have overlooked that, but my mind that time was on the issue that yes, I've been with this man, I trusted him, and Fundisa, do you see where you put me in? Now, she was saying the same things that, you know what, I want him to tell you, because he also denied to me So I was overclouded with anger to say, I want him to tell me in my eyes that, did you really do this when I put K? And he told me that I didn't. He denied it up until the last visit that I went to see him in prison, and that was the last.
Brigadier, are you suggesting that he would have ever admitted that he was involved in the murder of people? I'm trying to figure out in this instance where you know what he's been charged with, you've had suspicions, why you would still go, knowing that criminal or people who are accused of heinous crimes generally do not admit, even when they look at their loved ones in their eyes.
Advocate, I hear what you say, but some, when they realize that they are now in real trouble, reality hit home, they confess and tell you that I've done this, I'm sorry, can you help me?
So you were hoping to get a confession?
I was hoping to get at least a confession to say, perhaps I've conspired with these people.
From someone who had denied it to their partner and to you? I mean, you had said that Ms. Nyangule said he has denied it even to her. Why would he be honest with you when you barely had a relationship?
Advocate, I never thought it that way. And I remember I was angry. What was clouding my mind, it was to go see him and ask him in his face, tell me, did you really do this?
Brigadier, you're angry, but here you are taking him food and a change of clothes. That's not the conduct of an angry man who's going there to get answers that you say you were seeking. That's a relative, a friend, or someone who cares to make sure that that person has the food that his wife wants him to get and a change of clothes. That's the first problem I have about the first visit that you made, that it doesn't, this conduct doesn't reflect anger, one. Two, he's already told you on the phone, on your account, that he didn't do what he's accused of. Before you go there on the 9th, you say he's already told you that on the phone. So you are visiting him so that you can look at him in his face and have him tell you, but you already know that his answer, typically actually, of people who are accused of such serious crimes, typically they will say, I didn't do it, as Ms. Bowe says to you. But he's told you on the phone. So you going there to get the same answer again. Three, you have no explanation to us why Fundiswa could not give him the clothes and the food. It's a weekday, and there's the 10th still that's coming. Why it is that you had to step in and do this task after hours. In fact, you, because of your position, you actually phone the area commissioner. So by virtue of your position, you have access to someone that's that senior, and you get told you can come. And indeed, you do arrive there, but you've made arrangements because of, you use your position to contact somebody. So there are these things that are problematic about that first visit that you make. For someone on who has said in your evidence that at some point you suspected his motives, from Fundiswa's and his motives, why they're talking to you. You say that, but then that visit is problematic. The same with the second visit. The way you explain it in your statement is Fundiswa called you and said, I'm coming up, I don't have a car, I'm going to see Katiso, please pick me up and go with me. That's how you explain how you end up in this visit in February. That's your explanation in the statement. And now to say it's because you wanted to confront him in February. The story is all over the place that he's accused of very heinous crimes. And here you are thinking, or you want us to accept that you're thinking if you look at him in his face, at his face in February, right? In his face in February, he will suddenly confess. But you've given us an explanation why you went there. And it is not that you are angry still in February and you're going to confront him. Your explanation in a supplementary statement is that you basically are accompanying Fundiswa, who doesn't have a car and who's asked you to assist her. In fact, I would have, before you gave this explanation, my question about that second visit was going to be, why didn't you remain in the car if all you were doing was to, now that you know the story about Mr. Molefe, that he's accused of this serious, he's being charged actually, of this murderous crime, when you do pick up Fundiswa in February, why did you not remain in the car and let her go? You're a senior police officer. What are you doing associating with someone accused of such serious crimes? So your explanation for visiting the prison on both occasions is simply not satisfactory. You may comment if you want to.
Commissioner, I hear what you're saying, and indeed, by then, I'm not thinking rationally because I'm saying I'm angry. Indeed, I was angry, and I was not only angry for Katiso, but also with my sister. And then prior to me going for the second visit, I stayed, I'm sure you can see the time frame in between, Commissioner. It took me some time for me to accompany Fundiswa, because I was also blaming her, and she was keep on telling me that this thing I also did not know. I also did not know this thing. I also want him to tell me in my face. Maybe when we're together, you can hear, and that I'm also worried as to what kind of man was I married to, if indeed he did this. So I accept, Commissioner, the way you saw this. I mean, any other person will see it that way, but it is not that way. I was really wanting to hear from him. Did you really put me into this situation? Then from that day, I even told Fundiswa, you know what, for the sake of our children and everything, of course we are not going to terminate the relationship, but you must know that me and Katiso will never see, because he already put me in the under the bus.
Thank you, President.
Brigadier, there was more reason for you not to want to associate yourself with that visit of the 9th of December 2024. Because according to your statement, when Fundisa comes to you, it's between 1 and 2, and you are still at work, so you can't go to Groenpunt prison at that time. But something even more serious. This murder takes place in your district during the time when you are the head of that district, as you said. And it's a heinous crime because Mr. Swart was killed using an AK-47, an assault rifle. And now you hear that the person you are going to give clothes and food is accused of having conspired to kill Mr. Swart in your district, using AK-47s and using hitmen. That, I would suggest to you, should have said, until I know that he has nothing to do with this, I don't want to associate myself with him. you have a comment?
Yes, Commissioner, thanks. I wanted to hear from him that did you really do or you did not do? I wanted him to tell me in my face, and that was the last time. But I accept, Commissioner, that sitting where you're sitting, you will see it in the way you see it, and I agree. There's an oversight in that regard.
I'm sure as a police officer, you take pride in matters not taking place in your district.
100%.
And you are angry when people come to your district and commit murder and increase murder statistics in your district.
Correct, Commissioner.
And when somebody gets accused of having come to your district and used or conspired with other people to use an AK-47 to murder somebody in your district, I mean, that's something that should make you think twice, not so.
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Brigadier, so in this instance, just taking into account your responses, would you then agree with me that when you said earlier, you testified earlier, that your visits or your conduct was limited to just assisting your sister to facilitate delivery of clothing, and this was personal and humanitarian acts, that wasn't altogether truthful? In fact, the purpose of your visit, as you say, was to confront Mr. Molefe.
Commissioners, it was obviously to go and give him the clothes, and obviously, which I was asked by Fundis. Also, the fact that should I have an opportunity to see him, I will ask him. Had I been able to see him on that night, I was not going to go back on the second visit.
Yes, Brigadier, I'm saying to you that the way you represented your reasons in your statements was not altogether truthful, because there was more to these visits than what you have stated. And it must be so, because this is what you say you wanted to do.
Yeah, Advocate, I want to say that because there were two reasons for me to go see him, let me say I accept what you're saying, because it was two reasons.
And
not only one reason.
And then when you explain in your second visit, you say that you did not use your rank to gain improper access. And I can accept that for your second visit. But in relation to the first visit, you did use your rank to call connections that only you could have had. Fundisa alone would not have been able to call an area commissioner, to then be referred to Mr. Nhlabo, to then go to the facility after hours, and all of that. That's because of your position. Do you accept that?
Partially, yes, Advocate. However, I was using the privilege that the commissioner, I know the commissioner, not the rank. It was just that I know the commissioner, and I wanted him to tell me the procedures, because if I was using or misusing my position, I would have gone to that particular institution, and then when they say you can't see, the policy does not allow you to see Katiso at this time, I would have said, no, but Mina, I'm a brigadier, you can allow me. So I didn't do that. I listened to what they are advising me. Then I took it, and I went without seeing him.
Brigadier, I'm not suggesting that you went and said, I'm a brigadier, therefore you must. I'm saying that because of your rank and your position, you have connections, and you use those connections by calling an area commissioner. Joe on the street can't be able to do that. It's not going to call an area commissioner and ask that. Do you accept that?
Yes, I accept that.
Now let's go to your conversation with Mr. Mkalipi. Just want to ask about one aspect of it. hopefully we won't spend too much time. If we can go to page 105 of tab 3. 105.
105. Thank you.
You see, that's the statement of Mr. Kalipi.
Correct, Advocate.
Now, I want to refer you to paragraph 4, where he says that on the 9th of December, he received a call from you at about 13:24 to ask for permission to bring clothes to his brother-in-law, who was arrested at an airport the same day, the 9th of December 2024, and appeared at the Vereeniging Court and was remanded to Grootpoint Prison. You see that?
Yes, Commissioners.
Now, on your version, you said that you called him to understand the procedure, but what his recollection of this incident was that you were calling to ask for permission to bring clothes because Mr. Molefe was arrested the same day at an airport. And that was not true because we know that Mr. Molefe was arrested on the 6th at his residence.
Commissioners, when a person is arrested, it is a common knowledge that a person will not be taken straight to the prison. The person will be taken to the police station and will be detained in the police cells. And the process of charging that particular person will take place within the 48 hours, which is given in accordance with the law. Then the person will then have to go to court before he can be transferred to a prison. So I couldn't have called and told the area commissioner that this brother-in-law of mine is arrested in the airport. And I knew that he was arrested on the 6th. Remember, I said I was called and told that he was arrested on a Friday. And the process of the procedure of processing the first accused person before he appear in court, I know it very well.
Perhaps, Brigadier, so is your simple, straightforward answer is that that's not what you said? That
No,
didn't
that's not
happen.
what I said.
And that Mr. Mkalipi is lying in this instance?
Yes, that's not what I said, Commissioners. What I said is that this was remanded to his prison after the appearance in Vereeniging Court on the 9th.
And why would Mr. Mkalipi lie about this?
Maybe he misunderstood me, I don't know.
Misunderstood you? Maybe.
I don't know actually. Why would he say that?
Because you'll accept that this is very specific to say arrested at an airport, didn't have any clothes. I'm saying you can accept that this is a very specific scenario he's painting.
I don't know why is it specific.
No, he's describing that you had informed him your brother-in-law has been arrested at the airport on the same day and was appearing in Vereeniging Court. So I'm saying it's very specific.
I'm denying it. I don't know.
You deny that it's
Yes,
specific.
I'm denying it.
All right, Brigadier, I won't take it.
Do you accept that you told Mr. Mkalipi that Mr. Molefe had appeared at Vereeniging Court that day and was remanded, that is the important part, remanded to Grootpoint Prison? You said that?
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay. Then why do you say in your statement at paragraph 49, you inquired whether he had been admitted to that facility. If you knew, as you must have known, I accept that he's appeared already, so you knew, in the same way that Fundisa knew that he's going to Groenpunt. Why in paragraph 49 do you say you made an inquiry about something that you know already?
Commissioner, perhaps I should get to my statement.
Okay, it's your main statement at page 13 and paragraph 49. Para 49.
Yeah, I got it, Commissioner.
Yes, and you see there, you say, I immediately contacted the area commissioner to inquire whether Mr. Molefe had been admitted at that facility so that you can deliver basic personal clothing. Now, that is different, completely different from what Mr. Mkalipi says, you said, in which you admit that you actually did say to him that man is in Groenpunt. And my question is, why do you give us the impression in paragraph 49, the incorrect impression that you didn't know at that point when you spoke to Mr. Mkalipi that this man is in fact in Groenpunt? Because that's the impression you have created in so many words.
Thanks, Commissioner Balu. The standard procedure that I know of, Commissioner, when a suspect is arrested and appear before the jurisdiction, which is now in Vereeniging in this case, they send the awaiting trial prisoners to Leeuwhof, which is within the jurisdiction of Vereeniging. Now, this one, it was different, and we were all surprised why he was detained or incarcerated in Groenpunt. Now, I even, Commissioner, told Mr. Mkalipi that please, you might not be aware of this because he has just been, the court has just been concluded, and he might not have arrived yet in your prison. And that's when he said, okay, hang on, let me go and verify. And he came back to me with the verification to say, no, he is there. But he earlier said that he is not housing awaiting trial prison.
Yes, the simple point I'm making, or I'm raising with you, and this is my last attempt at it. The simple point I'm making is in paragraph 49 of your statement, which is a recent statement, it's an April statement. You say that you inquired whether Mr. Molefe was at that facility being Groenpunt. Let's stop there. You say, I inquired whether he's there. So you didn't know. You asked Mr. Kalipi, do you have this person in your prison? You asked that question. But you tell us, or you accept in your oral evidence, that Mr. Mkalipi is correct when he says, you in fact told him that Mr. Molefe is in Groenbend prison. So you knew where he was incarcerated. He's appeared in court. You knew that he's been remanded to Groenbend. That is not controversial. Mr. Mkalipi tells us that. You've now admitted it in your oral evidence. The issue I'm taking with you is your statement at paragraph 49 is in fact misleading. And we wouldn't have known if we didn't have Mr. Mkalipi's statement. We wouldn't have known that, but what you tell us in 49 is not correct. You already knew, in the same way that Fundisa knew where he was and could have taken the food and the clothes to him. Because he'd been remanded in prison to Groenbend at court. So she knew where to find him. Your involvement was not because she doesn't know where to find him. She knew where he is. You knew where he is. There's no reason, you haven't provided a reason why she didn't go there to deliver these things. You may comment if you have a comment, but I'm just making the point to you that your 49 is misleading, and I think deliberately so.
Thank you, Commissioner. Most definitely, it was not deliberately done to mislead you, Commissioners. I really don't. I didn't do that for that. All I was inquiring about, Commissioner, is that, as I've alluded earlier on, I knew that when first appearance suspect appear in court in Vereeniging, they will be remanded, if they're remanded in prison, in lieu of prison. Now, I had to inquire because in this one, I'm being told by Fundis. Yes, Fundis I knew because she was coming from court, which I never attended. And she came and told me that the magistrate remanded the case to Groenbend. They remanded him to Groenbend. So I had to inquire, because it was not standard.
Thank you. Thanks, Brigadier.
Can I point out, Brigadier, are you aware, just looking at that affidavit on page 105, and also Captain Tukudus, and also Witness B, and all the other affidavits you were referred to, if you look at the dates when they were deposed to, it's in January 2025. Do you see that? Just look at page 107.
In which?
In the same bundle. Remember, we were looking at the representative from Groenbend. That same affidavit.
105.
Yeah. If you go 107, that's where the date of the affidavit is.
Yes, I'm here.
Do you see that is the 21st of January 2025?
Correct.
And Captain Tukudu's affidavit was also January 2025. The other witnesses, it was all January 2025. The point I want to make is this, that to the extent that there are inconsistencies between all these affidavits and your statement, would you accept that because their affidavits were done 4 weeks after this event, their recollection of these events would be more accurate than yours? Because you are coming to the commission a year and a half later to testify about this event, whereas when they gave these statements on affidavit, it was immediately after the event. So if you think about your visit on the 9th of December 2024, a month later, they deposed to these affidavits. So is it not more likely that their account of events is more accurate than yours?
Commissioner, I hear your point. It could be that they were still, this incident was still fresh in their mind.
Exactly.
But I maintain, Commissioner, that I remember vividly when I was talking to Mr. Mkalipi, that I told him that he was arrested on the 6th because I knew, because I was sitting with Fundiswa in my office and I knew exactly that he was arrested on Friday and he appeared on Monday.
I don't want you to repeat those facts. The simple point I was making, because it's a lot of affidavits, even the brigadier who is in charge of witness B, I think, and the other witness, you saw her affidavit where she says it was reported to her and she had to reprimand Tukudu for his behavior. You saw that affidavit?
Yes, Commissioner.
And I'm saying because of the time when those affidavits were done, should we not accept that the events were still fresh in their minds and therefore their account of those events would be more accurate than yours? It could be you don't remember or your account is no longer accurate because it's been some time since these events happened and therefore your recollection is not as, what it would have been had you deposed to the same affidavit in January of 2025.
Let me agree, Commissioner.
Not that you are misleading us or you are lying. It could just be that it's been a year and a half, so your account may not be as accurate as people who did the affidavits 4 weeks after the event.
Commissioner Kumal, I can accept that I could have forgotten some facts because it was long. But the fact that Katiso was arrested on that day...
No, that we don't take issue. We know he was arrested on the 6th, so you don't have to worry about that.
Oh, okay.
And we know that you went to Groenpunt on the 9th, so you don't need to repeat those facts.
Okay.
We are only concerned with what these people say happened when they encountered you or when they spoke to you.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I leave it there, that at least you are prepared to accept that?
Yes, sir, Commissioner.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Boy.
Commissioners, I propose to move to the last point. I'm so sorry. And it's, Brigadier, it's in relation to the Ford Raptor. So in your statement, your supplementary statement...
Sorry, before you do that, before you leave that topic, this is the prison visit. Commissioner, sorry, Brigadier, and I think we should put this to you for your comment. Mr. Molefe seems to have denied that you are his brother-in-law. So here's allegations that are made. You said he was, according to Mkalipi, he was arrested at the airport. You need to come and see him and give him a change of clothes. He was arrested that day, that's what Mkalipi says. And then Mkalipi, supported by the statement and affidavit of Nkoli, I think it's Nkoli, they say that after you had unsuccessfully attempted to see Mr. Molefe on the 9th, on the 10th, Nkoli spoke to Mr. Molefe, and Mr. Molefe said, you are not his relative, you are not his brother-in-law. Explain that. Explain why he would deny you, especially when on your different accounts you have interacted with him quite closely, about 3-4 times. You visited a family, he's married to your sister. Why would Mr. Molefe want to create a distance between you and him?
Commissioner, I will know.
Yes.
I will know what was in his mind to say that, and I don't even know whether they're telling the truth in saying he denied me. I don't know.
Well, they are on affidavit, so until we hear otherwise, we have to accept their statements that they did speak to, and this is statements under oath, that they did speak to Mr. Molefe, and he said what he said. there is no, unless you say you don't know why they would say this, that he denied it, do you have any reason to disbelieve them that that's what Mr. Molefe said to them, that he doesn't know you?
At this stage, Commissioner, Mr. Molefe is, according to me, a liar. He can't tell the truth, and he lied to me in my eyes. So I'll rather believe what the officials are saying than what Molefe is saying.
Is it not perhaps possible that whatever relationship with him you had, he never considered you to have a familial relationship with him? It's a business relationship. The first time he meets you, he talks about bail, according to you, trying to get bail, to see if, there will be bail for Tau. And he talks about you coming to work for his security company. That conversation carries on further, you tell us, in other discussions. And maybe, after all, he had no interest and he never considered you or perceived you as his family and brother-in-law, but in fact, as a person that would be useful to him for purposes that we have seen, that he wanted you to help out with the bail issue. Whatever he intended with security, but he didn't see you as a family member. And you may have been hoodwinked into thinking this is a familial relationship, either by him, but certainly by Fundisa.
Thanks, Commissioner. In short, I really don't know what was in his mind. I wouldn't know what was he thinking to say that. But with regard to the relationship, he has got no choice.
He has no choice but to be your family.
Yeah, I mean, by virtue of me being a family of Fundisa, he is my family.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Brigadier, in your statement, let's start with the supplementary statement. You deal with the Ford Raptor that Ms. Nyangule used to go to court on the 5th of March. You recall that?
Yes, Advocate.
And the allegation, of course, there was that the vehicle belonged to you. And in your statement, you confirmed that.
Correct, Advocate.
So in an effort to just track the vehicle, we saw that the vehicle has now been sold.
Correct, Advocate.
And it was sold to Oma Motor,
Correct, Advocate.
which is the same dealership that also you bought your BMW from.
Correct, Advocate.
Now, what's your relationship with this dealership?
Business relationship.
When you say,
Client and or customer relationship.
oh, so when you say business, you mean you are a customer of theirs
Yes,
and you have no interest beyond being a customer?
nothing,
right.
Advocate.
Brigadier, if we can go to CJC 190.
I'm on it, Advocate.
You will see there that when we ran an analysis of your bank accounts, we noticed there that particularly in 2025, Oma Motors makes monthly payments to you. Can you see those? Every month, there's about 2 payments. A payment would be of 13 and then it's followed by 32,000. Can you see that?
I see that, Advocate.
And maybe that's just in 2025. If you start at 2024, at the top of the page, you'll see that there's a number of payments, some of which are bulk payments, and they're referenced as trade-in value. And they even mention which vehicle those payments related to.
Correct, Advocate.
But later on, the payments don't have the same reference. And in particular, from late 2024, they're consistently, they're regularized, and it's the same amount. So if you go to, oh goodness. You know where it starts with, after there was a payment of 159,350. 305, that's one, two,
The
three,
font is very,
the font is very small,
yes, Advocate, and
so you can't see it.
I really struggle to see.
Maybe my point really is this, that particularly in 2025, we see consistent payments twice a month, first of 13,000, followed by 32,000 every month. Is there a reason for this?
Correct, Advocate. As you have read this spreadsheet, I have, as you rightfully said, I have sold my X5 vehicle to buy another X5 in that dealership. And on the other amount that you see, actually I bought in totality 3 vehicles in that dealership.
Yes.
Yes, so these monies that you see is for the vehicles that I have sold them, which is, you say, is captured as trade-ins. So the money for the trade-ins is being paid to my account every month.
Is there a reason why these are monthly payments as opposed to lump sum payments like it usually is?
Yes, my understanding is that if you pay on a monthly basis to the account, you are not when you pay the lump sum to the finance, you are losing because they are charging you interest. So when you get a monthly payment from the dealership, you also benefiting because you're charging them also the interest.
I'm not sure I follow. So you agree to a monthly repayment because it would benefit you?
Yes.
And if these numbers were checked against the value of the cars, we would find that you were paid exactly what the car was traded in for.
Exactly, Advocate. That's how we calculated it.
All right. I will say that we have begun investigations on this, and one thing that we can note is in discussions with the dealership, it was mentioned that this was your agreement. You insisted on monthly payments. This is not something that they regularly do. Do you have a comment on that?
No comment, Advocate.
Do you
I
accept
agree.
that it was your
Yes.
agreement?
Yes.
And just lastly, if we are to check the values that are being paid for these cars as against the values that you've also declared to SABC, it would be the same?
It will be the same, Advocate.
Oh, thank you, Brigadier.
Thank you.
Mr. Petlane, do you have any re-examination?
Just one question, if you permit, Chairperson.
Yes, please go ahead.
Brigadier Nkwashu, now that you know about your meeting with Mr. Molefe of late June 2024, you know the facts. Now that you know what the commissioners have raised with you about your conduct, your ethics, your morality, what do you have to say?
Thank you, Advocate. I would like to apologize, especially to the family of Arman Swart, whose life has been lost at the hands of this brother-in-law of mine, and say, at least I have tried to do justice, and I'll continue to ensure that justice is achieved. If indeed he was involved in the matter of Arman Swart, he need to pay for his deeds. And with regard to my conduct,
perhaps before you go further, you stated it as a fact that Mr. Molefe committed the murder. At this stage, it's alleged. Please continue. No, I just wanted to correct you stating it as a fact. You may continue to the next point you wanted to make.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Chair. I like to apologize to the entire community that is watching this embarrassment that is caused by my conduct, by colluding with this Katiso, although I did not know he's this type of a person. And I really feel betrayed, and I'm definitely not going to continue having any engagement with this particular guy. And I wish justice prevail.
Thank you, Brigadier Nkwashu. Chairperson and commissioners, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bowe. Thank you, Mr. Petlane. Thank you very much to you too, Brigadier. You are excused.
Thank
Let
you
us adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.